Saturday night, presented by T-Mobile 5G Home Internet. Army versus 19th ranked LSU. Saturday at 7:30 Eastern on SEC Network.
Ramsey gets the belt.
Ramsey got the gold medal 4 times this week.
Formula One returns to
Unbelievable performance from our guy. Not a perfect game though.
Nope. He got beat by David one day, I believe.
Yep. David broke up the perfecto. That the umpiring last night in that Phillies D-backs game, Ramsey, was so bad. Oh my God. Okay, here we go. Let's party.
ESPN coverage presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah, it is. I'm Kyle Madson. Good morning, everybody. That is James Ham. It's a Friday. Let's go, man. It's a Friday. The preseason is over. The NBA preseason is. The Kings preseason is over. We have real basketball now, man.
Kyle, Friday is my favorite day of the week.
It's a good day. It's a very good day.
Especially we do Donut Fridays here.
Yeah.
At the office.
Shout out to you. Thank you for bringing donuts. Is that going to be the move? You bring them on non-payday Fridays. I'll bring them on payday Fridays.
Maybe that works.
I think we should just do that because we each brought in donuts last Friday and it was too many. There were some when I got here Monday. There were still some left.
Yeah. And I think it's funny because my donut guy, he started to realize that I'm showing up like every Friday. So he started throwing extras in the box. So I think I was up around like 30 donuts.
You have a donut guy?
Well, yeah, I have a guy for everything. Kyle.
Dude, I've noticed you know a lot of people.
You don't have a guy for everything? I have a guy for everything.
Yeah, no, you're James Ham though. I'm just here.
A person.
I'm just here to ride your coattails.
Well, I mean, like, look, if I need like some plumbing done, I have a plumber. If I need electrical done, I've got an electrical guy.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, I have a garage door guy. Shout out to Mike.
My move is I go on Facebook Marketplace and I go, I need this done. Who has recommendations?
Oh no.
And then someone will be like, I'll do it for $50. I'm like, let's go, bro. Get in here.
I even have a shout out to my guy, Matt Palia out there. I have a Timberland guy.
Okay.
I have a Timberland guy. So you see me wear cool boots all the way through the winter. I have like waterproof that look like leather.
Mm-hmm.
I have all kinds of like fancy, but
not Gore-Tex though. You're a Tim's guy.
Yeah, I'm a Tim's guy. Yeah, because he used to work for me at Copeland Sports many years ago. Work with me at Copeland's. Yeah.
Great. I'm more of like the sports. I have a guy. Like you're the Kings guy. I know you're my Kings guy. If I need to know a Kings thing, I'm gonna text James. I got my Niners guys. I've got my A's guys. I got my Giants guys. I guess those are my and girls. So and guys and girls.
Yeah.
At these places. When I need to know a thing about this team, like, hey, what's going on with this?
I have those as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But for me, they're not like sources.
I think we have a bunch of crossovers. I have sources as well, but those are different.
Yeah. Oh, sources are different than guys. You don't call your garage door sources?
No, I don't have a garage door source.
My plumbing sources?
No.
Plumbing sources tell me that the sink is leaking.
Yeah. No, I don't have that.
A leak source.
Random
Instead
conversation.
Of a league source?
I love our random conversations.
Yeah, no, same. So the Kings get a win last night to close out the preseason. We're going to do this a little differently. Usually it's a football Friday, and we're going to get into plenty of football. Faraz Siddiqui, of course, Fantasy Friday. That's coming up at 10:30. Got a ton of questions for Faraz this week. Injuries, we're at the injury point of the season where players are starting to get, banged up. We got guys on IR. We got guys coming back from IR who went on early in the year.
Yeah.
Yeah, so tons of stuff to get to with Faraz. That's coming in at 10:30. And of course, you can fire off your questions in the chatty house on youtube.com/ESPN1320. We're on Twitch. We're on Facebook. I think there's Twitter. I think you can get on Twitter. But fire off your questions to us, and we will do our best to get to all of them. But with the 49ers playing Monday, we're going to punt the 49ers Vikings preview convo to Monday. We'll have a little bit of 49er stuff. We'll have a little bit of general NFL stuff. And of course, we have to talk about, I think, the most Thursday game ever last night between the Jags and Saints. Just a very Thursday night football game. It had a big preseason feel to it. To me.
I was sitting next to Sean Cunningham, Fox 40's Sean Cunningham at the game last night. and he had Derek Carr starting, so it was like a very emotional night. It was emotional. There was emotion
That's
coming
tough.
from because it was the highs and lows of what was happening in the game. And then
Does anybody in sports have more performances where their box score doesn't match their actual game?
no,
I feel like Derek Carr, you look at his box score and you're like, wow, Carr played pretty well last night. And then you go watch Derek Carr and you're just super not impressed. That's how I feel like he does that more than any other player.
I think you're right that he is like a strange box score anomaly.
Yeah.
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 And I mean, of course, we have the late touchdown drop.
By Foster Moreau.
God bless his heart. I mean,
I've
I just
never felt
so,
worse.
Oh, I felt so bad. I mean, I think they like panned him on the sidelines. It looks like he's crying.
I've never felt worse for an
Oh,
athlete. And can you imagine being
horrible.
a Saints beat guy? You now have to, because you have to get a quote from him.
You do.
You have to go talk to that player. And you can't, and this is that's one of those things where you don't have to have played at a high level to know that failing at a big spot in sports sucks. And so you can't walk up to him and be like, hey man, I know what you're feeling.
Yeah,
I too struck out in the tournament championship with the game on the line.
Yeah,
I know what you're feeling, but I got to ask you, what happened?
Yeah, this one time in slow pitch softball, I got gunned at home. Like, yeah.
Like you and I are simpatico on this. Right
Yeah,
now. We're in the
no.
same place.
No, there's no way.
No, you can't.
But
you have
feel
to
for him.
ask. You have to. And that sucks.
It does suck, but I think it plays into a bigger conversation, Kyle. Like we had this earlier in the week where we played sound from Kevin Huerter in the locker room. And we did have on social media, like I don't really read all of this stuff that gets thrown at me, but it's like you had maybe 2 or 3 random people say, oh, Sac Media just trying to drum up some sort of chaos in the locker room. And it's
that's the goal.
No, man, our job is to go in there, and if he's going to be there, we got to ask the questions, because if not, you're going to go, hey, why didn't you ask him about about what he thought about Chris Duarte, or ask him about what he thinks about Mike Brown,
right?
Like putting
hold
him on
his
the
feet
bench.
To the fire.
Yeah, you're not holding his feet to the fire.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, we can't make everybody.
Well, there's
happy.
people, right? There's the hold them accountable people, and then there's the people that like, why are you asking this?
Yes,
ask real questions. Like,
what are the real questions there?
Right.
Like,
you want to dive deep into the X's and O's of that missed layup in the second quarter? Okay.
Well, and I've already had the conversation with Kyle. With Kevin. Like, Kevin, we can't wear pink sweaters. Like, he and I we're both gingers. We can't wear those pink sweaters.
Right.
And even like the red jacket, like, man, we don't look good in red. That doesn't we have these I have these
in red right now.
Yeah, I have these conversations. You can wear burgundy, you can't wear red.
Right.
It's just like there are certain tones that we, like, us gingers, we don't look good in.
Yeah.
So, like, what am I supposed to, like, what other questions? I asked him about how bad his New York Giants were. Like,
Oof.
we hit him with everything.
Yikes.
We also asked him about missing shots, and we asked him about, defensive liability issues, and about Mike Brown benching him.
Right.
So, like, there's so much, like, we have to ask random questions that don't feel good, and like in the moment, and you don't feel good asking it, but it's part of your job.
Yeah, that was just one of those plays. So former Raiders tight end Foster Moreau, if you missed it, 30 seconds left. Saints down 7. He's wide open in the back of the end zone toward the back pylon. Derek Carr drops it in the breadbasket, and he just dropped it. Like, it happens in sports. Physical mistakes happen. It's the mental mistakes that you can't have. It's Chris Olave giving up on the deep shot down the right side. He just kind of either ran the wrong route or gave up on his route or something, and Derek Carr got upset. You can't have the mental mistake. The physical mistake, that happens, man. But watching Foster Moreau there and watching how devastated he was, it's like, that's why I'm not built to be a beat writer. That's why I am not built, because I would avoid. And I know that beat writers feel bad in that spot, but it's like, you know what? I got a job to do. I would be like, I'm not going to ask him. I'm not going to go talk to that guy. I feel terrible.
Yeah, I think too, like, there are moments where things happen in a game where someone will miss a shot or whatever. And then after the questions are done and everything else, you can go over and have like a brief conversation with somebody. Like I've had plenty of those, like, like even a player that's not going to get interviewed.
Yeah.
But had like a really important play in a game.
Yeah.
But hey, nice board. I saw that.
Yeah.
And they're like, thanks, man.
That way they know you're watching.
Yeah, they know you're watching, but they also know that you know the game, and they know that you appreciate what
they know ball.
What they yeah.
Nice,
I mean, that's half of this is like having conversations with people where they get to a point where they're like, oh,
yeah,
okay, you do know the game. Like you're not just somebody who's like a talking head somewhere and a hot take guy or something.
Right.
You actually know the game. Yeah, that's a lot of it.
You're not there to do yellow journalism. Well, the Kings last night against the Utah Jazz, they get a dub, 116-113 against some version of the Jazz.
Yeah, the Kings won.
I had a big summer league vibe last night.
It was a big summer league vibe, except for, we've talked about this. I like the check-in moments.
Okay. Did Malik Monk get his check-in moment last night?
He got his check-in moment.
I hope so. He played 30 minutes.
Yeah, but he needed that. Like, I needed to see him, like, go out and like, take over and be playoff Malik.
Yeah.
And I think the biggest thing for me wasn't the scoring, it's the assists. Yeah. And he was really... And he showed faith. He showed faith in Colby Jones a couple of times. It was like, hey, look at that. Yeah, Kyle, you already got your Colby Jones jersey on
in the mail, dude.
It's in the mail. I think that's, it's part of the maturation of every player, but even like Malik Monk. Malik Monk's still a young player who hasn't, like, the first 3 years of his career were basically a wash.
Right.
And you want to see the buildup here. Yeah. So it's good.
I thought it was funny. So two quick things, non-Kings related. We have a ton of Kings stuff to get into. We'll do that in the next segment, but two non-Kings related things. One, watch the Jazz broadcast. Starkly different than the broadcast we saw the night before on NBA TV.
Yeah, I'm just not sure.
They're
at
out there
all.
talking about back cuts and this pass was nice and watch him slide his feet on defense. It's like, oh, this is a broadcast. This is nice.
You have a different experience because you were able to watch and listen to their broadcast. Their radio guy is the most passionate radio guy in the business, and like he taunts us from across the aisle. I swear, like, you look over and he's like doing the sprinkler and stuff. There's some really weird things that go on during a Jazz game when you're sitting across from their radio people.
Huh.
There is no,
I don't
remain
think it was
stoic.
I'm pretty sure it was their TV guys.
I'm pretty sure too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it did not sound super fired up.
Oh no, this guy like I'm sure there's been games where he's ripped his shirt off and like beat his chest in the middle of a game.
I kind of respect it. I respect it a little. Like, I know it's probably annoying, but I definitely respect it a little. Also, last thing on this, it's a little funny to me that Walker Kessler is, I think, just better than Rudy Gobert.
I concur.
I would like the Timberwolves more if they had Walker Kessler instead of Rudy Gobert.
Walker Kessler, Edwards, Walker Kessler.
Yeah.
Walker Kessler.
Antoine
Texas
Walker
Ranger.
Kessler, Edwards.
Yeah.
Scissorhands.
Yeah, there's all kinds of craziness going on there. There is.
Yeah. So Walker Kessler, really good player. And I think if Minnesota had that trade to do over, they would not do it. Yeah,
hindsight is like definitely 2020 on that one.
Yeah. All right. Let's get into what we saw from the Kings last night, the good and the bad. That's coming up in the next segment. He's James. I'm Kyle. We'll be back in 2 minutes on ESPN 1320. Sponsored by Jiffy Lube.
Do we not have ugly? That's okay. I might have some ugly that I can throw in there. Oh, Johnny G. Johnny G always with the dad jokes. Was he giving you jazz hands? That's funny. It's an ordeal every time. There's no one else that I've ever seen do what he does. The Jazz radio guy. How was the party, James? The party here was fun, but then I had to duck. I had to go to the game. So I did miss Mike Brown pregame talking about Colby Jones throwing up in his mouth. I don't know what that was all about because I missed it. But I was able to get there at about 6:35. Oh, Will Z, you're going to go out on Threads? I see you, Will Z. I hear Kyle typing. No, Sidney Dean. Colby Jones threw up in his own mouth. Mike Brown told us how Colby Jones threw up in Colby Jones's own mouth. But thanks if you needed clarification. We might talk about that. Michigan, we'll talk about that in this segment.
About what?
Do you think Mike Brown is seriously considering playing Colby Jones more in that rotation come regular season?
He better.
It's tough, man. Only so many minutes.
Look, I'm just saying. See what you can get for De'Aaron Fox. And start Colby Jones. No.
Colby
Just get immediately super
effing
extreme with it.
Jones. That's clearly a Friday overreaction.
One minute.
Is this a longer break?
Was it? I think it's 3.
Feels
Oh, no,
longer.
4. Yeah, it's 4 minutes.
Feels longer than normal.
Wait till we go to 2 breaks an hour and we get like 6-minute breaks.
Oh, yeah. That's
Dude,
fine.
having time to like actually go get a coffee at a break is nuts.
I think people have started getting into the leftover food.
Bro, you should have seen me this morning. The wake up call over at 106.5 The End. Love them to death. Gavin, Katie, and Kevin. They already had it all out.
Oh, man.
So your boy got to play the sliders. And the sliders at Bennett's.
Bomb.
Bruh.
Bomb.
Bruh. All right, 10 seconds. Here we go. Let's party. Kings 116, Jazz 113. You know, I know they don't matter. I know the games don't matter. I get it. It's preseason, but having one in the win column is nice.
Oh, it's big.
And it's definitely nice. It like I said, it's not like losing would have kept them from being in championship contention or anything like that. But you prefer to win to lose regardless of the situation.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, at the end of the day, you want to feel that good vibe of having a victory, whether it's preseason or not, whether De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, Keegan Murray, Trey Lyles played or not, Chris Duarte didn't play.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's one of those things where you don't want to finish preseason with a question mark with, how do we get over the hump?
Mm-hmm.
And we've heard this repeatedly from their players all throughout training camp. They're playing much, much better in practice than they are in games. And a little bit of that is that, like, the Kings had the 24th rated defense last year.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, you are playing against the 24th rated defense when you're out there playing. I mean, that's something.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, look, I think they're going to show a lot of different looks when we open the regular season on Wednesday.
Well, and you'll be game planning and making adjustments and targeting certain defenders and hunting mismatches. In the preseason, it's, hey, run this and react accordingly. Like, just see what defenses do and react to it.
Yeah.
It's not, hey, Austin Reeves is on the floor. We're going to get Harrison Barnes switched on to Austin Reeves in the post and let him go to work. Like, that's not there. There's nothing like that happening.
Yeah.
It's just go play.
We're not going to have like the Kuminga, like dribble 12 times per possession, like play. No, like I bring it up because like, look, I was hard on Kuminga after watching him, and I had watched him parts of other games, but I watched him in the one game where he was like the guy. And I'm like, okay, like, look, whatever he's doing, that's fine, but it's not something that's going to be sustainable within their offense. He's never going to have that opportunity. I was impressed with him in the next game when Steph and Clay and Chris Paul were there, because he was good within the flow of what they were doing. And he wasn't doing that other stuff that he did before. He had a couple of instances, and in those instances, you got to like say, hey, no, that's not who we are. But overall, it's kind of like Talen Horton-Tucker last night, right? Like, how many times is he going to get the ball like 22 times and be told, you can go ahead and run through whoever's in front of you. We don't care how long you have the ball.
Just get us through this game.
Yeah, just like
we're playing
bull rush
48
basket,
minutes and leaving.
like again and again and again, and see if you can beat up a bunch of people.
I'm adding Talen Horton-Tucker, by the way, to my club. This is the come home, bro club.
Oh,
that is, your hairline is receding and you have a massive bald spot. One or the other, I'm telling you to come home. You have both. It's time to come home, dog. Shave it.
Okay.
You got to let it go.
I think the prevailing like thought on him while everyone was watching was, man, he looks like he's aged. Like,
bro,
I'm with you.
He looks 50. Like, my guy, just get rid of it.
See, I can't.
I'm bald.
I can't say this. You can say this. I can't say that. I still got the hair.
Right. So I had a very bad receding hairline from the time I was like 22.
Okay.
Just very early on, you could tell that like the hats aren't new. I've been a hat guy since I was a baby.
Yeah.
Like, I've just always loved hats. Right. So, so when I started dating my now wife, I knew, I tried to grow it longer up top to try and hide it. That doesn't work. It was just thin and stringy. It looked bad. So I started shaving it like all one. So I'd get like the 2 guard, like the 2 little clippers.
Yep.
And I get it. And then, okay, let's see what the 1 looks like. And then I did a half. And by the time I got down to a half, my hair was so thin and light. My then girlfriend, now wife, was like, bro, let it go. Like, just get rid of it. It's going to look great. She's like, let the beard grow out and shave your hair off. And,
it's okay.
And so that's what I did. And it worked out great. I love being bald.
That's a really, really honest moment for someone to come to their significant other. I'm happy.
This is very early in our dating, by the way.
Yeah, no, that's
one of the first things she ever said to me.
That's pretty bold.
Yeah.
That's
pretty
like,
bald.
Good. Hey, good for her though.
Yeah.
And it's helped. Like,
I was like, this is great.
Yeah, you own it. Yeah. Like, you own it, and you have the support. Yeah,
that's all I need. So Talen Horton-Tucker, come home.
Come home.
It's time, Doc. It's time.
Again, how we get sidetracked, Kyle?
No,
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
it happens.
All right. So Kings Jazz last night. We got Fantasy Friday with Faraz Zadiki coming up in about 8 minutes here on the Insider, sponsored by our friends over at Jiffy Lube. So Malik Monk, president accounted for last night. I don't want to. Do you want to talk about Kevin Huerter or Sasha Vezenkov?
Well, we can talk about Sasha because I think like he got super hot in the third quarter, hit a bunch of threes. The cut that you mentioned earlier, the
old 2-man game with Malik Monk.
Yeah, the Jazz. It was actually a 3-man game. I watched it like again and again. There's a they flipped it out, they flipped it back. Vezenkov kicks it to someone, heads, and Huerter slid out to the side. As soon as Huerter slid out to the side, his man opened up.
Yes.
And Vezenkov cut straight to the basket, and it was dropped right to him for a 2-handed jam.
Yeah,
it was like, hey, look at that 2-handed jam.
I'm worried that he's not going to play a lot. I just think defensively he is a pretty drastic liability still. And this is not all season. It's not like he's cooked in the NBA. I just think that in training camp and the preseason, I can't imagine that he showed enough defensively that he's going to be somebody that they rely upon with any kind of regularity early on.
Okay. You might be right. And I mean, we got to remember that Trey Lyles is there, that Mike Brown was very clear last night that JaVale McGee is going to play around 12 minutes a game.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
3 minutes a quarter?
Yeah, I would
Ish?
assume you had the final
Okay.
3 minutes of the first quarter, the first 3 minutes of the second quarter. He'll play the final 3 minutes of the third quarter, and then it depends on where you're at, whether he plays 9 minutes or 12, I would assume.
Yeah. That's
But-
perfect. That's fine. That's great. I love that.
Okay.
I'm okay with it.
Like, so the good, like, did we get through the good? I don't know that we have. The good, like Sasha Vezenkov. The good, Kessler Edwards. Bravo,
dude.
Kessler. Bravo.
Did he
man.
gain weight?
Oh, he
He
bulked
looked
up.
jacked.
I asked him about it during post game. I said, "Hey, I know you bulked up," because he's bulked up. I mean,
yeah,
he
my
won.
man exercised.
Yeah, he won my
Say what you want, Chatty House. I don't care.
training camp day, media day. He won my player that came in jacked. You're like, what in the
okay.
world, bro?
Yeah.
And I even talked to some people around the team. They're like, you just kind of point and go, "Hey, go do that." And Kessler Edwards goes and like does whatever workout you ask him to do. And then it's like, holy, like he's a hard worker. He listens. He's thoughtful. And then I asked him last night, did you bulk up so you can play the 3 and the 4? And he said, yeah, I did.
Yeah, expand as much of. He was a player that in the playoffs last year I thought was going to get some burn. Just throw some kind of length at Golden State.
Yeah,
and
he didn't.
No.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised by that too. And I think the good thing for him, number one, he hit his 3-point shots. But the biggest thing, 8 rebounds.
Yeah.
I've never seen him as a rebounder. Go get the ball. I love it. I love it.
Yeah,
so,
that's it.
Like major props to him. We have the Colby Jones effect.
Couple
Colby
of big
Jones
threes down the stretch.
Colby Jones is straight up baller, man.
Dude, he gets rid of it, drives, gets rid of it, runs along the baseline, turns around, catch in the corner, no hesitation, knocks it down.
We talked yesterday,
It's
and
electric.
I made another comparison, and it was the Bruce Brown. Yes.
Yeah, Bruce Brown.
Yeah, Bruce Brown comparison. Yeah, I think this guy.
I think he's bigger and a better defender, though. Isn't Bruce Brown like 6'2"?
No, he's 6'4".
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and also I think Colby has more point guard skills. They're having him run the point right now, so he can play 3 positions and maybe get on the floor. I just like he can play everywhere. I totally dig what he's doing, and like the intelligence, the feel for the game is so high that you instantly like, how do we get this kid on the floor? It's gonna be difficult. And Mike Brown said that last night. Colby is making his job really difficult because like he's pushing.
But this goes back to the whole injury stuff that we talked about early in the week.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden you feel better if Kevin Huerter or Chris Duarte's out for a while, or Harrison Barnes isn't available, or Keegan Murray isn't available for a game. You feel way better now about their depth with what you've seen from Colby Jones this preseason. At least I do.
Oh no, I feel 100 times better about their depth.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and if you need to make a trade, you got it sitting there. You now have a guy that you feel like you can come back to, and you do have Keon Ellis, and you do have other players that can play the shooting guard position, including De'Aaron Fox. If you need to get more minutes for Davion, you can slide De'Aaron over.
Yeah.
Like I think you're a little stacked there at the 2 if you need to make a move.
Yeah. That's going to be really interesting to watch. All right. Here we go. We're going to put a pin in the Kings conversation. Got a couple of bad things to get to from last night and a couple other observations that I definitely want to talk about with you, James. But on the other side of the break, Faraz Siddiqui, Fantasy Friday. He's from Upper Hand Fantasy, an Odyssey podcast. Get it on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your pods. This is one of our favorite segments of the week. If you want to get in here, go ahead and jump in the chat, jump in the chatty house, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Also, if you're watching on Twitch, you can comment. If you're watching on Facebook, I think you can send in a comment. So if you have fantasy questions, start sits, waiver questions for this week or in the future, hit us up now. We will get to as many of those as we can with Faraz Siddiqui of Upper Hand Fantasy. Fantasy Friday is next. We are the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Good work.
Clear.
I should have left you a little bit more time.
What? No, you're good.
Yeah. Hi, Chatty House. How's everything going? Mark Wong. I like Darius Baisley. The Kings like Darius Baisley in the past. Whether they go out and get him right now, I don't know, but Mark, I think the bigger thing is, as of right now, it appears that our friend Harry Giles has made the Brooklyn Nets final roster.
Come on
now.
Let's go.
Will the Kings go with a 14-man roster from our right here? Yeah, that's always been my preference with this team, and I wouldn't doubt that that's what they're going to do. They like to use that 15th spot. We might talk about that in a little while. Let's see. Air horns for Harry. I don't know where the air horns button is, and I'm not allowed to touch anything. There's now a board up that has a whole bunch of things, but I think this falls under the James. You don't touch other people's privates. I don't touch other people's soundboards.
Hey, for us.
For us, into a very strange moment.
I'm sorry if I interrupted anything.
Well,
Fantasy Friday took a turn.
Hey, do you have the sound of me saying
Different
that?
type of Fantasy Friday.
Yeah. Here we go. Here we go.
I can't. Can I play? Oh, I can play. I can't play it right now. That comes out of the same channel our commercials are on.
Oh, gotcha.
But,
that would be awkward.
No, but once the segment starts, I'll play it.
Yeah, we had a discussion the other day about Dylan Brooks, and he gets all upset because he's being picked on. It's like, bro, just stop touching people's privates.
Just stop. Like, hitting people in the DMBs, dude.
We stop. Like we all learned in kindergarten and first grade in preschool, we don't touch other people's private spots. Like, don't do it, dude.
So when James said that, I cut. No, it's a drop.
So we cut it, and now we have. Yeah. How are you?
I love it. I'm doing well. I'm excited for week 7. Too many teams on bye. So we're all. So I know the struggle that everyone's going through right now.
Okay, that's actually where we're going to start, and we have 15 seconds. So everybody hang on, and then we're going to start right there. It's 10:30 on a Friday. That means we got to welcome in our guy from Upper Hand Fantasy, Faraz Siddiqui. Upper Hand Fantasy, it's an Odyssey podcast. You can get it on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your pods. Faraz, I'm so sorry that you hopped in on our video stream right as things got a little weird while we were talking to the chatty house at a break. So you popped in right as James was talking about Dylan Brooks and the rule that we now have for Dylan Brooks. And I told you I'd play you the sound. So here's where we're going to start today. Oh, wait, hang on. I forgot to turn it up. Here's where we're going to start today.
We don't touch other people's privates.
Bang. Faraz, your thoughts?
I you know what? I 100% agree. I'm with you guys on that. Don't touch privates and you won't be messed with, and if you're feeling some type of way, you get in your feelings, well, you shouldn't have touched people's privates.
That's right.
All right. Okay, so
Fantasy Friday.
Friday. Fantasy Friday. Oh yeah. All right. So a ton of teams on bye this week. Does this reach the level? I know last year there was a bipocalypse. Does this reach the level of bipocalypse for you?
I think it does. And judging by all the questions that I've got and all, like, people are really reaching down like deep into the barrel this week. So I get it. I think there's a lot of wide receivers on bye. There's a few running backs on bye. So definitely, like people have asked me like, hey, why is this guy so high in your rankings? I'm like, hey, just keep in mind that we have a lot of players not playing this week. So yeah, this is near that bipocalypse. The good thing is that we're not like super close to the playoffs where, people are just like, they need that win this week or the next week to make it in. We still have a lot of time left to go.
For us, what I'm noticing with my fantasy league, and I'm going to assume that like it's a pretty good representative sample of like quality leagues out there, it seems like we have two teams in our league that are like 5-1. They're rolling, right? The rest of the league is all around 500. And it feels like this season, maybe more than a lot of others, that there are just like wild breakout weeks by a single player that changed the complexity of one fantasy game or another, whether it's, someone having, Mostert for a game and he just goes crazy, or, like these moments where the scores maybe aren't that indicative of the quality of the team. It's just one player ruling the day. Do you feel that we're in a weird season for breakouts?
Yeah, and it's funny because there are a lot of injuries that are happening as well at the same time. So there's more room for that to happen where, guys that you would normally be starting every single week, you can't even start them. So you're now putting in other guys. The other guys are getting opportunities. Jeff Wilson, being out early on in the year allowed Devon Achane to get on the field, right? And if Jeff Wilson wasn't hurt, you never know. Like maybe we wouldn't have seen Devon Achane yet on the field, which would have been a travesty, obviously. And it sucks that he's hurt now, but he'll be back soon and he could win some people leagues. So yeah, I agree. This is one of those weird, this is like Nico Collins, right? Puka Nacua, right? These guys coming out of nowhere. And every week starts at this point.
I have both of those guys, just so you know, because I'm brilliant at fantasy. But go ahead.
I love it. Upper Hand Fantasy joining us. All right. So to make matters worse in the 49ers backfield, Christian McCaffrey day-to-day with an oblique injury, that by itself is an issue to sort through. But then if he's out, you're trying to figure out what you're doing, if it's going to be Jordan Mason or Elijah Mitchell. And then on top of all that, they don't play till Monday. So what are you doing with the 49ers backfield if you have CMC? And then if he's out, what are you doing with Jordan Mason and Elijah Mitchell?
Yeah, it is a rough situation because he didn't practice yesterday. And Thursday practice is like the typical Wednesday practice when teams play on Monday night. So we have to still wait, and they're on the West Coast. So the East Coast guys are just like, when are these practice reports are going to come out? So Friday and then Saturday is, I think we're not going to know until Sunday potentially, right? And you're going to have to make a call. The hope is that on Saturday, you're like, all right, well, they tell us CMC's going to play, or he has a good chance of playing, or they say CMC's out, right? Like anything in between that makes things really confusing. Now, if he plays, he's in my lineup no matter what, obviously, even if he's on one leg, I'm starting Christian McCaffrey. If he doesn't play, obviously, this is a very confusing situation between Elijah Mitchell and Jordan Mason. Who do you play? Jordan Mason has been getting run while Elijah Mitchell was banged up. What's new there? Jordan Mason looked good, right? But I think here's the thing, man. Kyle Shanahan was asked about this situation, and he did say in his press conference post-game that Jordan Mason got the run because Elijah Mitchell, didn't really start practicing until late in the week prior. Okay, so, and he also said that Elijah Mitchell has earned a lot over the years. So Elijah Mitchell's the guy for me personally. He was my number one waiver wire pickup of the week, just in case Christian McCaffrey wasn't hurt. Is going to be hurt to miss this game. So that's where I'm leaning. I'm leaning toward Elijah Mitchell. I think Jordan Mason will likely be involved, but I do think that, again, like he's primarily a special teams player who happens to play running back as well. And I think that's going to be the primary focus for Jordan Mason if Christian McCaffrey were to miss, but I do think he'll mix in a little bit. Maybe we'll say a 50-50. Who knows? But I lean Elijah Mitchell if I had to choose one.
All right, we have Faraz Siddiqui here from Upper Hand Fantasy. Faraz, when I'm looking at the impending trade deadline that's coming up, we're seeing comments that are cryptic and strange from Devontae Adams, and some like there's plenty of question marks here coming into this specific trade deadline. Do you expect this to be a crazy couple of weeks where like really the balance of power can shift in the NFL, and maybe a quarterback, so say like Patrick Mahomes, which I have no ties to, may actually get a legitimate number one wide receiver to go alongside Travis Kelce?
Yeah, I mean, they just got McCall Harbin, so there you go. I'm kidding, but
yes, you are.
For me, we always get our hopes up for the NFL trade deadline, and then nothing happens. And it's very exciting to talk about. Devontae Adams obviously not happy. Derrick Henry looks like somebody who could potentially be traded. If I had if I had to guess which big name player would be traded, if I had to guess between like those guys, I think Derrick Henry would be at the top of my list in terms of like, I don't think team has to give up too much to get him, but I do think he could help a playoff caliber team. Devontae Adams, I don't think that ends up happening. That's going to require huge draft capital for an older player who, obviously still elite, and still going to get it done. But I do think that it's one of those situations where you just kind of I personally don't. I'm not going to base my fantasy football decisions moving forward, whether I trade away a guy, that sort of thing, based on the impending NFL trade deadline. Personally,
that makes sense. I'm going to get to some of our listener questions here. Tyler Jennings wants to know Tyler Lockett or Zay Flowers in the flex this week.
Oh man, this is so close. I lean Zay Flowers just by a hair here. He's getting the target share. Lockett has a really good matchup, but so does Zay Flowers. I lean Zay by a hair here.
Right on.
Are you going to fire away? I thought you were going to fire away.
Oh, you want me to grab another one? Okay.
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson or Jared Goff?
Oh,
I think you got to go Lamar here. The Ravens have been the best team defending quarterbacks for fantasy, I should say. Now, I will say that they haven't played the best quarterbacks in the league. They played like some of the worst quarterbacks in the league.
Sure.
So, there is a little bit of grain of salt there. But Lamar Jackson, most quarterbacks have had really good fantasy days against the Lions this year. So, yeah, go Lamar.
I'm going to hit you with this one. Jordan Love, Baker Mayfield, or Deshaun Watson. That seems like somebody waited a little late to draft a quarterback, but go ahead.
Well, listen, there was a lot of upside for Deshaun, but that didn't quite work out. He's a little bit banged up right now. Apparently that rotator cuff might not be 100% for the entire year. Me personally, I'm going Jordan Love here. I think he just has a great matchup against Denver. He's had really good fantasy performances outside of just that 1 week before the bye. So quarterbacks have fared very well against Denver. In Denver, I'm cool with it. Zach Wilson actually looked like a real quarterback against Denver, so I'm cool going Jordan Love this week.
All right, and I'm also cool going Jordan Mason this week, personally. For us, Adiki Upper Hand Fantasy, an Odyssey podcast. Johnny G, running backs: Zach Evans, Jaleel McLaughlin, Deontay Foreman, or Kareem Hunt. Are you starting one or any of those guys?
Oh man, I mean, you got to start one, I guess, right? So I think it's between. So Zach Evans, like, will he end up being the guy? Who knows, right? This is such a crapshoot in the Rams' backfield. It could be Darrell Henderson, right? It could be, who knows? Like, we just don't know who is going to be there. So me personally, I'm looking at Kareem Hunt. Like, he got a decent amount of work last week behind Jerome Ford. The split between those two guys, it wasn't too wide. And it is possible that, listen, Cleveland has a pretty good defense, right? They could give Gardner Minshew trouble. They gave the 49ers trouble last week at home. So I do think that this is a situation where a positive game script could mean a ton of carries for these running backs combined. Deshaun Watson, not 100%. They could rely on the ground game this week. So I lean Hunt here.
I like this one. This is a good one. Brock Purdy or Geno Smith. I think this is especially Brock coming off a game that wasn't spectacular this last week. Actually, it was bad.
You can say it. He was ass.
It was bad. It was bad. Are you expecting a bounce back?
I am. They're going up against Minnesota. This is a much, much better matchup. Listen, last week's matchup against Cleveland, it was a tough one. It really was. So I'm not really holding that against Brock Purdy, against Minnesota this week, even if Debo is not 100%, even if CMC is not 100% or even misses this game. Brandon Ayuk has a great matchup. He's getting a 31% target share in the games that he's playing. He's just balling out. This might be a situation where finally Kyle Shanahan is using him as a true number one wide receiver. He went from the doghouse to like potential number one. I love it.
Wow.
But yeah, I think Purdy, he's going to be able to do his thing this week against one of the worst defenses in the NFL.
I have two questions. I have a Browns related question, but our boss just texted me a question for you. So I'm going to ask that first to make sure that I have a job on Monday. Puka Nacua or Jacoby Myers? He has a Amari Cooper as a starter as well.
Okay, I'm definitely going Puka here. I'm starting Puka over all three of those guys. He's in my top 10 this week. I know he didn't have a great game last week, okay, but he still had a 26% target share, okay? Matt Stafford just didn't throw the ball a ton. He also dropped a touchdown, which would have completely had us, it would be viewing we would be viewing Puka very differently. Okay, so he's still putting up wide receiver one type of numbers here in terms of utilization. So he's still going to be in your lineup no matter what. And this week, really, really good matchup on the perimeter as well.
My Browns question was, are you just benching anybody playing the Browns?
Listen, the high-end wide receivers, you're going to play them, right, regardless of the matchup. I personally, I use matchup as a closer to a tiebreaker than to a start-sit kind of thing where I have this guy who's getting great target share, utilization, all that sort of thing. Like, let's look at Michael Pittman this week, right? Michael Pittman going up against Cleveland. Now, Gardner Minshew is giving him close to a 30% target share, right? Which means that you need to start him. Okay. Now, if you have amazing options, then sure, you consider benching him. But most people in most competitive leagues are starting Michael Pittman this week, no matter what. Right. So he's still a, every week wide receiver 2, but this week I bumped him down to like a low end wide receiver 2 because the target share, the opportunity it weighs way more heavily for me than the matchup.
I dig it.
A good question here. Tight ends have been a mess all season long, but Mayer or Njoku at tight end. I know I even I dropped Njoku this last week and went with Dalton Schultz, which worked out for me. But it seems like this is a bad tight end year.
It really is, man. But look at all these rookies, right? Like, Laporta, making his way to like a top 3 tight end this year. I think Michael Mayer has a chance. I think he has a chance, of breaking out potentially. Last week was a really good week for him. His snaps and utilization, his rep participation, all have been increasing the last 2 weeks. And he has a really good matchup this week. So I have him ranked as like a top 13 tight end this week. Okay. So not quite, tight end 1, top 12, but I do think that he's very, very streamable in what is a good matchup.
Is Darnell Washington worth, this is a personal question, is Darnell Washington worth stashing with Pat Freiermuth out?
I don't think so. That offense is going to be so anemic, and Deontay Johnson's coming back. He's going to eat up, a very large target share. I'm not even a big fan of George Pickens this week. So I just don't think Darnell Washington is going to be running enough routes to the point where he's going to be so relevant outside of, the potential, few red zone targets here and there.
Sure. Okay. That makes sense. Will Warner, as we talk with Faraz Siddiqui of Upper Hand Fantasy and Odyssey podcast, AJ Dillon, Deontay Foreman, or Terry McLaurin in the flex?
Man, I think I'm going McLaurin here. Now, I just wrote about this in my start sit column, and I'm going to pull it up for you guys here so I can get the exact on Instagram at Upper Hand Fantasy on Instagram. It's going to be out tomorrow, so you can guys go check that out there. But so the Giants have been giving up points to wide receivers, but Adoree Jackson, his side is on the left perimeter of their defense, the right perimeter of the offense. That's where Terry McLaurin runs most of his routes from. And it's been really bad. They've actually given up the most fantasy points to wide receivers on that side over the last 4 weeks. And that's where McLaurin runs most of his routes from. So I love McLaurin in terms of that, that wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3, kind of like that little turnover there. I like that. I like where he's sitting in my rankings there as somebody that, he's been waiting. We've been waiting for this guy to have a big game, right? And he has the talent of a lot of these big name wide receivers that we know. He's had a quarterback problem, and he hasn't received the target share that we would like. Last week, he had like almost 50% target share, which is absolutely bananas. I'm hoping that translates into this week in what is a low-key good matchup for him.
I have a question. So McLaurin or Drake London, because Drake London's coming on as well. And you're kind of looking at him as a potential guy that, especially second half might start to perform.
Yeah, I'm with you. And, Drake London, again, similar thing with him where he runs most of his routes on the left side. He's going to be going up against Jamel Dean for the most part. And I like this matchup too. They're giving up the 3rd most fantasy points to wide receivers on that left side where he runs most of his routes from. So he does have a good matchup. Now, here's the thing, right? I don't know how long we could depend on Jonnu Smith, Drake London, and Kyle Pitts from getting targets, right? The one constant has been Jonnu Smith, which should be the opposite, right? It should be Drake London, who's the constant getting those targets every single week. He has been coming on a little bit. I do think he has a little bit more upside than Terry. But me personally, because of the potential volume I can kind of see, Washington throwing the ball a little bit more. So that's why I lean in their direction just a little bit with McLaurin.
Very important question here. Fruit Loops or Fruity Pebbles?
Fruity Pebbles. Not even close.
Not even close, he says.
Not even close.
Wow. Strong with the cereal take. I asked the question. Are we going with Jerome Ford? Are you Mecole Hardman or Jamison Williams? And before you get to this, is Mecole Hardman worth adding if he's available?
In like a 14-team league, maybe. Like we've seen, what this looks like, right? The thing is, the Chiefs just don't have wide receivers, right? So, think about it, right? Like the Chiefs didn't have wide receivers and they still got rid of them. So, they brought him back. They do need help there. No one's really breaking out. Rashee Rice is definitely the guy who I would be rostering in terms of like Chiefs wide receiver. But yeah, no, I'm not bothering unless I'm in a deep league and need somebody.
Okay, so what about Jerome Ford or Jamison Williams then?
So we have Ford, Hardman, and Williams here. I'm personally going Jerome Ford. I mentioned, and Indy has been giving up fantasy points to running backs, and he's the lead guy there. I think they depend on the run a little bit. I lean Ford.
I have Rashee Rice also hiding on my bench. I have a lot of wide receivers. I have a ton of wide receivers. When we're going through these lists, I love we're getting so much interaction from the Chatty House. It's a really good way for people to get sort of their picks in and actually be part of the show here with Faraz Siddiqui. This is a good question from Bryce. Burrow or Purdy?
I would go with Burrow, especially because he has a bye this week. Just throw him in there, and just get 0 points from your quarterback position, and you'll be straight.
What about for the rest of the year?
For the rest of the year,
Joe Burrow.
I'm gonna go with Joe Burrow for the rest of the year. I think that he's showed some good signs in terms of him kind of coming back. This bye is like really what he needed, right? Yeah. For this offense to kind of start clicking. Totally. So I'm hoping that he comes out of this bye and they're clicking again. T. Higgins also in and out of the lineup with that rib injury. I think they could be full go after this bye, man. Increase in upside for Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Joe Mixon, Joe Burrow. We've been missing it, all year long. So hopefully we get it.
Faraz Siddiqui, Upper Hand Fantasy. That is an Odyssey podcast. You can get that on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your pods. Hey, Faraz, I'm looking at this Philly-Miami game Sunday night. I'm looking at the point spread, or not the point spread, but the total is 52 points, the over-under. Is this one of those games where you're just trying to get as much of a piece as you can from a fantasy standpoint, or are you maybe looking at Philly as a type of defense that can slow Miami down a little bit?
No, I don't think so. I think it's going to be bad. I think it's going to be pretty bad. So Tyreek Hill is running. So, obviously most of the league runs, a lot of zone coverage, mostly, right? 70% of the time or so. But some teams like Philly run a ton of man coverage, and Tyreek Hill has just obliterated man coverage this year. It's been so bad. And Philly runs some of the most of that, overall. So he's my number one ranked wide receiver. Obviously no Justin Jefferson. That goes without saying, but I think it's going to be one of those. It's just what we needed, right? Another game, another week where Tyreek Hill has a ridiculously great matchup. The Philly's back end has been really bad this year. They're just getting burned all day long. So I think this is going to be ridiculous for him and Jalen Waddle. I think we're waiting on that big Jalen Waddle game too. So I can totally see that happening this week as well.
For us, Gibbs is back for the Lions this week. They all of a sudden they have again what Jameson. Is it Williams?
Yeah, Jameson Williams.
Yeah, is like starting to get a little bit of burn. Is that team sort of like up and coming and showing you that they could be like a really, really tough out later on in the season?
I think so, man. I mean, if you had to look at all these teams, they're very well rounded, right? Mm-hmm. They have a defense that could stop teams. They have a good running game, obviously, especially when Montgomery comes back. They have a great offensive line. Jared Goff can not mess things up, a little bit more than that. He's almost at the Kirk Cousins level, potentially. He's almost there. That's what he's striving for right now. And Jameson Williams, if he starts coming on, you have Mon-Fri, right? You have Josh Reynolds, who's a solid possession receiver too. This could be and Sam Laporta, obviously, right? So they have a lot of pieces here. So I do think that they're set up. They're set up for success here. Now Jahmyr Gibbs, he hasn't even come on yet, right? We haven't even we've seen, little pieces, we've seen little glimpses of what he could do, what he's capable of, but he hasn't really gotten the type of touches that we've wanted. Obviously, he's going to have a decently sized workload this week with David Montgomery out. But yeah, no, I think this is a team that hasn't reached its peak yet, because Jamison Williams, Jahmyr Gibbs, both of those guys are ridiculous playmakers, and they haven't been anywhere close to the type of usage that you want to see them in to make them the best possible offense they can be.
We're going deep cut wide receiver question from Julian in the chatty house. Curtis Samuel, Kendrick Bourne, or Josh Palmer?
Man, I think I'm going Josh Palmer here, just to kind of chase the Chiefs and Chargers game, right? It's decently, it's not 52 points, but I think it's like 48 or 47 and a half, something like that. It's the second highest point total for the week. So I'm going to go Josh Palmer here. He's been solid. Curtis Samuel, he's been getting it done, but like the utilization is so low. He's just kind of like overperforming based on his opportunity right now. And Kendrick Bourne is just like, you never know when he's going to show up. And, it's like, he hits 1 week, the next week he disappears. So I'm going to go Palmer here.
Dig it.
All right.
That's it. That's it for us. We're all done.
Amazing.
You can go now.
Yeah. Do we have any questions for our fantasy teams before he goes, Kyle?
No, I asked Darnell Washington. I just saw Pat Fryermuth got hurt, so I was wondering if I should add him. That's all I had.
I was ready to launch Justin Tucker into space, and then he came up last week.
Oh, yeah. I have one last one. We got 2 minutes here for us. What are we doing with the Bears backfield here?
Oh man, Roshan Johnson's still not practicing. I guess Deontay Foreman's going to be the guy this week, most likely. But there was a little bit of a split in the backfield last week, so I'm staying away if I can.
Okay, I've got Darrington Evans as well, just hanging out on my bench.
Okay,
I'm going to really deep. What's the not Survivor?
Dynasty.
Dynasty. Thank you.
Dynasty. Yeah.
So I'm just.
I figured.
All right. Well, hey, Faraz, this was great as always. We appreciate it. I think the chatty house appreciates it. So thank you so much for hopping on, answering our questions, and we'll talk to you next week, man.
Anytime. I appreciate you guys. Talk to you soon.
See you, buddy. That's Faraz Siddiqui, Upper Hand Fantasy. It's an Odyssey podcast. Get it at the free Odyssey app. Get it wherever you get your pods. Get info just like that, but without us asking questions about our own teams.
And follow him on Instagram too.
Upper Hand
Fantasy. Yeah, because I mean it's the stuff that he talks about that I just would never, even though I played fantasy forever. He starts talking about the left side of the offense, the defense, and the right side receiver, and like the McLaurin discussion. You're like back, like, are you kidding me,
dude? I'm like, that defense stinks. I'm starting this guy. Like, that's where I'm at.
50% target share last week, which is bananas. And I'm like, yeah, that's bananas that that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, totally. I'm digging deep on the target shares.
Yeah.
All right. That concludes Fantasy Friday. James and I will try and answer questions at the break, though. If you're on YouTube, just fire off some questions and we'll answer them there at youtube.com/ESPN1320. We will do our very best to do that during the break. Let's talk 49ers. Now, the Niners don't play on Sunday, but there's still plenty to watch if you're a 49er fan. We're going to tell you what games you need to be watching, what teams you need to be rooting for, and maximizing the 49ers' chances to get a win on Monday and stay atop the NFC and the NFC West. We'll tell you all about that next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. We're the Insiders, and we're brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I'm Bob.
We're clear, right?
Yes.
Hey, everybody out there, if you don't mind, hit the thumbs up button for us.
Yeah, do that.
That helps. Helps with the algorithm of life.
Hit the thumbs up, hit the like. Or that's the same thing. Hit the subscribe if you're not. Although if you're here, I imagine you're already subscribed.
Sal asked, did Ham and Kyle pick a cereal? Man, we've been asked this question from the Cereal Connection about 800 times.
Which, just our favorite cereal or the Fruity Pebbles v Fruit Loops one?
That one's pretty easy.
I think I'm so here's the thing. I don't dislike either, but I grew up eating fruity Fruit Loops, so that's kind of where I land. Okay. I'm also more partial to Toucans.
Oh, see, I like if I can add one to that, Trix. I like Trix as a kid, not the others. And I didn't get sugar cereal, but my best friend had sugar cereal. And so when I went to his house, I'd always have like 2 bowls of sugar cereal.
I had a buddy in elementary school, middle school, elementary school, whatever, who swore up and down that the Trix tasted different based on the fruit they represented. It's like, no, they don't.
No, they don't, bro.
It's one flavor.
Yeah, it is one flavor. They just sprinkle.
They're
it
not
over
Skittles. They don't taste different based on the color.
They're not Skittles, man.
That's just I was like, that's even at a young age. I'm like, that's not true.
My mom would only let us have like Cinnamon Life and Honey Nut Cheerios. That's it. That was the extent of our sugar-based cereals. So my favorites are
everything, whatever.
Captain Crunch with Crunch Berries.
Crunch Berries, bro. The peanut butter Captain Crunch.
Oh.
The peanut butter.
I haven't seen that in a little while.
It's like it advertises on podcasts all the time. It's like the healthy cereal.
Oh.
They do a peanut butter one. Magic Spoon. Magic Spoon is what it's called.
Okay.
And their peanut butter is really good. I need to listen to this audio, so I'm going to disappear.
All right. I also am a big Cookie Crisp person. Cereal connection. My mom worked at Quaker Oats. Interesting. They had the Quaker Oats had the little poofed out ones, but they had like sharp corners and would tear up the inside of your mouth. I see. I'm not a Chex guy at all. They just turn to mush. Yeah. Cookie Crisp is also, it's right there. And my boys are allowed to have whatever they want. Like, I don't care cereal wise. And then neither one of them have breakfast. They're not breakfast people. The same way I'm not a breakfast person. So, although I am going to finish eating this donut that's sitting here staring at me. Or at least part of it. I'm going to go full candy on you guys. All right. Oh, Cocoa Puffs. See? Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Come back. Oh, Football Friday. A little bit of a different Football Friday, though, since the 49ers don't play until Monday. We're skipping a 49ers preview. We had Fantasy Friday with Faraz Siddiqui. And I'm going to give you the 49ers rooting guide now, James.
All right.
The 49ers first in the NFC by way of tiebreakers. They're first in the NFC West by way of having the best record in the NFC West. They are a half game up on the Seahawks. No, a game up on the Seahawks and 2 games up on the Rams, I believe, is where they're at.
Okay.
Game and a half on the Seahawks, maybe? I forget. Anyways. So here's how they can get some help on Sunday. The Lions are at the Ravens. The Lions suddenly find themselves in the NFC race, in the race for the number 1 seed in the NFC, which is wild.
I don't believe you, Kyle.
No, I swear. They're 5-1. They're tied with the Eagles and the 49ers. The Lions are at the Ravens. Obviously, if you're a 49er fan, you're rooting for the Ravens. You need a Ravens W in that one.
Yeah, you need the Ravens to show up. I mean, it's a good game, though.
This has game of the week potential.
Yeah, this is like 2 teams ready to like punch each other in the face. Ready to bite each other's kneecaps. I might. It's a 10 a.m. game. I might have to like make sure I'm in front of the TV for this one. Yeah,
it's gonna be a really, really good game. I hadn't really given it a ton of thought, but this has so much watchability. 2 really well coached teams, 2 really good teams. The Ravens defense has been one of the best in the league this year. I'm excited.
Yeah. So the Sacramento Kings have FanFest on Saturday. Get your tickets to FanFest if you haven't already.
Oh,
Right. FanFest, it's free. Just go on and you can get tickets. Mike Brown
Is it-
told fans last night, don't go to FanFest. Go to the Sac Republic playoff game. And then it was brought up that Sac State is playing Montana State.
huge game.
Huge game.
2-5-1 team.
Too many things going on in Sacramento on the sports scene. I brought this up because I'm really hoping that the Sacramento Kings don't practice on Sunday, so I can sit at home and watch football with my oldest. That's what we do on Sunday.
Right.
We get up early. We'll go. Even I think Man U plays tomorrow. I believe either that or they're playing today at noon. I don't know.
Big Man U guy.
Yeah. We watch Man U get destroyed every week. Yeah, they haven't been great, but they are
It's a
getting
tradition
sold,
unlike any
partially
other.
sold. Yeah. But then we'll watch football from 10 o'clock until the Sunday night game is over. And that's our Sundays.
I love it.
I write.
Yeah.
I sit in my chair and write, and he sits next to me and doesn't do his homework like I tell him to.
Perfect.
So I am hoping to get up early and watch that game because I think it's phenomenal.
Yeah, and it's a big one for the 49ers. Another game that's big for the 49ers in the afternoon slot, Cardinals at Seahawks. And in division games, either team losing is good, but the Cardinals are such a non-threat, whereas I think the Seahawks are a real threat, especially when the 49ers are banged up. You need to see how the Seahawks lose another one.
Yeah, but the Cardinals are who we thought they were. Right?
Yeah, but Seattle's probably going to throttle them.
Yeah.
But you're rooting for the Cardinals.
No,
You're
of
hoping
course.
the Cardinals can pull one out.
I'm with you. I think that if the Cardinals, they've been gritty, they play hard. They try to stay in games, and in the end, they're just not talented enough.
Right.
And if they were to step up and shock the Seahawks, I think that would be absolutely music to the San Francisco 49ers ears.
Yeah, and it would make me feel a lot different about the Seahawks too. If they get beat, I know division games are weird and anybody can beat it, but if they lose, they lose to the Bengals last week. If they lose this week to Arizona, I have some sizable questions about the Seahawks. That said, I think the Seahawks are going to beat the Cardinals pretty badly. Steelers at Rams, again, another easy one. You're rooting for the Steelers here. I think the Steelers are not good, though. This is a game that I think the Rams could win by 3 scores, and it's just the last we hear from the Steelers all year.
But the Steelers are 3-2. Their point differential is a -31.
Yes.
They're not very I don't know.
Good?
It's kind of smoke and mirrors. Yeah, they're not very good.
Yeah, I don't understand how they've gotten to be at 3-2 and in the playoff hunt.
Well,
they beat the Browns. They beat the Browns by 4.
Oh,
thanks to 2 defensive touchdowns. They beat the Raiders by 5. They get smoked by the Texans. And then they beat the Ravens 17-10 last week or 2 weeks ago in a game where the Ravens receivers dropped like 7 balls.
Yeah, it seems a little fortuitous.
Yeah. Like defensive, if they don't get defensive touchdowns against the Browns, this is a point. Joe Fortenbaugh made this point on the show before ours here on ESPN 1320, Carlin versus Joe. And he made the point that if you take away those 2 defensive touchdowns against the Browns, the Steelers are now sitting at 2-3. And then if the Ravens have 25% better production from their receivers against the Steelers, you're now looking at 2-4. And that seems much more in line with where the Steelers should be. Or I'm sorry, 1-4. And that seems much more in line with where the Steelers should be. I don't believe in them at all.
Yeah, I don't
think
believe
the Rams are going to smoke them.
I would probably agree with you. I don't believe in their quarterback play. Their quarterback play is horrible.
All right, and the last one, Dolphins at Eagles. Sunday night football, again, is when you got to get locked in for.
I will be watching no matter what.
Yeah. You're pulling for the Dolphins, obviously. This fascinating game. Because it feels like if one team boat races the other, which it feels like could happen one way or the other, I feel like the team that loses is going to get the fraud label. Now, if it's 28-27 or something like that, close game, then it's 2, really good teams going at it. But if one team wins 34-13 or 48-20, I think the loser gets the fraud label.
This is an interesting game because I agree with you about the fraud label, but it's also like everyone just kind of assumes that the Eagles arrived, right? Because of what happened last year
Mhm.
and because they make it to the Super Bowl.
Mhm.
But I'm not convinced that they had arrived. They get to the NFC Championship game and your opponent loses both our quarterbacks in 2
Mhm.
seconds, and Christian McCaffrey is basically your quarterback the rest of the game, right? So I think that we all want to question whether the Dolphins have arrived or not.
Mhm.
So you're kind of looking at two teams, one that you've already given the moniker to and one that might deserve the moniker as well.
Mhm.
And you want to see how it plays out. Like I really like if the Dolphins can be the team that they were early in the season when they trashed a couple of
Mhm.
like this could be one of those ones where hey, they are the team to beat in the AFC.
Yeah, and conversely, if Philly goes out and shuts them down, which isn't to me, Faraz, laughed off that idea, and I get it. Philly in the secondary hasn't been great. They're not, awesome in the second level, but they are so good on the defensive line. And it's been shown when you can pressure Tua with 4, he can turn into a much more mid-level quarterback. So I am fascinated to see what Philly's defensive line looks like against Miami. The issue with Philly's offense for me is Jalen Hurts like 7 touchdowns, 7 interceptions right now. He did not make the ascension that I thought he was going to make into that like MVP, perennial MVP tier, right? There's like 2 guys there in it right now, and it's Patrick Mahomes and it's Josh Allen.
It feels so that a lot of it is that they switched offensive coordinators, and that he's having a really difficult time with the function of the offense, and
they stopped at the creative quarterback runs.
Yeah,
it's just not there anymore.
Yeah,
his yards per carry is significantly lower than it was last year, and it's not like he got less athletic. Like, dude, you have one of the best athletes in the league at the position. Use it. What are we doing? And when they do that, it sets up all their stuff with AJ Brown and with Devontae Smith and with Dallas Goedert, and it makes everything easier for their offense. It's like they've tried to, Brian Johnson, their new OC, is trying to turn it into this like drop back and pass, and it's just not where they're going to have success as a team. And you hope that Nick Sirianni, their head coach, is going to see that and get that tweaked and figure it out. But if they don't, I worry about Philly.
Yeah, the stats like show all of their deficiencies.
Mhm.
Like you can tell exactly like how many plays they're running of this or that, whether it's, like bootlegs or getting a guy out in space. Yeah, really, really weird. And when you go into an offseason and you lose an offensive coordinator and you bring in somebody new, you probably should do a really good job of bringing in somebody with the identity that you want.
Mm-hmm.
That the identity that can continue the continuity that you had before, which is why, it's really difficult to switch out coordinators every year, which is what the 49ers have had to do because their coordinators just keep getting head coaching jobs every year. And that's going to be when Philly finds success like they have, their coordinators are going to get poached every year as well. It's very cut and dry in the NFL. If you win, then you start losing your coordinators to teams who aren't winning. And then you have to backfill, and you need to look for the right guy to continue the offense that you were running before.
I have no idea how you mess that up.
Yeah,
I don't. And Shane Steichen was a very good offensive coordinator, and he was doing a really nice job with Anthony Richardson before Richardson got hurt in Indianapolis. So it's not like it's just super easy to replace an offensive coordinator, but that was a basic tenet of what they did last year. And it was a huge reason they were so successful. And I get maybe wanting to run less because you don't want him to get hurt, but to this extent, you're handcuffing your offense.
Yeah.
And now, okay, Jalen Hurts isn't hurt, but he's also not as effective as he was last year. So if they get that flipped, like Philly's offense starts to look like it did last year, and they're putting more pressure on opposing offenses, their defense can really take off. It feels like that's the one thing. And maybe we see it this week, maybe not, but I'm very excited to see the Dolphins against the Eagles in that marquee matchup. All right, let's get back to the Kings. They wrapped up their preseason last night against the Jazz. We talked about some of the good stuff we saw last night. We'll talk about some of the bad, maybe not some of the, and a little bit of the ugly as well.
Ooh.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a little bit ugly. We got to have this Kevin Huerter conversation.
Yep.
We got to talk about it.
Let's do it.
That's next. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320. James, you've been on the left Swift run tip for all season.
Yeah. Well, no, the last 3 years.
Well, yeah, that too.
No, really. I mean, like, why he wasn't getting like let loose in Detroit? Like, what are you doing? Like, he's really good. I just don't know. Maybe he's not. He can't stay healthy. I'm not sure, but like you look at his stat lines from this year, and of course I go to the wrong team because I was thinking about the Lions last year. I mean, you can use Swift in so many different ways. He has 452 yards rushing, 2 touchdowns rushing, 115 yards receiving, and a touchdown. He should have way more receptions. And then his yards, I believe most of those, well, half of them came in 1 week, or at least a third of them came in 1 week. Game logs. Yeah, 175, 130, and then he doesn't get loose. So 56, 70, and then 10 for 18 this last week. Maybe that's why. Maybe you shouldn't run a guy 28 times. Just saying.
All right, 10 seconds. Let's party. Kings wrapped up their preseason last night. Oh, real quick, before we get to that, I want to get back to Kings Jazz, but did you see Andre Iguodala officially retired?
He's done.
I mean, he's been done for like 3 years, but he's officially now hanging up his sneakers, and he is done playing in the NBA. Officially. My only question here, because I don't want to wax poetic about Andre Iguodala's meaning to the Golden State Warriors franchise, is he a Hall of Famer or no? To you? Let me ask it this way. Do you think he will get into the Hall of Fame? 2, would you vote for him for the Hall of Fame?
Okay. So no and no.
Okay.
And it's not because I don't think he's a meaningful, impactful player. I think he was.
Mm-hmm.
But I put him in the category of Robert Horry. You know,
that's
big,
a good
big shot
yeah,
pop.
yeah, it's a good comp.
So, and you know, there was a time early in his career where he averaged 19.9 points per game. You know, he's a guy that in the good old days used to play 40 minutes a night and 82 games a year. And, you know, he had a stretch of his career where, you know, he was really impactful as a scorer.
Mm-hmm.
And most players that get into the Hall of Fame, you got to be impactful as a scorer. He has 1 All-Star game appearance.
Right.
But I think he's going to be known as a great leader and a great defender on a championship team. And he won a bunch of rings, but he wasn't, even though he won a finals MVP, he wasn't the reason they won the championships.
Right.
Yeah. And
his role can't be. See, here's where I land. Putting my obvious biases aside, I don't think I'd vote for him, but I do think he's going to get in. Because I think down the road, people are just going to lump the 4 Warriors guys, him with Steph, Clay, and Draymond together. And he's just there. It's gonna his defensive impact, and he's a gold medalist and a 4-time NBA champion, and you know, I think that's kind of where it's gonna. But I would understand if he didn't, for everything you just said. And then you take 2022, his impact in 2022 was being on the court for the last 90 seconds.
Yeah.
Of Game 6. It's not. He was a huge member of that, a huge cog in that team. So I'm. My thing is he didn't have enough of a, like you said, he was a one-time All-Star.
Yeah.
And it's not like he came to the Warriors as the old head veteran leader, fourth option, fifth option after a career where he was a 6-time All-Star and he led the NBA in scoring and all that. He was a pretty good player, a make an All-Star team once type of player who then came in and took on the role that he was perfect for with Golden State. That doesn't make him a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, it's funny
to me.
Yeah, and I would say this too. I think this is how I can kind of describe. And again, this is not to disparage him at all.
I'll fight you if you do.
He almost signed with the Sacramento Kings before he signed with the Golden State Warriors. They worked out a contract. It looked like it was close to done, and then he signed with the Warriors. And I would say, if he signed with the Sacramento Kings, would he be a Hall of Famer?
No.
Okay.
Because he would have taken on a different role. The impact would have been different.
Exactly. So Sean Livingston is not a Hall of Famer. Doesn't matter how many rings he has.
He was.
It doesn't matter how many rings he has.
Favorite player. I love Sean Livingston.
Yeah. So and I bring up Robert Horry. You know how many championship rings Robert Horry has?
9?
7.
7.
There's a point in time where either Steve Kerr or Robert Horry won something like 14 out of 16 NBA championships.
Just insane.
Yeah,
it's totally insane.
Between the two
just
guys.
On the right team all the time.
Yeah. Spurs, Bulls, Lakers.
Iguodala for his career, 11 points, 5 boards, 4 assists.
Not a Hall of Famer.
And 1 all defensive first team, 1 all defensive second team.
Yeah.
Like it's not like he was a perennial DPOY. It's just so it wouldn't shock me if he eventually gets in just on the weight of being on all 4 of the Warriors title teams. But you start to look at the numbers and you start to look at the resume and it's like, man, I just don't. Now, on the other hand, and again, I don't want to get deep into the weeds on this. I think if the Warriors do some kind of like statue that includes Steph, Clay, and Draymond, I think Iguodala has to be in it. And I think you retire his jersey.
Okay. That's interesting. I mean, like I would put it this way.
I'd retire his jersey before I retired Kevin Durant's.
Okay.
Lacob said he was retiring 35.
Okay, so I would say from the great Kings teams, retired jerseys are Vlade Divac, Peja Stojakovic, Chris Webber, Doug Christie, Mike Bibby. I know Doug's not, but I don't believe Mike is either.
Sure, but if they had won 4 titles.
It would be different. No, I agree. But if you look at the fact that the Kings have made the playoffs like 11 times in their 38 years in Sacramento, and 8 of those came during that one stretch.
Yeah.
And those are like 8 of the 9 500+ seasons in the franchise history since moving to Sacramento. Like, and like Bobby Jackson, his number isn't retired.
Which is ridiculous, but go on.
But yeah, I mean, that's my point is that like you retire the great of the greats on your roster.
Yeah.
And like a lot of times really meaningful players, they don't get there. They don't get, Brad Miller doesn't have his jersey retired in Sacramento.
Sure.
Jason Williams, Mike Bibby, Doug Christie, Bobby Jackson, Scott Pollard. Like
no finals MVPs in that group though.
No, that's true. But again, I think a lot of people were confused by that one when it happened.
Wild.
Yeah.
Sam Amick described it one time and basically said that it was split between like LeBron and Steph and Iguodala, and they didn't want it to go to a guy on the losing team, so everybody just agreed to vote for Iguodala.
Oh, that's wild.
I think I remember it was just the circumstance wasn't everybody went, hey, rock solid, Iguodala's the guy.
That, and I think for finals MVP, like a small piece of paper goes out to a handful of reporters that are already pre-selected to choose, and they fill it out, and then away you go.
Yeah. Where were we at? We're talking about the Kings and Jazz.
The good, the bad, the ugly.
Kevin Huerter last night. 2 for 10 from the field, 2 of 6 from 3. So I last night watched that game and I'm like, man, I am worried about Kevin Huerter officially. This has been he struggled in the playoffs last year, comes in this preseason, has a weird preseason. This is a problem for me into the regular season. Again, not saying that he's going to stink this year, but I don't love the vibe going into the games that count. But then I saw your video that you put on Twitter of Kevin Huerter. And he seemed much in a better place last night than he was a couple nights ago in the game that he got brought off the bench. It seemed like he was in a just totally different space. And I was convinced that when I went to watch that video, I was convinced that, oh man, he is going to be in a bad spot. This is going to be tough. But he seemed fine with it.
Actually, if you compare the two videos, because I was, I recorded both, but I didn't really get the angst of Huerter. I could tell that he was shorter answered and stuff, and like a little terse, but I wasn't so much like, okay, this is a problem. Other people, not only in the room, but on social media and who have viewed the video, were all like, oh man, this is a problem. Then you get to the video last night, and number one, Kevin's had time to process what's happened, and he's not confused about what's happened. He knows what's happening now. And number two, he was coming off a game where he did start and where he didn't hit shots, but as a shooter, that's going to happen. And so he was okay with what happened. Yeah. And I even he had a pair of threes in I think the third, and then it looked like he was going to heat up, and then he missed 2. And you're like, but I think what we saw early on, what made you have that reaction, was a moment where he got a rebound, went up for a jump shot at the free throw line. It flew right back to him. He got it again. Sasha Vezenkov standing right to his left. All he has to do is shovel it to him for a wide open 3. He hoists another 16, 17-foot jump shot, bricks that one again. And I think that's where everyone's like, oh, Kevin, and I think that there's just an overreaction, because if he would have hit that, either one of them, you've been like, all right, man, find your rhythm. Here we go.
Right.
Here we go.
I think part of the overreaction for me, or just the reaction from me, is we've talked about this all week. It's because he's struggling, and it's like, man, Chris Duarte, you start to see he can play some defense. That's what this team needs. And then you see Colby Jones playing as well as he did, and you start to just see where, hey, you know what? Maybe this guy needs some minutes. Well, that's going to just eat into Kevin Huerter's minutes, I guess. Well, now this guy, you want to give him a look. It's like, oh, that's going to eat into Kevin Huerter's minutes, I guess. And I think that's where this is coming from, at least for me. It's like, not only is he struggling to get the ball to go through the hoop, but he also came off the bench one game. And also, all the guys who played well this preseason, who could conceivably fit into the rotation, play his position.
I think all of that's very true. And but at this point, it's like the ghost of Chris Duarte is what's lingering in people's minds, because again, the problem with Chris isn't talent, and said he hasn't been able to stay healthy. And here we are again, where he's not healthy. And I'm not saying, hey, it's your fault. But what I am saying is that look, that's always going to be the question. And Kevin Huerter does provide a lot of things. The problem is that Colby Jones is all of a sudden providing a whole lot of things too. And so I think it's more interesting long-term what it means than it is in the next month.
Yeah. No doubt.
Yeah.
They're not. Yes. Right. I'm with you. This is a storyline that I don't think is going away unless Kevin Huerter comes out and hits 60% of his threes for the first month.
Well, that's what he did last year.
Right. I'm not taking that off the table. Doug Duarte.
Oh no.
That just popped into my head.
Oh no. What have you done?
You did this. You compared Chris Duarte to Doug Christie.
I said, what if?
Doug Duarte. Chris Duarte. That plays, bro.
Okay.
That plays.
All right.
I'm going to need Chris Duarte to be Doug Christie so this can continue.
All right.
Kings preseason recap next. MVP, biggest surprise, biggest disappointment. And shout out to Zach Lowe. Zach Lowe knows ball. Where did he rank the Kings? on his most watchable teams list. We'll talk about that next. His write-up on it did not include the word injuries. Shocking. We'll tell you about it next. I'm Kyle. That's James. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320.
What's going on, Chatty House? I think Chris Christie was the governor of New Jersey. I don't
Correct.
think he still
went
is.
out in a ball of flames.
He's also a presidential candidate.
Boy, is he.
GOP presidential candidate this year.
Yeah, he sure is.
He sure is. We don't talk politics here. We don't do that. It's okay. A wrongful death suit has been filed against Brandon Miller, ex-Alabama star, who was not charged in the murder of somebody. Former Alabama player Darius Miles and Michael Davis, who are facing capital murder charges and shooting death of Jamea Jonah Harris, 23, on January 15th. Miller was not charged in the crime, but he has now been hit with a wrongful death suit, and they want to take his monies. And in all honesty, this is a very strange situation, a very strange story that I don't think we'll see the end of for a little while. Brandon Miller did bring a gun to a fight for a friend. That usually ties you to the murder. One of a few reasons why I would have selected Scoot Henderson number 2 overall. Yeah, his attorney says that Miller never touched the gun, nor was he involved in the exchange or knew that illegal activity involving the gun would occur. Weird situation. Unfortunate situation. And unfortunate, I mean, for the person who lost their lives.
Because Anthony Lamb stinks.
Kyle.
10 seconds. Let's party.
Kyle.
Yeah, we are. Hey, big surprise here. Show's flying by.
Yeah, I don't know how this happens, Kyle.
I was trying to, dude, it happens every day. Every day it's this segment where I think we have 2 to go. And I'm sitting here going, okay, let's see. All right, we got one more before the long segment to end the show. What are we going to fit in here? And then I look up and it's all, oh, it's 11:30.
It's over. It's over, Kyle.
D'Lo and KC coming up next.
They are.
They're at noon. Real quick, before we dive back into the Kings, we'll do a preseason recap. We want to give our preseason MVP, preseason biggest disappointment, preseason biggest surprise. MLB playoffs, real quick. D-backs, Phillies. The D-backs walk off the Phillies. They make it a series. They win the game 2-1. That series is now 2-1. It stays in the desert. Phillies at D-backs tonight. 4:30 p.m. coverage begins. You can listen right here on ESPN 1320. Should be a fun one. The umpiring in that game was so bad.
Egregious.
And in a 2-1 game, the Diamondbacks overcame it, and it was bad on both sides. There wasn't like, one team really got hosed or anything, but the Snakes came and overcame it. But Dan Iasonia was a home plate umpire last night for D-backs Phillies. He had a correct call rate. This is via umpire auditor. He had a correct call rate of 89.4%, which is abominable. That is so bad that he should probably not be the home plate umpire for any playoff games ever again. For reference, Angel Hernandez, widely considered the worst umpire in baseball.
He is the worst. Go ahead.
Okay. The worst umpire in baseball. He had a correct call rate. It was an MLB worst this year, 90.4%. Dan Iasonia last night was worse than Angel Hernandez in a playoff game. In an NLCS. That's unacceptable.
It's just a bad look.
It's really bad. That's the kind of thing that if you're the players, you're taking that to the league and going, we need robot umpires. We need to fix this. 98, 99%, fine. Like, okay, you miss a couple here and there, that's fine. 89%? Out of every 100 pitches, you were getting 11 of them wrong? That's not okay.
That's wild.
That changes games.
What's the league average? Do we know the league average?
I don't know the league average.
Huh.
I would guess it's probably somewhere around like 94 or 95.
Okay.
That'd be my guess.
I wonder what a computer-generated strike zone would be. The average would be.
Well, they're working through it in the minors right now. The best solution I've heard is you have a home plate ump and a computer tracking device, and a team can challenge like 3 per game, where a catcher can go, ooh, don't love that, and like taps his head or whatever, and it's a quick, umpire gets a buzzer that either says right or wrong. Okay, oh, I called it a ball. It was actually a strike. Okay, we're at 1-1. And play resumes. It's not like he has to go look. It's like just a buzzer system.
If they do that, Kyle, I want Family Feud style giant X's showing up.
Oh, yes.
That's what I want.
Robot obsess. Oh, good answer. Good answer.
Good answer. Don't
Hey,
kiss my mom.
There's
good
no
answer.
Dude, Richard Dawson, shout out. R.I.P. No, bro. There's no silence more silent than the silence after somebody gives a bad answer on Family Feud. When he's like, what's one thing that you don't want to have in a brand new car? Or what's something you don't want to leave in your car overnight?
Tennis racket.
Yeah. Good. And then it's the mom and the good answer. Good answer. It was like, yeah, I guess. Yeah, it's okay.
It's like part of my genes help make that child.
Yeah, like, oh, okay, good answer. And they're like, show me tennis racket. Like, eh. And then the quicker the buzzer, the worse the answer was.
Oh yeah.
Like they just couldn't wait to. Anyways,
I love it. I love it.
The Astros also, I told you if the Astros won last night, they were going to win that series. They tied it up at 2. They beat the Rangers 10-3.
Yeah, so
that
you're saying
is
game over.
Bro. That series is toast.
Wow.
The Rangers are done.
So little faith.
It's going
in Bruce
back.
Bochy.
It's not Bruce Bochy. It's just the Rangers.
You just don't believe Bruce
going
Bochy
back
can
to
hit.
Arlington. And it's honestly not even a disbelief in the Rangers. It's more the Astros, I think, have been here.
Yep.
They're just kind of a buzzsaw at this point. All right. Kings preseason recap on the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube, here on ESPN 1320.
I'm ready for it.
Who was your Kings preseason MVP? This is an easy one for me.
I think it's De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, that's my answer as well.
It's like, oh, look how good. Look at how good he looks.
Yeah. That should be. I don't care what kind of team you are. Your best player should be your preseason MVP.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah. If it was the NFL where your best players are playing 2 series, then no. But, you play, what was it, 15 minutes in the first game, 12, 15 minutes in the first game, and then you're up at 20 and over 20 for the next couple.
Yeah.
Yeah. De'Aaron Fox is the right answer.
Yeah, I think it is the right answer. And I think we could debate like who would be second on that list, but Fox is like just head and shoulders above. Although, I mean, like, look, Domantas Sabonis almost put up triple doubles like his first 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, he was like, if he would have played 30 minutes, he would have had 2 triple doubles.
Yeah. So,
I mean, he was really good as well.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the other players, we've had check-in moments from almost every single player.
Yeah. Yeah. Is it not, De'Aaron wasn't just the only player to play well. I just thought he was In that game against Golden State, for example, De'Aaron was ready to go. In the dress rehearsal game, he was ready to rock.
Yeah, he's star status.
Yeah.
Like,
Yep,
I don't know if he can hit
star.
superstar status, but he's star status.
Firmly.
And you're like, okay, what do you got for me next? Because I want to see what the next level of De'Aaron Fox is.
J-Man916 in the Chatty House. Oh, nope. He said, Kyle, you're so right. And thank you for that. He also said, Colby MFing Jones. That's a fine answer. I'm not going to disagree with that. But that's actually my answer for the next question, and that's biggest surprise. And my biggest surprise is Colby Jones.
It is. Yeah. No, I don't think it's even close. Yeah. I mean, what he was able to do every single game you watched him play, you thought, oh, that's a ball player. Yep. That is a ball player.
He knows what he's doing.
You're like, I get it. I get it. I know who you are. I'm comfortable with you playing 18 to 20 minutes this season if that happened.
And it's not just, it started for me with, oh, that guy just doesn't get in the way. Because sometimes you see that with rookies. You're just in the wrong spot defensively. They're standing in the corner when Kevin Huerter's standing in the corner, and you're just like, dude, pick it up, like figure it out.
I could tell you like 6 times where Sasha Vezenkov was fully in the way, ran the wrong play. Right. Even last night, Kevin Huerter goes to go for a jump shot, and Sasha runs right into with his man, and you're like.
It's the best defense Sasha played all night.
Hold. Like, do not run in for the rebound right now. He's right there. You're bringing your dude right into the path. And it's just like the understanding isn't there yet.
Mm-hmm.
Colby Jones doesn't have that problem.
Yeah, but it evolved for me. It wasn't just, oh, you could, because I think when we first talked about him, I was going, you know what? You could see this guy developing and like playing a role next year.
Yeah.
Get in the G League this year, figure it out, maybe come up and play a couple games this year. You know, you like to see that. And now I'm at the point, especially like last night, you see him go in, he's getting the rebounds, he's pushing the break, he's getting rid of it, he's running to the corner, he's knocking down a 3, he's getting a steal. It's like, dude, what? Yes.
Kyle's like, start him now. Start him. Forget.
I don't see any reason you can't just, you move De'Aaron, you get picks, you get a nice player back. Build around Colby Jones. That's a joke, obviously. You're not going to move De'Aaron, but you definitely see this year where, oh, he can play now. This is not a, hey, develop him down in Stockton. Like, let him go. Although if Colby Jones is in Stockton at any point, you can bet your boy is in there.
Oh, you're going down?
Of course.
Going down to Stockton.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So like, look, I think he changes the dynamic of what you can do at December 15th, what you can do at the trade deadline. Yeah. I think he does.
What's the significance of December 15th?
December 15th is a date that you can trade players that were signed by new teams during the offseason. So if, let's say, whatever player gets like a free agent contract. So the Kings can't trade Harrison Barnes until like it's almost, I think it's December 29th. There's some other rule with someone that you signed to an extension.
Okay.
But like the Kings go out and sign a player in free agency.
If the Kings had signed Chris Middleton instead of Harrison Barnes,
of course, then you on December 15th, you could actually trade him. So it's the league's way of not allowing a team to sign a player and then trade him for something.
Got it.
Right.
But you can trade a player and then trade him for something. Trade for a player, then trade him for something.
Yeah. But you can't sign a player as a free agent, turn around 3 days later and trade him for a first round pick because some other team doesn't have the financial wherewithal to do it. And you can't do that.
Okay.
Right.
That makes sense.
So so that's the date where it's the start of free agency. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's a start of the trade season is December 15th. It doesn't always work that way. Like there aren't deals like lined up and everyone's waiting. Mm-hmm. But that is the first date. And then trade deadline, I think it does. I mean, it changes the way that you consider what's going to happen here at the trade deadline, where if all of a sudden you have depth and maybe it doesn't work out that way. Maybe that the Kings have a couple of injuries, but all of a sudden Colby Jones is thrust into the rotation in some way because of injuries. But still you get to a point where you're like, hey, this guy can flat out play. He can handle himself on the court. And that's a big deal.
It matters a lot. What was your biggest disappointment of the preseason? And maybe disappointment is too strong, but what was something that happened this preseason or a player that you were expecting more from this preseason?
Okay. So, I mean, clearly we have the Kevin Huerter situation, right? Which I think would be the low hanging fruit. I gotta be honest though. My biggest disappointment is, yep,
Sorry,
my
guys. Go ahead. Sorry.
my favorite. I mean, my biggest disappointment is, I don't like JaVale McGee on the perimeter at all. If JaVale McGee is in the pick and roll, and if he's planted under the basket on the defensive end, I'm fine. What I don't like is the 3 turnovers per game. And that's happening almost every single game. And it's not that I'm not going to blame JaVale McGee in this situation. I think JaVale McGee needs to be put in positions where he can't do the JaVale McGee things that we've seen in preseason.
Yeah.
Now, on the defensive end, like you flat out got to be better. The Dario Saric blow by, we saw blow bys again last night.
So bad.
But some of those, like in space, that's not good. If you can't stay, we talk about, Sasha Vezenkov, your word. Sasha has not been blown by an NBA player at this point, like what we've seen from JaVale McGee, flat out.
Yeah.
It just hasn't happened.
Yeah.
He's not great, but he at least gets his chest into somebody and he's fighting, he's trying. What we've seen from the blow-bys are horrible. What I don't like, I don't think you can run the offense through JaVale McGee.
You cannot.
Above the circle. You just can't.
No, that has to be straight pick and roll offense.
Yeah.
That's it. That's what you have to do when JaVale is in.
He's making passes that you're just like, man, like the likelihood of success is so low. What are you doing at throwing a bounce pass to a cutter? But from the top of the key, it's like, man, they're sweet. And it's because that's not who he's been throughout his career.
If he's going to play 3 or 4 minutes at a time, you can't have 3 turnovers in those 3 minutes.
No, Mike Brown said that last night.
Killer.
Yeah.
So that has to be, and you mentioned Malik Monk last night. He can be a distributor. You can go Malik Monk, JaVale McGee, pick and roll, and let Malik sort that out. And you feel good about that offense. Not, for 30 minutes a game, but for the few minute stretches that JaVale is playing, that needs to be what they're doing. Because the dribble handoff game with JaVale at the top and making decisions, that's not him now. It's never been him. I don't care how long he's been in the league. That's not maximizing what he's good at. And that's why the McGee signing was exciting at first, because you're going, man, he hasn't been awesome, but you get a guy, Mike Brown, that knows him. He can really maximize what he's able to do, and he can actually help a team. That's not how he's going to help.
No.
And if that's what the plan is, then they made the wrong signing.
I don't disagree with that at all. And then the other thing I'll say is that we got to see a lot of Alex Len last night. Like Alex Len plays within like his game. He plays his game, and it's not always pretty. And I don't like that he tries to tip out too many rebounds when he just needs to grab it. Just grab the ball. And I don't like that. Like Malik tried to throw an alley-oop to Alex Len last night. It was like,
dude, he tried to tip it.
It was like, oy vey, everybody.
Throw it down, my guy.
Like, it was like, man, you just like Walker Kessler is over here, like throwing down everything around the rim.
He's
JaVale
so
McGee,
fun.
He is fun. But like when you're watching it, you're like, okay, what are we doing here? But outside of that, Alex Len is impactful. He sets good screens. Like they switched from a DHO game with him to a true screener at the top, like your standard pick and roll. You don't always have to hit him on the roll, but he's out there like setting major screens, and he's not making those same mistakes. He's not trying to, throw a ball, 20 feet, a bounce pass to a cutter going to the rim.
Yeah. It's just no the role.
No,
so
yeah.
that was, I'm with you. And it's not so much how JaVale played. It's just the role that he was playing that I think more surprised me than disappointed me.
Well, they switched roles with him later in the game, and he was great.
Right.
You're like, oh, that's who you are.
This is him.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
More of that.
Yes.
Less of the other, more of that.
I don't want to call this a disappointment. Like I said, disappointment is a strong word, but I think my personal expectations were too high for Sasha Vezenkov. I was expecting a player that by the end of the preseason was like, okay, that is a definite like rotation guy. And maybe he's going to be in the rotation and the shot is there and the offense is there, but I was expecting a little bit higher level player than where he's at right now.
Okay, I get that. And I thought that, he missed a bunch of shots in this last game,
Mm-hmm.
but then all of a sudden, boom, 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 he starts hitting the 3-ball. You're like, oh,
yeah.
His cuts are still nice.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's been much better as a rebounder than I thought. And
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's been as bad defensively as I thought. I just think that overall it looks clunky.
That's it.
And he's just not to a point where you feel like it's fluid or that it makes a ton of sense.
Mm-hmm.
And he needs to hit his open shots. Like that's something that, and his shot is so fast. Even when it doesn't have to be, it's so fast.
Yeah. The ball's going to go through the net. Like I don't have any question. And I think he's going to be in the league a while just for that. But I thought he would wind up having a bigger role. And now I'm not super sure that he's going to.
Yeah, I think we're going to need to see where he's at in a month.
And maybe he gets into a game plan situation where the Kings are matchup hunting and defenses are scrambling because De'Aaron Fox got switched on to Rudy Gobert and he's by him. And now the defense is crashing and Sasha's just getting all these wide open looks in the corner and it works out.
Yeah.
And maybe that's how it goes. But right now, I was expecting by the end of this preseason to see exactly like, okay, that guy fits. It's going to work. Here it is. And I still need to see more.
It's funny. We actually had the moment from Kessler Edwards that you're waiting for Sasha.
Yes.
He hits his shots. He goes and gets rebounds. He gets out on the break. He plays within the confines of the offense. He does everything right. Mm-hmm. Plus, he's a plus defender. He is he's long. He's athletic.
Yes, that's why they draft or not drafted him.
Why they trade him? Yeah, traded for him. Yeah, he does all of the things that you need him to do. You're like, hey, I see you. I see how you can be an NBA player.
Mm-hmm.
We're still waiting for that moment from Sasha. And,
yeah.
and it's not that I don't think that he is. I just think that we're still waiting for the moment where you're like, okay, guarantee that I know that you're not just a player we're sticking out on the court to, to play some minutes because we feel obligated at this point.
We got to get to our guy, Zach Lowe here.
Oh, yeah.
Who ranked the Kings 7th in his watchability rankings. And that is a subjective thing. It includes like uniforms and it includes court. Like it includes what the court looks like.
Ooh.
But it also says this. I'm just going to read this verbatim to start. The Kings hear the skepticism. They won't be so healthy again. The West is ready for them. Okay, maybe. But Domantas Sabonis played most of the season with a broken thumb and served as the hub of the league's #1 offense, a breakneck whir of handoffs, backdoor cuts, and brazen in-your-grill threes. When those shots didn't materialize, Sabonis just beat the hell out of suckers down low or found De'Aaron Fox or some jitterbug mid-range magic. Fox's default gear is turbo. Malik Monk, an audacious scorer, prone to prolonged incandescence, runs alongside him. If Fox doesn't break his finger, do the Kings win that epic first-round series against Golden State? If so, how different is the preseason analysis of them? Okay. And then he goes on to say Fox is a dude, et cetera, et cetera. It's like that.
I love Zach Lowe.
That makes way more sense than, well, they might get hurt again, 11th.
I think when you read his work, you want to take a highlighter pen and highlight the words that you love. Mm-hmm. That's when you know that someone has written the audacious. Mm-hmm. Fox is a dude. Like you just keep like so many things where you're like, oh, I love his use of this word here. I love his use of this word here. Like Zach Lowe really does think about the game, and he's also considerate about like he's not a hot take guy. Mm-hmm. He's very considerate in his thoughts and his writing. And even like sitting down with Zach, that's who he is.
Yeah.
He's a very considerate person. Mm-hmm. And you get that from his writing.
Yeah.
So
the last two lines, the Kings also have the assets to make a win now trade.
Yep.
That's going to be something I think we talk about a lot.
I believe it is.
Because there's two options here. They start slow, and we look at this and go, what do they need to do to get back to where they were? Mm-hmm. Or they start fast, and we go, what do they need to do to compete with the Nuggets and the Celtics and the Bucks?
How do we go from here to here?
How do we get the bad to
And-
good? The bad to good jump is easy. The good to great jump is very hard. And that's where the Kings are now.
I think it is where they are, and I think it's going to be a really, really intriguing season.
The last line of the piece, light the beam.
Light the beam.
All right.
Light the beam.
Didn't light it. Thank God they didn't light it for a preseason dub.
I think they've I don't know what they did, but I think that this will stand outside and go, it's glorious.
I can't wait to see it.
We're gonna have a moment. They're gonna have their what is it called, blue steel?
It just would have, it just would have cheapened it for me if they did it for the preseason. It's like no.
No, they want
That's
the great unveiling.
Yes. Oh,
A great unveiling.
Did they wait? Okay. If that's a move, do you wait till everybody's outside? Say beat Golden State on October 27th, the home opener. Does everybody go outside and stand and wait for the lighting?
Oh, there's a huge portion of the fan base that do, and then they have the button on the court where the player comes over.
I know, but everybody
and lights the
stands and
beam.
watches the guy hit the button. It's like that button's that doesn't actually light from that button.
No, it does.
It does?
Now there is a way that it does light from the button.
Oh my God. Sure.
Yeah,
man.
no, it used
no,
to be
I don't
like
care-
it
I don't
used to
care
be like
about the
the easy
person-
button.
I don't
No.
care about the person hitting the button. I want to see the light.
Yeah,
I'm going to stand outside and just stare upwards.
I love to go out
It's an M.
after
Night
games
Shyamalan movie.
late at night and just I if they do win, I usually snap a picture on my way out at 11 something.
Yeah.
And post it late night beam shot. Just saying.
Late night beam shot is what this week of shows is going to end on. Thank you, everybody. This was great.
Love it.
Oh, man. Late night beam shot. D'Lo and KC next on ESPN 1320. Reminder, we have Phillies at Diamondbacks tonight, 4:30 right here on ESPN 1320. MLB playoff action. James, thanks, man. You have a great weekend.
You as well, Kyle.
Everybody in the chatty house and watching on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, have a great weekend. Everybody listening on ESPN 1320 AM, we appreciate y'all. Have a great weekend, and we will see you next week. Bye.
Everyone hit the thumbs up. Kyle and I got to get out of here. We can.
Late night beam shot.
We don't. We don't have to leave, but we can't stay here. Good week. Thanks, everybody. Get
thanks,
ready. Get ready for a wild week of coverage.
And late night beam shots.
Late night beam shots.
Dude. Bro.
Yeah, I just said it, Jesse. I said it.
Yeah, podcast name for this one is going to be Late Night Beam Shots.
There it is.
Check it out. We're still on the D'Lo and KC feed because we can't get our own. That's fine.
Why is it
We're
we can't
chilling.
get our own?
I don't know. I'm gonna go be like, Charlie, I answered your question for fantasy.
Yeah,
Where's
We
my
need-
podcast?
we need to go out there and yeah.
Okay.
All right. All right. See you, friends.
yeah, goodbye.
We got to get out of the way.
I have to get out of Jesse's way.
Hammer. You're having a rough couple days, buddy. Did you didn't go out last night, did you? No.
No, I had the game.
Well, yeah, I saw you. Well, you had
No, but
mentioned.
I thought it was in Roseville. I didn't
Oh.
know it was in Folsom.
Yeah, it was out
I heard that there was some drama. Did you hear about this?
there. No, I don't think so.
Are we on the air?
Yep.
Just point at me.
Yes. No.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Come on, man. It's Friday. Where them vibes at? Where them vibes at on this Friday?
We out here. What up, though?
Come on, got that preseason win. Let's go.
Hey, Kings are winless no longer.
Man, you know what it is. You know what it is. I swear, if there is manual labor to be done, James Ham is going to do it.
This guy's a jack of all trades.
James, the studio's a mess. We were partying here all damn night. Not the studio, but the Odyssey offices.
I love this place, man. This place it's a great place to work.
Yesterday after the show, James is out there ironing tablecloths. He's like steaming blinds, like he's doing all of this stuff leading into the 4:00 party. My man Seth brought over the KSFM banners that are just kind of outside of the camera view, but this is where they're stored. They're stored here in our studio. And James, show ends. James, packed up all his stuff. Oh, I got to move this stuff back in the studio. No one asked him to. No one was like, James, hey, can you help a brother out? No, James just saw manual labor and decided, I've got to do this.
Just now, I thought he was opening the door for Seth, and it was him.
No, yeah, he was just lugging the KSFM banners around. Thanks, James. Hashtag thanks, James.
Shout out James. Shout out Seth. Shout
Air
out
horns
Jonathan.
for James.
Jonathan, who is absolutely sick of all of us.
Oh, I'm telling you. If there is one person who could ruin everyone's life, it's the IT guy. We're so lucky that Jonathan is just this super chill, mild-mannered dude who likes to have fun, but is just incredible at his job. Because at any moment, if he just got sick of us, we probably couldn't access our life anymore if Jonathan saw it that way.
When they had him rigging the 360 camera to do, I said, no, he might be done with us.
That 360 camera was one of the biggest debacles I've ever seen. It was such a debacle. And Jonathan was like, I got it. We're going to make this work. One view this way, one view that way. And God bless Stacy Kaufman. Guys, let's do another one. Like, Stacy, we're done. Like, literally everyone is done. Just go get a drink.
Oh, man.
Keep the party going.
They need to have a party here once a month.
I heard, so there's a story going around the office because there was an after party to the party. That they went to an undisclosed location, and apparently, and I don't have this confirmed, but Aaron threw Nate Diaz out of our private area.
What?
Yeah, I've heard versions of this story from multiple different people, but haven't quite gotten clear what Nate Diaz's role was in the Odyssey party.
Nah, bro, I need to know this story.
Hey, we need Karosh. Hey, Karosh. Hey, yeah. Hey, all right. So hey, Kings get a preseason win. We're gonna talk about it.
Talking about it.
Hey,
we talking about it.
Karosh, we're live on video. We're live on the radio. Just a quick question. Wasn't there? Was Nate Diaz involved in the party last night in any way, shape, or form?
There is word that he did walk through our area.
Yes. Was he thrown out?
He was escorted out. Yes.
Oh no!
Was he escorted out by someone who has the title operations manager?
He did pump out his chest
Yep.
and try and push that guy out.
Does the operations manager know who Nate Diaz is?
I do not think.
Okay.
Hey,
right.
I think I'm leaving, bro. He gonna come back after us, man. I think I'm out of here today.
We did all step back. Like, what is he doing?
Yeah.
So.
Oh, somebody should have stepped in.
Whose man is that?
Hey, Nate. We're not with him. It's cool.
No, I think I'm leaving.
Thank you, brother. We appreciate you.
I think I'm leaving, man.
Oh,
Nate coming
man.
back after. Nate, hey, man, I don't even know them dudes, Nate.
Hey, Nate, we rent the space, bro.
I just work with this.
I don't really know what Brody's role is here. He moved his office to the other side of the building.
No, man. Hey, man, he got to know who that is. He was about to be like dude in Bourbon Street,
bro. That is the most Aaron story ever. Y'all got to understand our ops manager. Dude gets the job done, but there is a tinge of Michael Scott to him where he's just kind of oblivious to some things.
Hey, look, on the flip side, he gonna live. If I'm Aaron, and I know he will, he gonna live with that one forever. He gonna be like, guess what?
I need
you know
to
who
know.
I did. You know what I did.
I need
here.
to know. So shout out to Nate, because this could be an entirely different story.
It could.
That you saw over on CBS 13 this morning.
You saw him on Bourbon Street. You saw what he did to the fake Logan Paul.
Jesse, we can't hear you.
I was gonna say, can you imagine if we got a Nate Diaz, Aaron Roberts video?
Oh my God!
Can you imagine that?
Yo. Oh, there's no way.
Come on, man.
I'm okay.
Yeah, we need more sources, man.
I'm
I mean, Caroch is verified, but we need more to the story.
Okay.
Yo, man, come on.
So no one got a video of Aaron stepping to Nate Diaz.
Wait a minute. First of all, Nate, shout out to the 209. You know I rock with Nate Diaz. You know, if I was there, if we were there, it wouldn't have gone down that way. Just know that, Nate. If we were there, it wouldn't have gone down that way. You would have been able to champagne and campaign with us.
Yeah.
You would have made it.
No,
it wouldn't have gone down that way.
See, this is how they rope us into the after party. We literally have to come and babysit our bosses now. That's how it is. Why did this happen? Because D'Lo and KC didn't show up.
They threw out Nate Diaz. Come on, man.
D'Lo and KC went home to watch basketball and didn't come to protect their operations manager for getting destroyed by one of the most deadly Ultimate Fighters in the game. Okay. So the next time the after party rolls around, guess where we have to be?
We got to be there, man.
Hey, D'Lo, KC, you coming? Nah, you know what happened the last time you didn't show up.
Well, all right. Since you put it that way, we'll be there.
Aaron barely made it. Text has been sent. I'm attempting to acquire video from all involved.
On top of that, Nate is our dude. We rock with Nate. So he wouldn't have been kicked out
all day.
He would have been tossing him back with us.
You think Aaron was out there kind of puffing his chest I threw that guy out, not knowing who he threw out?
Absolutely. There's no chance Aaron knew what he did.
Nate was just oh, it's no worries, whatever, little bro.
I don't expect Aaron to be here today or Stacy, but if I catch either one of them walking past that window, I'm calling them both in here.
We got eyewitness. Eyewitness.
Hey, there were cameras out all day. How were there no videos for this? Confirmation from someone there. He had no idea who he was.
How does no one there save Aaron from himself?
This is
we almost lost Aaron.
I can't stress this enough. This goddamn company would fall apart without us. We have to go to after parties now to protect our bosses.
Oh, he stepped to Nate Diaz.
Nate Diaz
Didn't know who he was.
could have threw him in a triangle choke, and Odyssey would have just been watching it. No, hey Aaron, like don't mess with that guy. Just let it happen.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
I can't believe
This is the
I
best
missed
story
this.
of all
I'm
time.
so angry. We went home and me and Kyle went over to my house and we're watching Sasha Vazenkov minutes.
Watching break it down, Keon Ellis.
You know what the sad part is as much as I love Aaron, and I do,
That's my boy, Aaron. No, that's my boy.
I might have gone up to Aaron and go, bro, I think you could take him if it really came down to it. If it really came down to it,
no.
like, bro, hey, Aaron, here, I'll hold your glass, bro. Do what you do. Do what you do. You gonna let this skinny dude talk to you like that? You gonna let this skinny dude talk to you like that?
Oh man, hey,
wow.
we may or may not need the anonymous person. I ain't trying to put names out there, but some people have confirmed it here in the chat. You might need to call in. We might need this story.
There's a rumor
bar
that
for bar.
That I can't believe I'm about to say this. We might have to call Aaron. we might have to get Aaron on the phone. I can't believe I'm about to say that. We might have to get him on the phone. I need to know.
I'm dying.
I need to know. Hold on. I'm getting.
Oh my gosh.
I need to know because there's also a rumor that the two were drinking together when it was all said and done. I need to know what happened.
Nah, he got to talk to us. He got to talk to us. This is one of the biggest stories since we've been here.
Hey, I think that text is being sent right now.
Oh man, I love Aaron, man. Aaron is the man.
We need to figure this out. We need to get to the bottom of this.
Nate Diaz, bro. And step to him.
You know what? Aaron's the coolest dude because he, like you said, he stepped to Nate Diaz. He could tell that story forever. I threw out Nate Diaz, the guy who beat up Conor McGregor. Yeah, I threw him out.
Let's also be clear on something. Nate let Aaron step to him.
This is true.
Let's just be real with what we're talking about.
You know what I would tell it.
No, that's not how I would tell it either. But let's make sure we're being clear about what happened. The fact that Aaron is breathing today is solely because Nate decided he can.
You know what it is, though? I know exactly what it is. Aaron stepped to him. Nate respected that. Nate said, you know what? I could end you right here, little homie.
Yeah.
I could end you, but you know what? Little homie got heart. You got heart, huh, little homie?
What is this, the wood?
That's baby boy. Little homie got heart, huh?
No, I think.
Oh yeah, he did say that in the wood
too.
too.
In the wood, yeah.
Yeah, but when they were in the park beating up all the little gangsters, they was like, oh, "You got heart, little homie." That's what Nate Diaz said. That I respect that, little homie. You got heart.
Kimberly trying to tell the Odyssey set. We might have to get Kimberly on the phone. We might have to conference call everybody in to get to the bottom.
To hell with sports today.
No,
this is the biggest story in Sacramento.
I'm gonna send Nate an Instagram DM. Hey, people were talking that they threw you out yesterday. You want to come talk about it?
No. Oh no.
Hey man, heard you went out like a little bitch last night. Hey, shout out to Nate Diaz for allowing our man Aaron to live.
Shout out, Nate.
We appreciate you. 209, stand up.
Stockton slap would have happened last.
What it do?
I told you it's like.
Did we send a text? Has that text been sent? Yo, just call him. Just call him.
I don't have his number.
You got Kyle. You got Aaron's number?
No, I was texting my friend who knows Nate Diaz.
Okay.
Oh,
okay. Okay.
Yo, just in case, Nate, you know we rock with you, bro. If we was there, it wouldn't have gone down that way. I just want to be clear.
It absolutely.
I just want to be clear.
Nate pulls up and tells him his office is down there.
I ain't no punk or nothing, but I'm just saying I just want to be clear with the situation. You know, if we was there, we would have been champagning and campaigning.
I can't believe we missed out on what might have been the greatest night in Odyssey history. We can't because we have to go to the Kings. We can't. We're just going to keep going. I need you to call Aaron.
Shoot me his number. I don't have.
I just did. I just sent it to you. Call Aaron and tell him we need to get to the bottom of what happened last night.
All right.
Yo, man, I was just you know I say it all the time, like half tongue in cheek, half serious. Just talking to one of the new employees here. She's on board. I said we need to kind of make this a reality show here. Like we need a show. Just think about this episode.
Yeah,
think about this episode.
Yeah, the upfront episode would have been pretty wild. There was a lot that went on last night. A lot that went on last night.
This
and look at this.
Would have gone crazy.
And look, and here's Office MVP Kimberly saying it's our fault. It's our fault.
Damn. And she's not wrong. Like we should have been there. We're gonna have to be there from here on out.
See, now you know she's watching. And all right,
Christmas party. We gotta be.
Oh my God,
there, bro. We gotta be at all the after parties for the Christmas party because there's gonna be the Christmas party. And I think last year up front they had 2 after parties. We got to be at 2 or 3 after parties.
Chester Jackson threw it up in the chat too. It's just like this is not how Nate usually reacts. Like Aaron got out there safe.
I disagree.
He respects, bro. He respected it.
I think those MMA fighters are really aware of what they can do to regular people.
Yeah.
And I think they're very, very in those situations. I think they're very calm.
I agree.
I've told you before. I think Josh Emmett's an assassin. He's the nicest dude on the planet.
Yeah.
I've spent time with Randy Couture, Tito Ortiz, both of those guys. Neither one of them, even Tito. Dudes ain't hotheads in situations with regular people.
Right.
Them dudes are not hotheads. Now, if, Bellator guy number 1 was at the speakeasy last night, then it might have been different.
Yeah.
But it was Aaron. You will look at Aaron and know he's not fighting nobody.
Don't say Aaron like that.
Well, I mean, Aaron had a nice little cashmere sweater on last night. He wasn't going to fight nobody. You don't fight people in cashmere. Did we get a hold of him yet? Is he not answering?
We got a text. Yeah, that's it.
He texted us, or you just sent the text out?
The text is out to him.
Oh, okay.
Y'all are too y'all too scared to call.
I'm telling you, Nate respected it, man.
If I knew how to work the damn
you got
phone,
heart, huh? You got heart, huh? All right, little homie.
I can't believe that. All because we needed Sasha Vazenkov minutes. Absolutely incredible.
This dude, Aaron said, I think you heard what I said.
Hey.
You need to get up out of here.
If we don't close business, if we don't get multiple endorsement deals and money into Odyssey after that night, oh yeah. Did you see what Aaron did? Aaron stepped to Nate Diaz.
You think Nate was confused when it was happening?
Oh,
Probably.
absolutely.
Probably. And the part, this is for the streaming audience. This is a reenactment. Aaron said, I don't think you heard me. This is a private party, homie.
Yeah, no one can see you, bro. They could just.
But they
see
saw
your
me
chest.
step up. That's what he did.
Okay,
He stood up,
yeah,
got in his face, said,
yeah.
I don't think you heard me.
This is
It's
incredible.
a private party.
Wow,
buddy.
All right, so we just want to go to 28 here?
Yeah, clearly. I told you we wasn't going anywhere until we find out what happened last night. And who's getting in Nate Diaz's DMs to hit him up like, hey, Brody, 1, sorry about that.
Yeah.
2, thank you. 3, you want to talk about it?
Nate, you want to talk about how the dump?
Kyle,
ready.
you got to log in over there? No.
Yeah, I do, but I don't have one.
You do and you don't.
I can get him.
You got him? Okay.
You want to talk about having the dump button ready?
Oh, that's all right. Hey, yo, if we survived Rick Ross and Brett Barish,
It's not an issue anymore. We can hit the dumps all the time.
see, pause. All right, well that works.
No, I don't think that one.
Well, no, it wasn't. You're right. Yeah. That's good. I can't believe Aaron never misses work. If he walks in at any point over the next 4 hours, I swear to you, we're gonna grab him. It's gonna turn into the Aaron show, yeah. And he's and CJ says, breaking. Aaron to face Roman Reigns at Crown Jewel. Aaron's going to be the one to win the 1,000-day streak. Okay, I got you.
I'll talk to the people here.
Okay, yeah, Jesse's coming back. Jesse will take care of it.
Yeah.
Jesse will take care of it.
Aaron and Crown Jewel.
Aaron and Roman Reigns. Live in front of... Hold on. Now we're getting gifts. Oh, we're getting Boys in the Hood gifts. Come on, Dr. David. Don't do that.
I'm telling you, man. This place is awesome. This place is awesome. We need a show, man. Life at Odyssey. Life at Odyssey.
Manny says, "Are you even sure Aaron is still here?" Well, I'll say this: he's not responding to text.
He's unresponsive.
I can't believe no one said no. Don't do this.
And that's the other thing. We now have 2 people confirmed that we're there, saw it all go down.
Yep.
Didn't say a word.
Didn't say a word. Didn't say a word. As we welcome in our good buddy
Kyle
Madson. Well, Kyle turns out we blew it. We should have gone and skipped the Sasha Vezenkov minutes, watched him this morning, and
We messed up.
watched Aaron step to
I'm
Nate Diaz.
really upset.
I want to make it clear.
UFC 302
as-
or whatever it is.
It's going to be UFC 1320. No, I want to make it very clear since I'm now lumped in with this.
Yep.
I love Stockton.
209.
I love the 209.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Stockton King's going to be very good this year. I'm going to be out there.
Mhm.
See me
Shout
in
out
Stockton,
Lindsey Harding.
supporting
Shout out
the
Lindsey
local,
Yep.
the
Shout
local
out,
economy.
Shout out to Stockton Ports. Shout out to UOP.
Yes.
Shout out to
the Stockton Thunder,
Delta Junior College.
Arena Hockey.
You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Shout out to all my people out there, man.
University of Pacific.
That's right.
Right out
UOP.
there.
Shout
Yeah.
out to St. Mary's High School. They do a great job with their athletic department.
Dallas
I got
Braden,
love for
209's finest as well. Mhm.
Shout out Chelsea Gray. We got
Chelsea Gray. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right.
You see the I guess they can do what they want. I don't know the whole history of it. They tried to claim Chelsea Gray in the Bay Area
That's crazy.
because I think she might have been born there.
Who did that?
It was when they got awarded the basketball team. They're like,
okay.
oh, all the people from the Bay. They put Chelsea Gray out there. So hold on.
Okay.
Hey, do you think
sit
this line?
down.
Do you think this line happened? I'm Nate Diaz. I don't care if you're Jesus Christ himself.
I don't give a damn who you are.
We may have to go.
Do you
grab
work at
Complex.
Odyssey?
Is Complex there
No.
last night?
Okay then.
Odyssey.
Oh man. Well, once we get confirmation that Aaron's in fact okay, because that's a good point from Manny. We're all just assuming he's okay. He ain't responded to
Yeah.
anybody's text messages.
You ought to see these hands.
So
You're a jackass.
So wait a minute.
He ought to see these.
Honestly, we got to wrap up the show right now.
Oh my God. We ain't even started yet.
Yeah, it's over. It's done. It's done.
Started the show yet.
Grand
Yeah, we got
opening, grand
conversation.
closing.
Brody said he ought to see these hands.
So-
So we getting that shirt made.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
Odyssey merch.
Hey, oh man,
Oh,
shoot,
he's on the
complex
phone.
punk ass on the phone. Damn.
So hold on.
we did get confirmation he's alive.
before
He's alive.
we end this and go to sports.
Oh, this is never ending.
How did you hear this story? That's what I want to hear. Like, who said, hey, you know Aaron threw out Nate Diaz. How did that happen?
So Charlie said something to me about Aaron being at the bar with Nate Diaz. And I thought, oh, that's okay. So Nate happened to be at the spot. That's cool.
Yeah.
James, who, James is an insider because, code word for insider is gossiper. James knows everything. James says,
Got the cheese man, bro.
did you hear Aaron threw Nate Diaz out? I was like, wait, what? He said, yeah. Apparently Aaron threw Nate Diaz out of the speakeasy. Oh, like that ain't happened. Hold on. Show starts and like that, we were
Oh,
like,
that's when you heard it when we were coming in like that.
11:59. That's why the show started with, did Aaron throw? And that's why we grabbed Caroves. That's why we were flagging people down. Like, wait a minute, did this happen? Oh, to see these hands. Oh, that's Aaron's Christmas present right there. If Dave Garcia is in the chat, Dave, I need a logo design.
Hey man,
Oh, to
hey,
see these
Just
hands.
block letters.
this is Aaron's moment, man. He's goated forever, man.
Can we
He's
get
goated forever?
Can we get a fight picture with Aaron? Aaron and Nate Diaz face to face. Oh,
Aaron
this
is
is
goated
tremendous.
forever, man.
All right.
Wow, that's one of the best stories I've ever heard.
That's the perfect athlete that could have. Any other athlete, it wouldn't have been nearly as fun.
Yeah.
Oh no.
But the fact it was Nate
No.
Diaz
Yeah.
is
No.
just perfect.
And
Yeah,
what was
yeah,
it?
Yeah, Aaron throws Chance Comanche out of the
Right, no,
out of the
it's just fun.
speakeasy. Doesn't hit the same.
And like you said, these guys, they are extremely disciplined. But it is less than a year ago we saw Nate Diaz just choke out a random on Bourbon Street.
Well,
like,
well,
and
See,
he's
I like
disciplined.
Aaron. I like Aaron. I like his ground game though.
Well,
I think he's got a chance down there. I don't think he can stand with Nate, but if he can get him on the ground,
I don't know if you guys.
I'm sorry.
Jesse, how
He
quick
cannot-
did that guy black out? That he
joked.
the
It was,
fake
it was
joke?
about 5. I was gonna say we'll keep it a buck. All Aaron had to do was like, "Hey, buddy, throw the hand on the shoulder," and it's a wrap after
yeah,
that.
it's
Like,
over.
"Hey, buddy, you
Oh,
can't be here."
That
that
took-
arm's
done.
broken.
that choke out took 5.3 seconds. It took no time for that Logan
Hey.
Paul looking like to be done.
Hey,
Mm.
nobody did anything while Aaron was throwing him out, which means nobody was definitely doing anything if Nate put hands on him.
You know what would have been
That
going
would've
on?
been
Hey,
video. That would have
hey,
been video.
hey, hey.
I think Kim would have done something.
She would have, for sure.
Kim,
Yeah, she would have been yelling.
I think Kim would have threw some hands.
Kim would not have thrown hands.
Kim,
I don't think Kim would have.
don't
thrown
mess
hands.
with her,
Kim-
Aaron. At the end of the day, don't
only,
mess with her.
Only
Aaron.
one's allowed to mess with Aaron is
Yeah,
Kim.
yeah, it's one of those things. Don't mess with her, Aaron.
All right, so you guys if you guys were there, you breaking it up, or are you looking at security and be like, "Hey, you gonna deal with this?" Or
No,
what?
we're
I would've
telling
stepped
Aaron,
in
don't throw
immediately.
out Nate
Yes.
Diaz. Let him rock with us.
Correct.
Hey, you know what I'm doing?
Correct.
Yo, Nate, chill. It's good. It's good. Chill.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
good. It's
yeah.
good.
Yeah.
I'm not jumping, Nate, because you jumped. No, no, Aaron, he's good. He's good, Nate. He's good. He's good.
No, you definitely like Aaron. Do you know who this is? Like, this is awesome. Like, it's so good to see you. Huge fan. Love the
Yeah.
209.
Yeah.
You're doing that whole thing.
No, it would have been, hey, Nate, it was really cool when you choked that dude out in 3 seconds.
Remember when you fought
remember-
Conor McGregor?
Yeah. Hey, remember when you knocked that guy out with a straight jab? Yeah, no, it's great. Thanks for being here. No, drink with us. Let's party. Welcome to
In fact, you know what?
Welcome
Your
to
money,
Life at
in
Odyssey.
fact, your money's no good here.
Yeah.
Hey, look, you
You're
guys,
going on the Odyssey credit card, my guy.
you guys were talking about before it happened. I was thinking after it's already done. It's already,
Well, wouldn't
it
it
already
last?
happened.
It wouldn't have lasted very long.
And he's like, well, he's dead. Oh,
Would
God.
have already done. Nate, chill,
Hey,
Nate, chill.
I
It's
would have
good.
helped pick Aaron up, like, and sat him in the chair, like, hey, next time, bro.
You dust him off. You did good, pal. You did good.
You did good.
Nice job, champ.
You put up a fight. He has no idea
calling
why
it-
he's regaining consciousness in this moment.
I'm calling Aaron champ moving forward. by the way.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah. No, Aaron, like I said,
Hey,
he's goated forever, man.
I'm bringing a one of those replica titles. I'm coming back this weekend and putting a replica title on his desk that he could walk around with and hold for all of eternity.
Nah, man, he's the man.
Oh, that's
He's
incredible.
the man.
Absolutely
What a
incredible.
story.
All right. Kyle Madson's here. Let's take a break.
Woo!
Let's get down to business. Aaron's still not returning our text, but if he walks through that door, and I don't expect him to today, we'll get him and we'll figure out what exactly went on in the historic district of Folsom last night. Kyle Madson, we'll talk Kings basketball. They get a win against the Utah Jazz last night. What are the takeaways, if any, from last night's game? And we'll talk 49ers football. 49ers don't play this weekend. We still got all of Monday to talk about the 49ers.
There's some questions I want to ask both you and Kyle
Okay.
about
Good
this
tease.
game and about this 49ers situation.
Is Nate Diaz involved?
No.
Okay.
He may, though.
Okay. We'll come back. It's D'Lo and KC. I really agree the show should end here, but we got business to attend to, and we'll attend to it when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. The way James said.
Part of
That's
me,
wild, man.
part of me kind of wishes they would leave Brandon Miller alone.
Leave what?
Brandon Miller alone.
Yeah, that's like what? Like what rounds are there for this?
Those sliders from Bennett's are out of control.
You know, there's like 4 million in there.
Yeah, well, there was 5 million until I pulled up this morning.
There you go.
they were just sitting out, and Katie from the Wake Up Call was like, "Hey, just so you know, we just put those sliders out. They weren't sitting out all night." I was like, "I was grabbing some either way.
Don't matter.
Like, I don't care."
Hey, shout out to Bennett and shout out to them, but I think the MVP might have been McCooney's. Wow. Wow.
Hey, if we're being real about it, shout out to juniors.
Hey, big juniors
up,
guy.
Juniors.
Big juniors
Big
guy.
up, Juniors.
Shout out to juniors.
We're gonna be in there on Saturday.
Big
Dude,
ups.
how about that? How great is that? Glenn is shout out to Glenn. Air horns for our man Glenn.
I don't think Aaron knows what he did. Like I texted him, "Hey Aaron, like you want to call? Like, can you call into the show about like throwing out Nate Diaz last night?" He just texted me, "What?"
Hey, did you identify yourself?
I did.
Oh, okay. Hey, I just looked at my company email and I have something from Stacy that says the subject line is "Oh, what a night."
Yeah.
Apparently.
I'm just
Control F.
the-
Nate Diaz.
The tough part about some of Stacy's emails is I'm sorry that happened to you or congratulations, because they're really long. And I skim for a Nate Diaz reference. Let's be sure to rest up and recover this weekend. Well, there's that. Oh, here we go.
The special thanks.
Oh, last night showcased the power of this team.
How about a special thanks to a few people, including Aaron, for the timeless time, effort, care, and problem solving to prepare us for this important event. Yeah, problem solving. Getting him out the club.
Oh, I'm
Me
so
too.
mad I missed it.
I have
Me too.
Can I? How much time we got, Jesse?
Can you hang till 15? Or you want to get out at 58?
Whatever you want to do.
No, we'll get out at 50. We'll get out at. Can we get out at 58? Does that work, or do we need to break at 43?
Yeah, because
58, and then we reset at 13. Yeah. Okay, that's what we'll do. Yep.
Dope.
Did you hear what he just said? No, that's why I asked you. That's why I asked you, you fucking idiot. Like, what are you talking about? I got you, Jesse. No, I heard you.
At the next break, I have a story involving Conor McGregor, but it also involves Nate Diaz and Conor McGregor, but it involves the F word. So
that's so terrific. This is so terrific.
Hopefully, it's just Nate beating his ass.
just say there's a rumor that you threw out Nate Diaz last night. Is that true?
Kyle did bring up a great point. We got a very lengthy email from our vice president last night, and we just scanned it looking for Nate Diaz references. Couldn't find any, but we did find a line that said, "Last night showcased the power of this team, and I have no doubt it made a positive impact on our business."
Oh man. Oh man.
Wild.
No, I'm really upset I missed that.
No.
Really upset. I'm glad I got
I
to
really
see Jalen Swanson though.
in my
Or Slauson.
well, don't
excuse me.
do that. Do that.
I just said
No,
that
I
because
get
he
it.
was in at the end of the game.
No, it was an L. We took an L by
I did see
missing the
my
party
boy
last night, and now Kimberly's not going to let us forget it. So we've just kind of.
Hey, I'm
It
not
is
gonna.
what it
Hey,
is.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm having way more fun imagining what happened,
Yeah.
and I was fine going to bed at 9:30 last night. So
Yeah. All right, let's start with Kings, then we'll transition to the 49ers. The Kings did get a win last night, a 116-113 win versus the Utah Jazz. Mind you, we will interrupt all of this if Aaron comes to his senses and recognizes what's going on and takes our call.
Yeah.
Kings get a win last night, 116-113. No De'Aaron, no Domas, no Keegan. That was the story, but there was still plenty to watch. And I think one thing that seems to have a lot of Kings fans excited, and Mike Brown even acknowledged, hey, this brother's making my life difficult right now, is Colby Jones.
Yep.
And I think we're all in on Colby Jones.
Yeah, Studio One is actually the official Colby Jones fan clubhouse.
By the way,
Where do I
official
sign
welcome.
up?
Kyle Madson, The Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy
What's
Lube.
up?
Kind enough to join us
Yeah,
here.
shout out.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, so it started out in the first couple games. You're watching Colby Jones, and you're going, "Hey, here's a rookie that just knows where to be on the court." Like that's a great sign. He can play in Stockton and develop a little bit this year, and maybe make an impact later in the year. But as the preseason went on and he got more comfortable, he just got better. And you start to see him, hey, gets a steal on this end. And then on the other end, he's grabbing a rebound and he's leading the break and he's getting rid of it and he's relocating to the corner and he's hitting a big three. And all of a sudden you're going, hey, he can play. Like this guy can legitimately play. So I think now I'm not, saying my bit is that all the Kings problems can be solved by Colby Jones. Like that's just my running thing. Like Domas struggling, Colby Jones at the 5.
Okay.
Like, that's just like, but I genuinely think,
See why that works.
I genuinely think though, now you have to look at, hey, if Kevin Huerter is struggling and Chris Duarte can't stay healthy, it was like, hey, there's no one to really turn to. Like there's just, all right, you're going to work through it. But now you have a player in Colby Jones that can play that role or can play the Harrison Barnes role or can play the Keegan Murray role. No, and I'm not saying he should start over them.
Do you hate Harrison Barnes too?
No, I don't. No, I don't hate him. He just kind of is who he is. And
that's what I was, but Kenny hates him. My
Harrison Barnes thing is if he is coming off the bench as like your 4th or 5th guy, you feel really great about your team. If he's your 3rd option night in and night out, I think that's a problem.
What if he's your 4th option? What if he's your 4th starting option, but maybe like your 5th option overall?
Yeah, then I mean maybe he's just kind of is who he is, and it's fine.
He's the 5th option.
He's not bad. He's a fine player.
5th, maybe 6th option.
But if
Kevin and Malik,
yes,
okay, that's what I was alluding to.
Yeah. So I think he's fine. But if he's out not playing well and he's not rebounding and he's going 2 for 7 from the field with a couple of boards and he just kind of looks okay, then I mean, you have a player like Colby Jones that, hey, let's see what that looks like. And I just don't think they had that player last year.
No.
And he might be it.
No, I agree. I really love his game.
Yeah.
I love what he's shown the last couple games in this preseason. He's even shown a little bit more than what we saw over the summer, in my opinion, man. And he's worked on his game. I believe in his shot, just seeing it. I don't know. I think he shot 40% for the preseason from beyond the arc, but I don't even know what the number is, but I just look at his shot. I believe in it. It looks, fluid, looks like a good shot. And I think that's super important in this offense and on this team is, can you continue to stretch the floor? Can you shoot the 3 ball? I think he can. He's tough. He's scrappy. He goes with something that we're going to talk about a little later. He's okay with constant movement, and I like his game a lot. He opened my eyes a whole lot in these last 3 games or so of the preseason.
Yeah. That's the biggest takeaway from Kings preseason is Colby Jones and what he might be for Sacramento. Or do you have
biggest new thing for me? I was really surprised at how much Kevin Huerter struggled. Kevin Huerter had a bad preseason. And I don't even mean just statistically, but you go from, okay, he struggles in the playoffs, right? The next time we see him, he's not playing great in the preseason. And then he's coming off the bench. And that's supposed to not mean anything, apparently, or something. And then Chris Duarte gets hurt. So now he's kind of put back in the starting lineup and that back and forth stops. But last night, he has a real chance to go and make his mark and have a great game. And he goes 2 for 10 from the field and 2 of 6 from 3. And you're going, man, you just wanted to see him have that really good, 5 of 8 from 3 type of game.
Yeah.
And he just never had it. And that's not to say that he's cooked or anything. I was very surprised that he didn't come out and have a better preseason.
It might be solidifying. He's just really streaky. That's what we saw last year. Like some people streaks 2, 3, 4 games, whatever, and then they get going again. Kevin was kind of like weeks, but like it was weeks of like, oh man, Kevin is cold. Then it was like, yo, he's on fire.
Yeah.
And that was the pattern all of last year. And maybe that's just where we're at in the pattern. You obviously you don't want that, but maybe that's just where we're at in the pattern of Kevin Huerter right now.
I think they're looking at this team and going, how do we get better? And the way you get better is you get better defensively. And when you look at their starting lineup and then you look down your bench, you're going, okay, who needs to come out of the starting lineup and who needs to come off the bench? And you start looking at Kevin Huerter as like the number one, like replaceable piece specifically from a defensive standpoint, and going, okay, can we make up for that offense with Chris Duarte or with Colby Jones or whomever or with Malik Monk? And that's why I think they start to look at Kevin Huerter specifically, because I think they want to get better defensively. And I think that's the jumping off point is that 2-guard spot and figuring out how you can get better defensively there because they have plenty of offense. I don't think they necessarily need a shooter like him on the floor if he's going to be a liability defensively.
The thing about that, and I know exactly what Kevin Huerter needs. I'll talk about it in just a second.
That dog?
But I'll talk about it in just a second. But I just think about the last time we saw them in a real setting. And I understand what everybody's talking about with the defense.
Mm-hmm.
Don't want people to overreact to who this team is as presently constituted when it talks about defense.
Mm-hmm.
Defense or the lack thereof is not why they lost that playoff series. They're tough enough. The group they have can play good enough defense. They lost that series because they didn't make shots.
Mm-hmm.
And I wouldn't say, like, how do we get better? We got to play better defense. This unit can do it. This unit can play tough, physical, playoff defense. Even to the point where, sorry, Kyle, people started sending letters to the league office to say these guys are too physical.
Mm-hmm.
They're too tough.
They used the ball as a weapon.
Come on, man.
They did.
Someone that was actually reported.
That's nasty. But that's neither here nor there. But they can do it. Like, this group can do it. You got to get Huerter back on track offensively. I think that's the key to everything.
I don't know if they think that they're good enough on that end. Mike Brown definitely doesn't.
He probably doesn't, but I tell Mike Brown too, and he'd be like, shut the hell up. I say, don't overreact. Like, the group you have can get it done. They may not get it done consistently night in, night out in the regular season, but they can get it done.
The Warriors weren't that good last year, though.
They were second best offense in the league, though.
But I'm not that. Can you defend the Lakers? Can you defend the Nuggets? Are you going to be are you going to be able to defend Dallas? I mean, there's Phoenix. There are so many other teams that are better than what Golden State offered last year that I think that's what they're looking at.
But here's what I said, though, yesterday, Kyle. I said, I think what the Warriors bring to the table offensively prepares them for anybody else in the league. Well, the Warriors and the Kings, more than probably anybody, have two of the most complicated offenses in the game. And they make all five guys work on defense at the same, like, you have to have all five locked in. So then you go up against the Lakers or the
Nuggets.
The Nuggets or the Suns is who I was thinking of. And it's like, oh, they just got one guy going one-on-one the whole time. And I can, as a defender, I know this guy isn't moving. I could just stand in the corner and be in help. That's kind of easy. Like, compared to what the Warriors do, where I can't stand and watch because this guy's moving and this guy's doing.
Except when Draymond and Kevon Looney are on the floor at the same time.
Oh, there's that too. Right? But I think it actually prepares them to play other teams and look at them like, not that it's easy because Lakers pose their own problem, right? Because they got size and things of that nature. Yeah. It's different. But as far as like defensively having to worry at every single moment, all five guys the whole time, I think only the Warriors present that problem.
Yeah, I don't know.
Number 2 offense in the game last year.
No, for sure. But a lot of that was because of Steph. But I think when they look at what do they need to do to get over the hump, they're not just going to go, oh, we just need to make shots. Like, there's so much more to it than that, because you're not going to make shots every game. If your goal is, hey, defense isn't going to be very good, so hopefully we shoot 45% from 3 for a series, that's not a winning strategy. That's not going to work because you're going to face better defenses. You're going to face the Lakers, very good defensive team. You're going to face the Nuggets, a very sound defensive team. Then let's say you manage to get to the finals and it's the Bucks or it's Miami or a team that's that good defensively, and your shots aren't going to fall every night. So can you get enough stops on the other end? And I don't think that they think they can.
The other thing about that, though, sorry, Dan,
you're good.
The other thing about that,
Damian Barling's here as well.
Here's the other thing about that, though. In my opinion, I don't know if you're going to achieve that with the core that you have. You've got De'Aaron Fox. When you talk about the core, I'm talking about Fox,
Sabonis,
Sabonis, Keegan Murray.
Achieve that level of defense.
Yeah. Your best defender is Fox, who I don't really want you to be asking him to defend all the time.
Yeah.
So you don't have a rim protector
Mhm.
like in Sabonis. That's not who he is.
Mhm.
Keegan Murray hasn't shown. Maybe he grows into being a better defender.
He
and
looks
things of
more
that
athletic,
nature.
and that should help.
Yeah, maybe he does go into that.
Yeah.
But usually, like with the Warriors, their core, even if you say Draymond was he wasn't good on offense, but
A
he's
liability.
a great defender. He's a great defender. You look at somebody like Clay. Clay was a top flight defender. That's your core. When Kevin Durant got there, he ended up being a top flight defender.
Yeah.
That's your core. Look at all these other teams. Well, Denver's probably a good example because Jokic isn't a great defender. Neither is Murray, and they got 3 other guys around to defend.
Yeah,
so
they
maybe
got
you
a
can
lot
use
of
that
length
as
around
well.
those guys.
But look at Boston. I think Jaylen Brown's a good defender. I think
Great
Tatum's a good
defender,
defender. All the Giannis,
Marcus
in
Smart
Milwaukee
was a
and all-
DPOY.
Yeah, Giannis in Milwaukee with Drew, and like your core are defensive players. That's why you can do that. I don't know if that's inside. I'm not going to rule it out. I'm saying I'm looking at it on the surface, and I don't know.
And
if that's what's going on here in Sacramento.
But that's exactly why I think you need to get better defenders around those guys, because you're not going to remove Keegan or Domas or De'Aaron from the starting lineup. So how do you help them out defensively? And it's not with Kevin Huerter.
You said you know what Kevin Huerter needs?
Yeah. He needs a hug. He needs a hug. He needs Mike.
Maybe Aaron and Kevin Huerter can hug each other.
I know it sounds like a jackass, but that's what he needs. Like if I was on that team, I would Doug Chris, I'd be like, Kevin, you're fighting it right now, bro. You got so much going on in your head. You're worried about your position. You're worried about defense and all this other stuff. Get back to like why you're special. Why, like for doesn't mean you can't get better in other aspects, but why you're in this league. You're a top flight shot maker. Don't stress it. Don't stress it. Go out there, be free, shoot your shot. If you go 2 for 7, I'm not taking you out. If you get an open look, don't second guess it. Let it fly. Like that's the approach I would need. You didn't already try to scare him straight by taking him out of the lineup. That hasn't helped his psyche. Like now he needs an arm over him.
Are they saying all that before the hug or during the hug?
Is it
a little bit of both? Like, well, it's
like
it's
Tua,
after. It's
That's
during
a lot
and
of words
after.
like right by
It's
my
like, hey,
ear. I
well,
don't want
Tua
my
and
mouth moving
Bryce-
next to my neck that much.
Keep doing what you're doing, bro. Like keep doing what you said during the hug, right?
Yeah.
Like keep doing what you're doing.
That's
You
an
got hands.
aggressive
You know
hug.
what I
Like,
mean?
look how
Do what
like
you do, bro.
tight
Like,
your
I'm just saying,
hands
do
are.
what you
That's
do.
too
And then
aggressive.
you let go. And you're like, yeah, dude. So after.
Got it. Okay. Well, okay.
The Tua Bryce Young hug may be that might be the formula. There's a very, very long embrace where Tua was doing a lot of talking. That might be the benchmark for a motivational hug.
Or they need a Draymond KD moment.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
Oh, I thought you were saying where
not
one of
that
them
moment.
screams it,
No, not
the one guy, and tells him that they don't want him here.
not that moment. But no, I think he needs some positive reinforcement. And seriously, like build him up.
My hottest King's take right now is that he needs to lose a headband. Headband's got to go when you're going to shoot that
fire. That's pretty fire. That's signature.
Thank you.
Did he start that here? I think he did. I don't think he had a headband in Atlanta.
It's got to go.
Is that true?
It's got to go.
I don't think he had it. I know for like his rookie year, first 2 years, he didn't have a headband.
It's got to
He
go.
might have got one his third year, but
Get it out of here.
That's a good.
You're
call.
right. He has too much going on in his head and on his head.
But he was better last year.
He
than he was in Atlanta.
Yeah, he was.
All right. And the
Now
Magic
this is
ran out.
accurate.
The
I do
Magic ran
have.
out.
I'm looking at pictures of him in Atlanta. No headband. No headband. Sacramento,
I'm gonna
headband.
leave this.
Atlanta, no headband.
I'm leaving this right here.
Nah, he needs.
I can't find a single picture of him in a headband in Atlanta.
Yeah, I think he just started in.
It's time to let it go, bro.
Seeing Kevin Huerter in an MLK jersey is odd, though. That is a little weird.
He had a dream.
That,
MLK had a dream.
That is very. I don't know why this picture popped up on my search and it just immediately made me laugh. This Kevin is very, very, very pale. So to have the MLK jersey on is a bit funny.
Yeah, man, lift him up, man. Remind him why he is who he is.
Yeah,
because I think And I'm not saying you're wrong, Kyle. I agree.
On the headband
Wholehearted-
thing?
Well, that's an interesting
Okay,
take as well.
thank you.
But just like needing defense and all this other
Mhm.
stuff, I just don't know if Duarte or Colby Jones is that guy. I think you need. I don't know if those guys are starting guys in this league today.
I agree.
Today,
I agree.
So I say that to say you need Kevin Huerter. You need, just like last year. I was talking about in the series, in the playoff series, and they're like, bench Kevin Huerter. No, you need him.
Mhm.
Like, you need him to make shots.
Mhm.
And in game 6, his best game of the series, or second best game of the series, he finally hit shots in that second half. And that's when they started winning. Like, you need him. You're in a position where you need him.
Yeah.
And you got to, like,
We
get
have
him back to that
oh,
part.
oh, yeah. You have a large sample size of him being bad in the playoffs now.
Yeah.
And if that's
Yeah.
what you're going to keep relying on, then
Yeah.
hopefully he plays well in the first half of the season.
Large sample size. Well, he's been in the playoffs 3 times.
No, he's got like 40 games of this.
One playoff. Well, I mean, it was a moment. I don't know if it was the whole playoffs.
Yeah, he had like a
But
game 6 for Atlanta.
Yeah, game 7
Against Philly.
Game 7 in Philly. Yeah, 23 season on the line. He did that. But I think the playoff numbers in general are a little spotty.
I'm about to blow your mind with this stat. Okay, let me find that game 7 against Philly. Where is it? Okay, yeah, 10 of 18 from the floor. He was only 2 of 4 from 3, but he had 27 points. Since then, he's played in, 19 games, and the stats are now going to take forever to pull up. Okay, there we go. In the 18 games since then, he's 25% from 3. That's tough.
That's not who he is, though. I don't subscribe except for James Harden. Except for James Harden, I'm not gonna put that on him. Like, he can't get it done in the playoffs.
He's
like
30 career playoff games, and he's at 30% from 3.
I can't dispute those numbers, but I'm not gonna say like he just can't get it done.
So
in the
what do
playoffs.
we think
He's 24 years old.
Is it Kevin's spotty shooting, or are we discussing whether he shrinks in the playoffs?
He hasn't played well since that moment. There's no dispute.
Right.
That.
That's.
But I'm not gonna let that define who he is and who he's gonna be moving forward.
Yeah, you're not going to give up on him, but it's definitely it's not. And that's the other aspect of
But
this.
that's
that I did
not answering my
articulate.
question. Are we blaming the playoffs, or is this just Kevin Huerter just doing what he appears to be doing? He's a streaky shooter.
No, you mean right now?
Yeah,
today.
I'm talking about like in totality. Are we looking at the entire Kevin Huerter picture going, well, he's a streaky shooter, and oh my God, he shrinks in the playoffs, or he's a streaky shooter, which can include the playoffs?
No, I think that's too. 30 games is too much for me to be like, oh, he's just bad streaky every time he goes to the playoffs. Nah, I don't buy that.
So he shrinks in the playoffs.
That's what data says.
And that's who he's going to be moving forward.
You have to assume so.
You have
Like,
the
you
game
gotta show
logs
me.
pulled up.
Yeah.
Give me like shots per game. Just reel them off one after the other.
Field goals or threes?
Field goals.
Starting when?
Whenever you want.
Okay, so this is the 2021 playoffs.
Yeah, just reel off a couple of them.
7, 8, 5, 7, 8. 9, 10, 6, 10, 7, 15, 18, 12, 10,
Well, okay,
11,
go
15.
back to the 15.
15.
What'd he do in that game?
7 of 15, 2 of 6 from 3, had 17 points.
You know
11 boards?
You know where I'm going
These
with
shots.
this, don't you?
11
You know where
boards?
I'm going with this.
Trey.
Exactly. Sorry, Stanley. I feel like Trae Young might be a problem for other offensive players on the team. Out
Trae
of
Young-
pocket or no?
Let me.
I'm stalling Kevin Huerter out. I'm
maybe.
I'm
hang
stalling
on.
Kevin Huerter
Let me
out.
check the Trae Young not on the Kings last year.
No.
Okay, now wait a minute. Now hold on. Now we're shrinking it down to a single playoff series.
I know.
And we're also talking about what De'Aaron and Domas did.
Yeah.
Was he the second best scorer on that Atlanta Hawks team, or would Collins had to have been the second best scorer?
Probably.
John Collins is still the second best scorer on the Hawks.
Well, it might be.
Where
might be
is
true in some circles.
Where is Jeff Teague at? Is he?
He's in Charles Barkley's
podding.
heart. He's in Charles Barkley's heart somewhere.
And Herter wasn't good in the playoffs last year. I'm not going to dispute that, but he had a couple moments. Game 2, he played well. Game
I think
6,
we just
he
went
played
over this.
well.
I don't think that he did.
He
Game
went
2, he had
he
like
went,
15.
Yeah, he went 2 for 9 from 3.
Okay. I
His
know
best
we
game.
went over
His
the
best
playoff
game was
games.
3 for 8 in Game 6, like Kenny said.
3. You're sticking with the 3-point numbers.
Yes.
He was 3 for 8.
Yeah,
from 3.
that's his.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
3 for 11 from the field.
I'm not writing off Kyle just yet. Neither Madson
Thank
or Kevin. Excuse me. I'm not writing off Kevin Huerter.
Kyle
yet.
Herter. It's his twin. It's his brother. He just has blonde hair.
That's who's
Kyle
that's been the
Herter and
problem.
Kyle Irving.
Kevin hasn't been playing. It's been Kyle Herter out
I
there.
like it.
I'm not
It's a
writing off
Chris
Kevin
and Cliff
Huerter
Ball
yet, man.
type deal here.
I'm not writing off Kevin Huerter yet.
Kyle, the insurance salesman, going for 1 for 6 in Game 7.
Are you writing off Sasha?
Not writing off. I need to see more still before I'm like, oh, that's a rotation player in the NBA.
Mm.
Like he'll get minutes and you kind of see him work it out. But yeah, he wasn't terrible. It wasn't like unplayable, but I was just hoping for more, I think. That might be my fault. That might be a me thing.
Well, that was my biggest. Well, it's our issue thing because of how much of the offseason we spent focused on him.
Yeah.
But and we talked about this like yesterday during the show. My issue with last night's game when we started talking about the possibility of like, so like let's go with the hypothetical that Domas and De'Aaron don't play. Obviously, Keegan didn't play either. How do we evaluate Sasha Vezenkov playing big minutes or playing for the second time with none of those key players in against lesser competition? That's what, he came through in the very first game of the preseason, halfway through the third with the fourth, roster against the fourth roster and looked like, oh my God, dude walked on the floor, scored 12 and left.
Yeah.
And then he played with De'Aaron in the starters. It was like, hey, where's the guy from the other day?
My man needs to do some yoga.
So that's the other thing that I wondered would be a concern. And it's, you talk about yoga, flexibility, clumsiness, perhaps. I worry about his conditioning. There's a story, I guess Mike Brown told it before the game. Deuce and Mo played the audio of it on their podcast, that apparently Colby Jones threw up in the Warriors game. Keegan Murray intentionally fouled someone because went to Mike and said, hey, you got to get Colby out. Mike's like, why? I think he threw up. And so he had like thrown up and he was holding, he went past the coach. And I guess he threw up.
Did we ever find the
because he was
moment?
gassed?
Well, I didn't search the moment. I heard it. I heard it
did
this morning
anybody
from.
know?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
I heard. I don't think he threw up on the floor. Like I don't.
I heard
it's on the podcast, and they have the audio. Mike told the story. I guess he told the story before last night's game, and so I'm here. I look at Colby Jones. I don't look at Colby Jones, but like, boy, man, hey, man, run a lap.
Yeah.
But I did pose that question about Sasha, is maybe he might have a difficult time keeping up with this offense. And you look at the way that this offense is moving right now, and the finest conditioned athlete's going to have a hard time keeping up with this offense, which Colby Jones probably is.
Colby Willie Beeman Jones.
Well,
he ordered a pizza
Willie
last
puked
night
because of nervousness.
To your point, though, with Sasha keeping up, I think that just takes time. If that's the issue, and I could believe it, like things might be moving 1 trillion miles per hour for him. It'll slow down. He'll get used to it. And when he gets used to it, I think that's when you're going to see who he is. Sasha.
I'm not talking about the speed. I'm not talking about like the mental speed of the game. I'm talking about like the actual speed of the game.
That'll slow down. It'll be one. Like not the actual, but the offense. Like he may be helter skelter in his head. You don't think he ever going to catch up to that?
No, what I'm saying is, but I don't think that's a psychological thing. I think there's a psychological component, but I think there's a physical component to the way that the Kings play.
Yeah, I think he'll be fine with that.
Okay.
I think he'll be fine with that.
Kevin Huerter said he wasn't fine with it last year.
He's not going to play Kevin Huerter minutes, though.
That's true.
I think he'll be fine with that.
Apparently, Nate Diaz was at the Kings game last night.
Nate Diaz is always at the Kings game. Somebody saw Nate the other night. He was there on Sunday.
We got a text explanation from Aaron, by the way.
A text explanation?
A text?
Yeah, I told him multiple times to call. He sent me a text.
Dude, bro, does he not know what we do for a living?
He might not.
Does he have no clue what we do? All right. I guess Jesse's going to read the text from Aaron when we get back.
That's definitely not one of the 5 out of C's. Text. It's a T.
We'll talk 49ers Monday. We'll make Kyle Madson stay an extra hour on Monday to talk 49ers football with us. We'll talk 49ers today, of course. It's D'Lo and Casey. We'll find what happened last night through text.
And also, when we come back, did you see that quote from Mike Brown? Is that why you did a double take?
No, I was trying to on the TV.
Oh yeah.
No, I steered my eyes from it.
It's a double take quote.
Okay, you'll have to tell me what it said. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. All right. Oh, Mike Brown. Okay, so well, shout out Sean Cunningham. I don't know if anybody has found the video of Colby throwing up. Oh, no, here's the moment. Brendan Nunez has it.
Oh,
I don't want to get Brendan Nunez in trouble, but I'm going to share it.
All right, I'm going to dip.
Right on, man.
Unless you're playing this video right now, because I don't want to see it.
Oh, I was going to play it during the... Well, yeah, I guess there's no point in playing it during the show.
And you look at how many Warrior people were there.
Colby down here.
Oh, look, he's sweating.
To support Stephen's death.
He's not moving very fast. Oh, I did just see the jersey pull. I see the jersey pull. Where's Keegan?
Yeah, he walking off.
Where's Keegan? Oh, he's struggling. There's Keeg. Keeg's eyeballs. Keeg's eyeballs, Colby. Foul. Missed the foul. Goes to Mike. Mike, get Colby.
But you're listening to two of the leaders of our franchise, our coach and
threw
our
up.
best players of all time, talking about this important issue, being
Oh, you know why we didn't know about this?
Because of these two
Yeah, we're too
jackasses.
busy talking about pizza at Thrive City.
Oh, hang on.
Instead of the
Hey,
man
run it back. I
blowing
want to
up.
hear it again.
People were there. Warrior executive.
Mute.
Go to Gott's Roadside and get a burger and then watch a game. Clown
poor,
show, dude.
Poor Colby.
Oh, my God.
That's tough. That is tough.
Well, it's so great out here at Thrive City. If you're feeling a little tired after work, you can go to Phil's Coffee. Wow. What an experience. A game day experience for the fans. They're not going to be able to find their seats. You have to go in a portal and then down a tunnel.
Yeah, not fun.
But they're going to have a belly full of pizza. Ugh.
They go down to their wine cellar.
Hey, relax.
That was
Relax.
No, look, that when I've never been in there, but when it was described, I think I even saw pictures. I don't know if I need that in my basketball arena. That's pretty cool. How in those wine cellars, it's usually for like courtside people.
People like you.
Well, no, not me. I'm just.
This is your people.
I'm an average Joe.
Mm-hmm. I saw those.
This is a horrible explanation of what happened. This is absolute ass. I'm not reading this. This is a terrible payoff.
But in the things, they have a big screen in the wine cellar, and it gives them video of the court where their seats are at. That's what I heard.
Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Dan, we should just speculate and tell our own story. To be
Yeah,
honest.
there's no, but that's trash. We're not telling that story.
Well, send it to me. I want.
It's in the group text.
In the group text.
Oh, okay.
Kyle, I'll show you when you come back.
Okay, yeah. All right.
Notification.
I'm going to go find out because my buddy just asked me.
You tell your buddy Nate Diaz got his ass kicked yesterday at the bar.
He's retired. All right. Goodbye, everybody.
Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube.
This is stupid.
That like ruins everything. Bro, just forget it. That's 100% what it is. All right, we're back here. Shout out Kyle Madson. Brought to you by I will see you Saturday at Juniors, Kyle Madson. We were going to eat and drink at Junior's on Saturday, and we're very excited about that. We did find the video. I don't want to get Brendan Nunez in trouble, but Brendan did post a video of Colby Jones vomiting.
Poor guy.
Yeah, no, that looked tough. Shout out to Keegs. What a teammate. He commits a foul, walks over to Mike Brown, and you can, because I don't know that I would have been able to read his lips and if I didn't know the situation, but he looks at Mike and goes, he threw up. And you could tell Mike's like, what? He threw up. He threw up. And Colby just speed walks past him and throws up. And here's Colby telling his side of that story last night. Thanks to our good friend Sean Cunningham and Fox.
Before let's talk about tonight, Coach shared a story about yesterday. Can you take us through the moment you threw up and kept it in your mouth?
Yeah, it's just one of those things that happened. Very unfortunate, but I feel like I did a good job of holding it in. So
very unfortunate.
Didn't make any news.
He said that as if someone got like gravely injured. It's just one of those things, it's really unfortunate. All he's thinking is Mike's such a sucker for telling that story.
On the court, so let's try to keep it that way.
I don't think I could have done that. Have you done that before?
No, I've never actually done it and had to hold it in my mouth. So that was something
all right,
new.
Colby.
Pause. But
hey!
I'm just glad I didn't end up throwing on the court.
He's one of us.
I need that again. I need that again.
Oh, man.
I mean, I feel like I've never actually done it and had to hold it in my mouth. So that was something new. Pause.
That's my guy.
Yeah, I'm just glad I didn't end up throwing
had to do it and hold it in my
account. I mean, it was an up and down game all night.
I mean, I feel like a little bit, yeah.
Favorite player.
It was just something on my end. I didn't normally do the same routine I did for just like my stomach and stuff like that. So I feel like that played a big part as well.
How much did you appreciate Keegan for fouling to get that?
Oh my God, yeah, a lot, big time. Because I was just going along with it, just trying to play the game. But yeah, he looked out for me, so it was big time of him.
Tonight, I mean, obviously it's final preseason game. What does this do for you guys? To have a performance like this, a lot of guys step up. Obviously, with no Fox and no Domas.
Yeah, I feel like just every game we've gotten better as a team, and I feel like it's just momentum going towards the first game. I mean, preseason games doesn't count on your record, so I mean, we're just trying to get better and better each game, and I feel like we did that. So I mean, I feel like there's a good vibe going into the first game.
Mike says you're making it hard on him to figure out where to get minutes for you and put you into the rotation just as a rookie. How hearing that phrase from a coach as established as Mike, how does that make you feel?
Just extremely blessed. I mean, that's what I'm trying to do. So I'm glad he's having a tough time. But yeah, I'm just really trying to come in and do whatever he says, and just impact the game on offense and defense.
How encouraging have your teammates been? Saw Fox up and rooting for you on the bench, and then the league trying to get you involved as much as possible too. Just them encouraging you to go for it and not ease your way in like a lot of rookies.
Yeah, no, it's been great. I mean, even since the first day I came here after I got drafted, everyone welcomed me with open arms, and then just playing with them, everyone's so unselfish. So I mean, it's really given me a lot of confidence knowing that Fox and Domas and Malik, those guys want me to actually go out and put on. So it's been a great time.
Has it been easy for you to pick up, not only the system defensively, things that they're looking to hone in on? Has that process been easy for you to have this success?
I mean, some parts, yeah, no. Some of it is just basketball at the end of the day. So you're just really just the feel for the game it just kind of comes to you. Definitely have some things I need to work on just as far as defense. Can't gamble as much. I know I got a couple of those plays during the last game, but I mean, I feel like for the most part, it's been going pretty good though.
Yeah, we'll stop there. That's he with us. Yeah, Colby Jones with us.
He with us, man. An impressive preseason from him.
Yeah,
I really like this game. I think he's the type of guy that can help this team, in real games.
The thing is,
regular season.
Such a and I think he can too. It's such a tough roster to crack right now.
It is.
I don't think the rotation is set. I think there's a lot of questions. I know Kevin Huerter has been the focus because there was actually a change there. I don't know that that's the only potential change. Like I don't think that's the only potential starting spot to watch. And I'll take some of the heat off you a little bit because I do think there are things with Harrison Barnes that you do have to watch. I do want to point out. I'm sorry, Jesse, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, does it concern you guys at all that they're like going into season, like there are, not, I don't want to say so many, but there are questions about the rotation, starting lineups and stuff. It's not set, good to go. Like, let's get ready for this.
So I really don't think there's questions about the starting lineup. I think the starting lineup is Kevin Harrison, Domas, De'Aaron, and Kevin Huerter. That's what I think the starting lineup is. Or Keegan Murray. Sorry, I said Kevin Huerter twice. Keegan Murray. I think what happens next, though, you obviously you have Malik, who we saw, Malik with the guys out last night, what he does, Davion. And then, I think the dynamic between JaVale and Alex Lynn will be really interesting to watch. And then how Sasha, Colby, and I guess Chris Duarte as well play into this as well. I'm not sure. But I think the questions don't really start till you get to Duarte, Sasha, and Colby Jones. And I'm okay with where they are. I'm completely okay with where they are. I think those other things will work themselves out in time. I don't love the idea of the starting lineup changing, but like minutes being like rotations changing. I don't think it revolves solely around Kevin Huerter. I do think there'll be some questions about Harrison Barnes, but what I did want to point out, 20 minutes from Harrison Barnes last night, we did some things with rebounding numbers yesterday. I think he'll be okay with this. Not impressed by this. He had 5 rebounds.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Domas didn't play last night. So we went through the pre-Domas numbers and the post-Domas numbers and how there appeared to be a difference. Not stating one as a result of the other, just pointing out what's in front of us. Right? You could do anything you want with numbers. And that's what I did with the numbers I had yesterday, is his numbers declined when his rebounding numbers, Harrison Barnes' rebounding numbers, declined when Domas got here. Domas wasn't in the lineup last night. Harrison played 20 minutes and he got 5 rebounds. The highest rebound getter last night was JaVale at 7. And not Domas at 17.
Last night, I was putting Ryan to bed, and I'm getting into Kings.
2-3 in the morning?
No, she goes to bed early. Well, yeah, she gets up in the middle of the night.
Okay.
But at that point, we ain't turning on the TV. Just take this bottle and let's go back to bed. But I get into Kings mode or whatever the case may be. I was like, man, I want to watch some of these games from last year. I threw on game 1 of the playoffs. And Harrison Barnes, the whole game he was pretty good. But the first 5 minutes of that game, I said, this is what you should do every night. He had like 2 steals. He had like 3 rebounds, 2 offensive rebounds. He was all over the place in 5 minutes. And I said, this for that game, Domas had 16 rebounds. Harrison had 7. 13.7 rebounds. There was a level of activeness in that moment. And I think he did a little bit in game 2 as well. I can't remember off the top of my head. But the level of activeness and ruthless aggression,
very nice,
that he showed out there. It's like you can do that on a regular basis. You have the ability to. I don't know if maybe your mental or whatever doesn't allow you to do it, but I'm not asking for a whole lot. I'm asking for, he was active. He was all over the place. His fingerprints were on the first 5 minutes of that game. And that's what I'm looking for from him. That's it. He was just everywhere. He could have gave me 7 points, 7 rebounds. He didn't even need the 13, but he was active. And you can do that with Domas Sabonis there.
Okay. I'm not gonna fight you on that. Like, I don't disagree at all. Is there now more of a discussion between Colby Jones and Duarte than Colby Jones and Duarte and Kevin Huerter?
Yeah, there might be, especially if Duarte can't stay on the court. I don't want to peg him with that. No, I'm not. I'm not saying that's who he is, but if he can't, because that's some of the reasons why he couldn't get on the floor last year.
Sure.
If that continues again, then there is a question between those two.
All right, let's regroup. Let's get back on track. The first hour got away from us a little bit. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll talk 49ers football. We'll talk Raiders football as well. There was a football game last night.
There was.
There's much more ahead. We'll have takeaways. from the Kings 5 preseason games. We'll have questions. Jesse just posed a question. Headed into the regular season, we'll have those as well. And then, of course, we'll have James Hammond at the top of the 3
Got
o'clock
that Mike
hour.
Brown quote, too.
Yeah, I want that when we get back.
Yeah.
Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I got to grab my charger.
How you do that there? This is probably because the game wasn't televised, but I don't know. They should do this. I got the Kings game, all positions recaps on League Pass and stuff up tonight. I usually got to wait like 3 days, but maybe hopefully they're waiving that.
Are you going to the Haney fight in December?
Maybe. I would like to. I just got to see if I'm out of the house too much in November. I probably have to stay, but I want to.
I wanted to too. My cousin's having a party that day for his birthday. Selfish.
Yeah, I want to go to that fight. You rarely get those fights this close. So I went to a couple fights in Oakland when Andre Ward was a big deal. And
yeah, he would come out.
He fight in Oakland a lot. I go to those fights.
Because I'm really from Oakland, Joe.
Oh, yeah. Hold on, Ramsey. Let me see if we have enough time. I don't know if I'll have enough time to explain it all. I won't have enough time to explain it all, so I'll give you a thorough one. But I will say this. So I give you guys 3 games, and we can keep the record at that or whatever. But I pick a lot of games over the weekend. Sometimes I do like for instance, last 2 weeks I've done Saturday morning games, a 3-team parlay there. Saturday afternoon games, 3-team parlay there. Yeah, last week I did a Friday night parlay with Fresno State and Colorado. Needless to say, that lost. But I just give you guys 3 games that you should look at all weekend. But when I say that, that's not my record that I give you. My record right now for the season, 21-12-3. But like I mentioned with Trista, not necessarily raking in the dough because I'm always doing parlays.
Well, you're also just playing for fun.
Well, there's that too.
How many tickets did you sell? Oh, I sold 7 this season.
21-12-3. That's me.
I don't know why this is driving me absolutely
nuts. It's me. It's DDP.
That's one of the worst WWE theme songs of all time. They did DDP so dirty when he went to WWE.
Oh, yeah. They made that dude out to.
Who is this weirdo on my television?
I always hear Bruce Pritchard say the line, "Oh, it wouldn't have worked here." When he rips off that hood when he's the Undertaker stalker and the crowd see whose it is, they popped. They popped huge. And then he does the diamond cutter and they're going crazy. And then he had to play the Undertaker wife stalker role.
And that was just it after that, right?
Such garbage. Well, he did the motivational speaker gimmick, which was really bad. Hey, before we get too far into anything else, what was the Mike Brown quote that was on
it was
NBA
on
Today?
NBA
earlier?
Today. They were talking about, I don't know exactly what they said in response to it. But Mike Brown was talking about De'Aaron Fox. And he said, quote, "He's just starting to scratch his ceiling. The exciting thing about Foxy is he's got a ton of room to grow and a ton to show people.
Mm-hmm.
On the ball, he can be one of the best to ever play the game. not just here in Sacramento, to ever play the game. That's how skilled he is. Obviously, it's going to take a lot out of him to do that, which will take away from his productivity offensively. So he's got to get to the point where he can balance. Well, he's talking about his defense, I think, too. But he's got to get to the point where he can balance both of those at the highest high levels.
That whole quote was on the screen?
No, they did the dots.
Oh boy. Oh boy. De'Aaron ... greatest ever ... Kings coach Mike Brown.
Yeah, man, but I watch De'Aaron Fox, and there's like I think I posted it not too long ago. It was about maybe a year ago. I don't know, but it was like a 6-minute clip. Or no, I think it was I posted 2 minutes, but remember it was like 8 minutes of De'Aaron Fox dribbling the basketball or something like that.
Yeah.
And I just watched it. And I'm like, this dude is nasty.
That was a fun day searching YouTube. We're just searching all of these videos of guys dribbling the basketball.
But I look at
the
De'Aaron.
20-minute Kyrie Irving video was my
gosh.
favorite.
Jesus,
Shout out Kyle Irving.
Gosh. Kyle Irving. But I look at De'Aaron, man, and I don't think that's crazy. I think he's as skilled of a ball player at the guard, at the point guard position as I've seen in recent memory.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's phenomenal on the court, talent-wise. And I guess I've never really thought about it like that. But yeah, he could be one of the best players to ever play the game. He's going into year 7, right?
Yeah.
He's 25. He's 25 now.
Yeah, he's 25 now.
He's entering his prime. You know, the way we look at these things.
26, I think, in December, maybe.
Yeah, the way we look at these things from, athletes typically is you start your prime years 25 to 29 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
He's entering that. And what I've seen from him, I know it's just preseason, but I'm just looking at the way he plays.
Mm-hmm.
It looks different. It looks like what he went through last season in the way, in a good way,
mm-hmm.
in the way he performed in the playoffs against one of the greatest players to ever play the game. It looks like it's put a rocket in his back mentally and with his confidence.
It feels
he
like
looks like he knows I can do whatever I want on the court.
Yeah. And I think the big difference with him now is he feels like he can do whatever he wants on the court, and he has guys who can back him up. This confident, because the word you didn't use that I think fits is confidence.
Mm-hmm.
He looks, and we saw this last year, he looked as confident as he ever did with a basketball. He looked as confident as he ever did on a basketball floor.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like that's De'Aaron Fox. Like, I think De'Aaron has never questioned his skill level, his skill set, his ability. I don't think he's ever questioned that.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's always been for him, I don't have the guys who can back me up to, really
this
attack
is
this
all
the way I
on
want
me.
to.
And that's a little overwhelming that it's
well,
all
the
on me.
The cold piece is he said that.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was on All the Smoke. I know it was a podcast where he's like, I can't have a bad night.
Mm-hmm.
What we do falls on my shoulders. Like, and I understand that. I have to be that great night in and night out. Now he has the ability to be great night in, night out because he's great,
mm-hmm.
not because he has to.
Right.
And he doesn't carry the weight of the Sacramento Kings on his shoulders anymore. That weight is dispersed between himself and Domantas Sabonis, Mike Brown, Monty McNair, and the rest of the guys on that roster.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something he's never experienced before here from a Mike Brown standpoint, from a Monty McNair standpoint, and certainly from teammates' standpoint.
Yeah. No, that's facts.
I did watch him in the Warriors game. It might have been the overtime one. I guess it could have been the other night. They kind of run together. But I started to wonder, like, has De'Aaron hit the point? Because I had a similar feeling, similar observation than you did. I was like looking at it. It's like, did De'Aaron hit the point now? And it's almost like a Dame thing, like a Dame Lillard type thing. Dame struggled. Dame would always be the all-star snub. right? And then he'd have a phenomenal second half of the season. His teams were much better than Sacramento's, but like Dame kind of fell into that category a lot. And now he's certified. Like Dame Lillard's certified. He's switching conferences. Things would be a little different, but like he's certified. Has De'Aaron Fox hit the point where like De'Aaron's an all-star every year? Like there's not like he doesn't have to overperform to get people's attention. He could be De'Aaron Fox every first half of the season, and he's going to get an all-star nod because coaches respect him, players respect him, and you know it's weighted in. Fans respect him. Now they don't have the the Warriors fan base or the Austin Reeves fan base, or those guys who get tons of votes, but not. And obviously Steph is deserving every year of being an all-star, but I think he has enough respect to be an all-star, whether starter or not, moving forward. I don't think he's going to be overlooked for Jaren Jackson again. Is my point.
I agree with you. I don't think so either. I think he should be on that level, but the sheer number of it, is he? I don't know. Like, did he pass up Ja in that respect? Because I think Ja was there. Ja was that type of dude where, and he was putting up numbers too.
So it's interesting. I don't want to mess with your words, but you said was.
About
is he
Ja?
not there anymore?
Ja?
Yeah. See, the fact that so that's what I'm saying. The fact that you're thinking about it could pose a question like, hey, if all are equal, where do they go? Do they go De'Aaron?
I think they go Fox now.
Or do they go Ja?
I think they go Fox now.
And there's probably you could poll 100 people. 50 will probably say Ja. 50 will probably say De'Aaron. These two are interlinked forever, and I don't know why, but they are. And I think that's what I think that'll be the case. Half will say Ja, and half will say De'Aaron.
And I think with the writers though, I think they go with Fox. I like they're
meaning so writers go with Fox, fans go with
Fox might be 50. I mean,
Ja.
fans might go 50-50.
Okay.
I think the writers will be more
wherever the coaches go.
They probably lean towards Fox more.
I think so too, but I think the coaches might be split.
Maybe.
I'm not sure. I'm not as confident in that one, but I think it could be.
Maybe. I think what happened with Ja is hurting him.
And this is going to set him back. Like he's not going to be an all-star this year.
Right.
I mean, he can't be an all-star this year. So,
he can't even win awards, can he? Is that 65? Is it
82 minus 25? So I think it's a 25 game suspension, right? Yeah, I think he can.
Okay.
I think I read in The Athletic the one award absolved from that is the Rookie of the Year. Did I read that right? I don't think the 65 game marker. I think it was in something they were writing in The Athletic today. Maybe I don't think I read that wrong. But the one that doesn't have to meet the 65 game barometer is the Rookie of the Year.
I wonder when they put
that is so well. These all are going into effect this year, but that is
I wonder
really
when they put that disclaimer in there. Was it in there originally?
I don't know.
Or is
that's really random?
If it's in there, did they make that a amendment after? Because I already told like when he got drafted, there's like Wemby ain't playing every night,
which I don't understand. I don't understand. Dude has no injury history whatsoever.
I know.
That's probably why Adam Silver's pushing all of this stuff too. He doesn't want Victor Wembanyama missing a bunch of games, and people are because Vic has one of the hottest tickets in the entire league.
He does.
I'm getting texts about I'm getting text about Spurs games in Sacramento. Bro, I don't know who you think I work for. I cannot help you. That is not me. I'm lucky if I can get credentialed that game.
Right.
What I'm talking about.
So yeah, but hearing Mike Brown say that, Mike Brown has seen them all. Mike Brown has been around this league for a long time, and he's seen everybody there is to see in the last 20, 30 years. He believes De'Aaron Fox can reach that type of level where he's looked at as one of the all-time greats. Number one, that's a hell of a cosign. And number two, I think he's right. I think De'Aaron Fox can be a special ball player in this league, not just now, but in the history of the league. I think he has that type of ability. He's got the ability to go 23 plus points for like 10 seasons. Like, think about that. There's not a lot of guys. Like, we talk about Mitch. I don't know if Mitch did that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mm-hmm.
that's borderline NBA 100 stuff, right? I think he could do it. I do.
Yeah, I do too. And I kind of am with Mike in the sense that it feels like there's still a lot ahead.
Yes.
There's still a whole lot ahead.
Yes.
And for a guy who's been around two of the greatest players that ever played, he's been around many of the great. Probably should say three because he was with Duncan, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's really high praise coming from your head coach.
Fox said real quick, he's already got 4 years of 20 plus points.
Mm-hmm.
So he's damn near halfway there right now. Another 6 seasons of 20 plus points. Not a lot of people that do 10 years, 20 plus points.
916-909-1320. Let's get to Kamara. Kamara, what's up, man?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, big dog?
Couple things. You're, I think the only thing stopping De'Aaron from getting to that perennial is fandom. There's still a lot of, casuals that don't really look at him as in the elite. I think he's certified as far as NBA circles, right? But like, you got to get casuals who look at him, and even let's not even say casuals, like NBA writers. I think we said the elephant in the room is that why they keep thinking the Kings are going to take a step backwards because they don't think they have that guy. And while we think De'Aaron is that guy, or we think he's formulating into that guy, you look at how they view the Kings. There was an article that came out in Athletic about there's a number of writers talking about the Pacific Conference having the most elite players, and with the Kawhi, the Paul George, LeBron, and KD, and Booker, and Steph, and then that was it, right? And so, right, and they said the Kings are going to finish fifth in the conference, and I mean in the division. But it's really because they don't see him as the player that elevates the team. And for all intents and purposes, he hasn't done that yet, right? I think he'll do that. I mean, he's only had one playoff series. And I think there's time for him to do that. And you mentioned it a couple years ago, Damian. It's the playoffs where people create narratives around themselves. And Ja, fortunately, has had 2 years or 2 or 3 years advance notice as far as being in that conversation and, the narrative changing around him. I think De'Aaron's going to get there this year. And so it's just time. It's just going to take time for him to get that. Lastly, I just want to know, remember last week I told you, a friend of mine, we were talking and at Scout, they said the Kings' biggest hurdle is the 2-guard spot, Kevin Huerter. And what happened several days later, you heard Mike Brown talking about switching out the position. So my fear about Kevin is that he's thinking too much about the game, and he doesn't look as fluid and his shots, and he doesn't look settled. Hopefully he plays himself out of it, but he doesn't look like himself, like he's comfortable yet. And I just hope this next few days he kind of settles down a little bit and knows that it makes him rise to the level as opposed to kind of falling back. But I think everybody knows the elephant in the room. We're talking about elephant is that Kevin is probably the weak link in the lineup. If you keep thinking Harrison Barnes, but there are 20 NBA teams who would take Harrison Barnes in their starting lineup.
They take Kevin Huerter too.
Yeah,
we're doing a lot right now.
Yeah,
we're doing too much. Now we're shooting experts. Now now everyone who calls and watches a basketball game is lethal shooter. This is one thing. This is one thing I hate about what we do. Is we're sitting here watching Harrison and talking about or we're watching Kevin Huerter talking about now you can speak from a different level. It's talking about he looks uneasy. Oh, he's rushing things. Oh, his feet aren't set. Oh, he's this. He's in his own head. Oh, bro, you watch everybody sit down and shut up. Dude is a freaking NBA player.
Yeah.
Let him figure this out.
Lethal.
Everybody turns into lethal shooter when someone has shooting struggles. Now we're all Ron Artest talking about defensive winklings. All of a sudden, we're Tom Thibodeau evaluating these guys' defense. I know Kevin Huerter isn't great defensively. I don't think Harrison Barnes is great defensively. I wonder if Domas is good defensively. Like there's a lot of issues defensively with Sacramento. If you want to pick a couple of plays where he gets, his man blows by him, sure. You want to point that out? Cool. You better be ready to do it when it happens to other guys, because it's now all of a sudden nobody was saying a word about Kevin Huerter a week ago. Now all of a sudden, now y'all want to cut him. What the hell are we doing right now?
Doing way too much with Kevin.
Bro,
man.
we have got to calm down with this.
Kevin Huerter is just fine as the starting two guard for the Kings.
And I'll go a step further. More than 20 other NBA teams would take Kevin Huerter.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Woodland Mac does bring up a good point. Something else Kamara said. NBA writers are pretty casual too, though. That's a good call.
That's the dirty little secret.
They might be the biggest casuals in all of the game right there.
That's the dirty secret of NBA media, sports media, to be honest with you. Man, Kevin Huerter's fine.
Jacobs, he said, I played in high school. I know what Kevin is going through. Oh, I love being a sports fan, man. We're the worst.
Man, Kevin Huerter is just fine at the starting position at the two guard.
Sitting there watching Derek Carr last night. He needs to hold on to the football. He needs to get his feet set. He's getting chased by dudes who are running, they're 275 pounds running 4.3 40s, and I'm giving Derek Carr advice from my couch. Give me a break.
The thing I will say that, like, I understand it. I'm still not of the belief that they got to be this defensive juggernaut, this particular group.
They don't have to be a juggernaut, but I do think they have to be better. Because you keep saying they didn't lose to the Warriors because of defense, and that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
How much? But that's not what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
How far can you go being a bad defense?
I don't think they were a bad defense, though. They were over the season. That's what the numbers say. When the chips were down and it was time to play playoff basketball, they didn't play bad defense. That's why I say this group is capable of it. Maybe not 82 games, but we see.
Do you think it took something out of their offensive game in the playoffs? Because Mike said, no, he didn't. Monty said on the much more easy to digest broadcast featuring Mark Jones and Richard Jefferson from a few nights ago, where they were talking to Monty McNair, and Monty said, we know we got to get better defensively.
Mm-hmm.
We had some really, good moments in the defense. In fact, like there were times where our offense would sputter a little bit in that series against the Warriors, and our defense picked us up. So there's validity from the front office to what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
But yet the front office is still of the belief, like, we've got to get better defensively. And maybe the idea is, and he didn't say that it came at the expense of their offense, but he did wonder that. He did question that out loud.
Yeah. I would say, I do believe they got to get better defensively. You're always, like I told you not too long ago, I think you're always striving to get better defensively.
Mm-hmm.
Always. It doesn't matter if you're the number one team in the league on defense. You're always looking at spots where, hey, we were lazy here, or we need better help defense here. That's just the nature of it. You're just always looking to improve on the defensive end. So I think they got to get better on defense. But there's two things that I look at when I say, when it's winning time, when the chips are down, they showed up on the defensive end, that particular group. That's the one that everybody kept talking about last year, about their fourth quarter defensive rating. And they were like top 10 in the playoffs. They got to the point where
the road was better.
That too. They got to a point in the playoffs where Steve Kerr and the Warriors were like, hey, this is getting too physical. These guys are doing too much on defense.
Getting too physical. We're going to go tell.
Yeah.
We're going to tattle.
Right? So, like, that's who they were in the playoffs. So I know it's a weird dynamic, and it sounds weird. I think they have enough on defense to win, be a conference final team, all of that. They got to make their shots because that's what's going to get them the win. They matched the defensive intensity in the playoffs. They lost because Huerter didn't shoot well, Domas didn't shoot well, these other guys didn't shoot well. And that's for this particular team. It's not a blanket statement for every basketball team. I think for this team, you gotta be hitting shots. Got to be hitting shots.
Let's get TC in here. 916-909-1320. What's going on, TC?
What's up with my two brothers?
We good, TC. You ready for the weekend, man?
Yeah, man. Just ready for the weekend to kick back, man, and get ready for the season that's about to start up and see how everything's going to unfold on Monday night.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Hey, but D'Lo, look, check it out, Kenny. Hey, so first and foremost, hey, Kevin just got to, hey, look, he just got to get out his head, bro. Looking spool, he just got to get out his head and go play. I'm with you, Kenny, on the defense. I'm not going to get too much on him. But let's talk about how Monty is undefeated, bro, with the draft. Kobe's a dog, bro. That was a steal. Like, Monty is a beast, bro.
I like Monty. I like his evaluation of these young guys as well.
Hey, he's gone. Okay. I'm a Monty McNair guy, too. I just want to be clear. Monty's a beast. I just want to make sure we've
Monty's
got that.
a beast. You heard him.
Yeah. All
you
right.
heard him.
Okay. Now, hey, I'm not arguing that. You just got to acknowledge it's kind of funny. Monty's made the playoffs once. Kyle Shanahan's fallen 2 minutes short of the Super Bowl 3 times. And my man wants him out.
Well, yeah, because he won't get out of the way.
He won't get out of the way. Monty knows to get the hell out of the way.
Exactly.
That's what he does. I love TC.
I was listening. Speaking of Kyle Shanahan, real quick, I was listening to our guys, the Morning Roast. They loved our attire for the up front yesterday.
Oh, very nice.
Like,
man, you look great.
You look great.
I know
too.
people
Come
was
on,
zooming in on
somewhere.
your shoes, trying to see what people were speculating.
There's some nice.
You ain't gonna tell nobody what they were.
Some nice
And
loafers,
them
man.
things
That's
were
all it is,
nice
man.
too. Like I had to look at them from a distance. Oof.
Shout out. Shout out the Jazz. Jazz found them as well.
The
She's
Jazz
great
10.5
stylist.
if you find any more of
She's a
those.
great stylist. But there was some audio. I don't know where it came from or whatever. And they talk, not them, but just 49ers people in general, talk too much about Kyle Shanahan and quarterbacks. But they had an audio of that draft where he got Cousins, Mike Shanahan got Cousins and RG3.
Mm-hmm.
And Kyle was talking about how his dad, they got RG3, and they were like, regardless of what happens, we're drafting 2 quarterbacks, regardless. Kind of seems like they weren't sold on RG3. So they were like, we're being forced to draft this guy. We're going to go get a quarterback that we like, no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
So it was RG3, and the other guy that Mike wanted was Russell Wilson. Mike wanted Russell Wilson.
Interesting.
Russell Wilson ended up getting drafted in the 3rd, and they had the pick in the 4th. And Kyle goes to Mike, and he's like, oh, man, I guess we're not getting 2 quarterbacks then or whatever. And then Mike tells Kyle, he's like, well, what about the guy that you really like, the Cousins? What about Cousins? Let's go get him because we're getting 2 quarterbacks no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how they got.
Was this like an NFL Films? I don't think
I
I've
know
ever seen this.
Yeah, I didn't. I had never heard it either, but Kyle was speaking on it. And yeah, that's how they got Kirk Cousins. They were going to take 2 quarterbacks no matter what. And Mike wanted Russell Wilson. Mike was like, I want to get Russell Wilson. And he got drafted before they got to their pick.
Interesting.
That's how they end up getting Kirk Cousins.
Ah, that's really interesting.
Yeah.
We'll come back. We'll talk more 49ers. We'll talk more football. We'll talk takeaways from the 5 Kings preseason games as well. We'll give more unsolicited advice to Kevin Huerter. I guess that's what we do.
Hey, what do you think Kevin is? He's listening to us right now. How's he looking right now? Kevin's so disgusted.
Y'all a bunch of idiots. That's what it is. We'll come back and yeah, we'll come back. Steelo and Casey brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Oh man, cold game.
So real quick, Because I probably could do it during 13th round. There's nothing left to talk about with boxing, so I'll give the picks when I normally give the 13th round. Did you see who's going to be at opening night at halftime?
Well, I know it's not Janet Jackson, so who is it?
The Dog Pound. Going to be performing at
man,
halftime.
I hope they're not out there with knee braces.
I would hope not.
Sean posted that picture on his story with the Yin Yang twins. And every time I see that picture of Brody with his knee brace, it's like, oh, damn it, we're getting old.
Hey, man, I ain't gonna lie.
Like, so Corrupt's in the building, huh?
That's what I was trying to see, like, specifically, but you can't do that. You can't say
Corrupt, that's the Dog
Yeah,
Pound.
you can't say the Dog Pound without having them both.
Yeah, Daz and Corrupt. Wow.
Why would I win with Corrupt?
Well, I'm nothing.
No,
I'm
it's just like that's. I mean, for
Kinda-
hip hop heads, that's a pretty. That's dope. Yeah, that's
Dog
dope.
Pound performing at halftime. Oh yeah, do you want to ride with us, Rob? Oh, you gonna play We Can Freak It?
Oh, by the way, I just remember 420 hit of the day. Happy birthday, Snoop Dogg.
Hey, Snoop D-O double G.
How old Snoop today?
I think I saw it earlier. He's 52.
That can't be right.
I don't know.
Oh no, I guess he was. Yeah, I guess he was 19 when this all started. He actually looks older than. He looks older than some of the other guys who came out around the time. Yeah, he's 52.
Put that on my
No, that doesn't count
that
for
on the
anything.
record.
That doesn't count for anything.
No, that's not even a game.
I didn't even hit the music.
Yeah, what is
I didn't even hit the
gosh?
music.
What are we doing? Simulation
talking
games
about?
of pocket watches?
Bro, you down that bad?
Yeah.
Oh man.
3 games under 500 now. This is getting nasty.
Casey, so you got any more of those pocket watcher wins?
Bro, you know who I love is Ashley.
Ashley.
We need Ashley from yesterday. Ashley.
Ashley.
Our Ashley.
Wait.
From Phoenix.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she needs to join the
Yeah, we
squad.
need
Man.
that. Yeah.
She needs to join the squad. Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
That was a great
I wonder if I play this if it
recruiting
goes over the board.
trip that Coach Complex.
Yeah, right.
He brought her in during the Michigan Ohio State game.
Yeah, it was a good call. Man, shout out Glenn.
Yeah, man.
Shout out our man Glenn.
I was about to say something and I forgot. Oh, I think we got a pocket watch in us today. Pause.
Okay.
I'm not gonna say it because I don't even want the chatty house to start.
Yeah, what's going on? You searching up like career earnings and then suggesting that the
no,
next day? What's going on?
I don't
here?
know anything about this, but I think it's a perfect one.
Think I know what it is. Is it in the rundown?
Yes.
Unrelated
It's a
in the
perfect
rundown?
one. I
Okay.
ain't seen nothing. I think it's a perfect one though.
It's a little fishy. He's picking out the pocket watching.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
What's going on?
I
here?
don't disagree.
Hey guys,
I don't disagree.
what if we did Michael Porter Jr. today? What about that one?
Oh man.
Shout out to the 209ers, man, out there partying.
Hey,
We see
big
y'all.
up to the 209ers.
Shout out to our man Ernie in the chat. Y'all leave Ernie alone.
What did Ernie do?
Well, Ernie says that the mods get him every time he gets a little spicy about the Warriors. Let Ernie live. Let Ernie live.
Ernie does get jumped every time he steps foot in
Remember
the
when
chat.
you're a mod, you're representing us. Ramsey, it doesn't matter what he says to you.
So
Ramsey blocking Deuce is still the greatest moment.
Yeah, I don't think anything comes close to that.
Did you see that weird story with Terry Stotts?
I did.
Terry Stotts shout out Ramsey and dude. Come on, man. Let's tie the flags together. Let's get y'all together here.
That'll be tougher than Sean and Brett getting together.
But
I think that's 50 and John Rule. I don't think that's ever.
it's never happening. Oh man, we got to make that happen. Come on, man.
So.
We can't do that.
I just am reading the tea leaves. I don't think it's ever gonna happen.
You ever see the pod when the audio dies?
What?
for Deuce and Mo? Like, you ever seen the power when they're for some their audios?
No.
They've been having a tough go like the last few.
I
The
hadn't
first
seen
one they made a video out of it, and it was funny. Like, they did a great job. It was very funny, and they did what they had to do to get everything back. But then it did it again, and so obviously it's just not as funny the second time. It did it last night, and I could see Deuce, I think, is like me, right? And Morgan's like you. Morgan, hey, calm down. We'll get through it. I could see Morgan losing it. So like I'm watching Morgan's face and I'm watching Deuce's face, and Deuce is doing that thing where he's just silent. Like, he's just quiet, and it's like, oh, this is bad. Oh, it's bad. Deuce said he fixed it. All right. I'm glad you guys got it fixed.
I missed him last night.
It's funny.
I tapped in the other night after the Warriors.
Well,
I know.
I watched them.
It was like 11:45.
It ain't gonna be me.
It was about to wrap up 11:45.
They was at the arena. Like, I'll catch y'all in the morning. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Yeah. So Terry Stotts left the Bucks, and that left a lot of people, because the story just kind of went out there that Adrian Griffin had told reporters that he was gone, and not a lot of explanation given. So people were speculating, like, yo, is something ill with Dame and Terry Stotts from their time together? And apparently, and no, it has absolutely nothing to do with Dame Lillard. In fact, the way the story was told is Terry Stotts, they had broke a huddle, and Terry was going over to talk to Dame and Giannis, and Adrian Griffin called him over to meet with the coaches, and Terry asked, I guess, for a minute to talk to those two guys, and Adrian Griffin told him to join the coaches, and I guess I'm assuming he said it in a way that Terry was not pleased with. And that was at a shoot-around. They got through a game that night, and that's when Terry decided he wasn't going to be a part of the staff anymore. He was only there 4 months. All reports are that's not exactly the reason why that happened. That was just a breaking point. Apparently, they had a bit of a tough relationship already, which is odd because he was only there 4 months. Like, whose decision was it to bring him on board?
Yeah.
It's not a very long time. So, yeah, that was kind of a weird story. Terry, obviously, an established coach across the league for a long time. So it was kind of weird to see that story yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's tough for Adrian. Adrian's he's not Will Hardy.
Right.
He's not a 32-year-old.
Right.
I don't know how old Will is, but he's very, very young. He's not that. Like, Adrian's been in the league a long time.
Played in the league.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure it's difficult for both an established head coach, an established coach who won a lot of games, guy who been in the league a long time, getting his first opportunity. I could see how that could potentially be a difficult mix, but
yeah, it was a weird story.
Yeah,
to come out, and the timing as well, just abruptly leaving like that was pretty weird. Yeah, I don't know, who to look at in that situation, or it's not even
it could
for
just
to
be
say,
one of those things.
It's not even to say like somebody's right or wrong. It just didn't work out. You know what I'm saying?
I believe you can get along with someone and be cool with them, but you guys shouldn't work together. I think that's a real thing. And that just might be, hey, Adrian's cool, Terry's cool. We have different ways of doing this. We probably shouldn't work together. But I don't know. I wasn't there.
I wonder, like I said, I just wonder. I don't even know how it got to that though. Like,
yeah, so that's the other thing. Yeah. Well,
the
Terry's a
coaching
pretty.
aspect can get to
I think Terry's a pretty. I don't want strong personality. Like I think Terry Stotts is one of those coaches. All coaches have. This is the way we do things, right? Some are more flexible than others, but I think it's really tough when you're not the head coach.
And that's what I was thinking about. Is this his first time since being a head coach that he was being an assistant?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think he was on a staff last year.
Yeah, and that's an adjustment, like you just talked about.
Yeah,
especially as long as he was head coach and as much success as he's had, to get back into that role. And let's be honest, if you're Terry Stotts, not that this is the way he should be looking at it, but he may be looking at it as, all right, bro, you're not Pop. Like, I've been doing what you're trying to do right now. Like, how are you going to tell? That may be how he's looking at it. And it's just hard for him to maybe take orders, take direction.
Yeah, for sure. He may also, I mean, Terry's 65 years old. He might just be, I'm not doing this no more.
Yeah.
I'm out. And for context, Adrian's 49.
Yeah.
Someone snap at me. Yeah, 20
Joe
years.
snaps
20
at
years.
you.
Yeah, 20 years. Oh, God.
Joe snaps.
Yeah.
Damien.
Yeah, that ain't gonna work.
Get to this meeting now.
Yeah, that ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work. That's
Joe
funny.
snapping at Damien.
You laughing at that a little too hard, man.
No,
Calm down.
that'd be crazy. That'd be wild, man.
Casey didn't
Damien,
tell Joe after
get
the show.
over here now.
Casey didn't tell Joe, hey, Joe, go do something real quick to Damien.
Joe, David will do what Nate Diaz should have done last night.
Oh, man.
Gonna be some furniture moving.
I'm still so agitated at Aaron.
I'm not agitated, Aaron. Kyle brought up a good point. I'm agitated at the office. That story was a little embellished.
The story wasn't embellished.
It sounds like it was because Aaron made it seem like it was much ado
No,
about.
so here it is, because Aaron is texting. If Aaron was here on a normal day, like it is, like it should be, and was walking by, I would flag him down and bring him in the studio. I think if he was in studio, he'd tell the story different. And how does he not know how to tell a story? Dude, yo, we are in the entertainment business.
Yeah. Yeah.
That man threw Nate Diaz out of the speakeasy in Folsom, and that's just the way it is. This is the most chaotic start to a show in history.
That was
finding out that news at 11:59.
It was so chaotic that we're running that back before the Phillies game today.
See,
we're
that's
not
great.
even going to ESPN Network programming today.
Fantastic.
And everybody was confirming it and everything. They're like, yeah,
God,
it really happened.
Kimberly's in the YouTube chat. She's sending text messages, group chat messages. Goodness gracious. Andre Iguadola retired today.
Oh, man.
In all
Emotional
fairness,
moment
Andre
for all Warriors
Iguodala's been retired for like 6 years.
Been retired since he went on the Breakfast Club.
Hall of Famer?
No.
Absolutely not.
Andre Iguodala's not a Hall of Famer.
First ballot Hall of really good.
Yeah. No matter how many Warriors fans try to tell you he is, he's not.
Oh, man.
His
say it, Kenny.
Bro,
you got
man,
some
come
thoughts.
on,
Say your
man.
thoughts, Kenny.
Come on, man. Nah, man, I like Iggy, man.
He's
he
averaged,
man. But
he's averaged single-digit points for the last decade.
bro, they talking about his jersey need to be in the rafters.
No, it does not.
Kyle Madson.
Well,
said
no.
today on
Wait a
Insiders.
minute. That's okay, because that's a team thing. If you mean something to the team, that's fine. I'm okay with that. I don't think putting jerseys in the rafters is the same as the Hall of Fame.
The number should not be retired, where
No.
nobody can wear this number again.
I get why you feel that way, but I think that's different.
I don't know what's wrong with a Ring of Honor. Nobody wants to do a Ring of Honor anymore. They just want to put Cornbread Maxwell's jersey in the rafters.
What is
your
why?
with Cornbread
You bring that
Maxwell?
one up all the time.
Why is he
Jersey's
always your
retired.
go-to?
What's numbers retired? Why?
What did he do to you?
He didn't do nothing to
Do you
me.
not like cornbread?
I love cornbread. Jazz made some bomb cornbread the other day.
Should they retire Iguodala's before they do Durant's? If they do,
No.
Kyle Madson said they should on the Insiders. I believe he'd retire.
Kyle.
He'd retire Iguodala's before Durant's.
Again, this is a team preference thing. If Andre means that much to the Golden State Warriors and Joe Lacob, fine. I don't care. It's not the Hall of Fame. It doesn't have nothing to do with me. Doesn't have nothing to do with Sacramento. It's for the Warriors and for Warriors fans. It's perfectly fine.
J Dill brings up in the chat. He says Vladi and Page's jerseys are in y'all rafters, right? Iggy won 4 championships. Look, man.
Can I say one thing before you know? Vlade's a Hall of Famer.
Vladi's a Hall of Famer.
Vlade's in the Hall of Fame.
There's that. I'm not even going to say what else I'm going to say. I'm just going to tell you guys, those two at some point in time were the best players on that team. Peja was an all-star. Vladi was an all-star. He wasn't an all-star with the Warriors. He, at all times, was like the 4th best player on the team.
Andre Iguadola played 8 games last year, 31 the year before, 63 the year before, 21 before that, 68 before that, 64, 76. That's not bad there. He's averaging 7 points per game. It was fine play.
Super impactful to what they were trying to do.
This is like
a great job.
This would be like if you retired the receptionist like notebook. Like the receptionist is really important to like what you do, right? Like if we wouldn't let her, but if our girl Kimberly left, we'd retire something for her because she's so important to what we do on a day-to-day basis. That's what Andre Iguadola is to the Warriors. He's their Kimberly.
Yeah, and then this is what we would do.
He throws the upfront party.
Right above that office. There'd be a bunch of names around there. We'd put Little Kim up there, and that's what it would be.
Little
Little Kim.
Okay.
We put the name up there. We wouldn't say nobody's ever sitting at that desk again.
Well, yeah, I just don't care nothing about these numbers.
Maybe for Kim.
J Dill says so. Winning don't matter. Like
Barbosa won. Is he getting his jersey retired?
We're really
Andre Iguadola has nothing to do with the Golden State Warriors winning championships.
Yeah, we're really attaching the winning moniker to players on that team when in reality it's just Steph. It's like they won because of Steph. Like, let's keep it real. We can't attach that to everybody.
Let's keep it a stack. Sean Livingston, he getting his number retired?
Well, Kevin Durant's pretty important to the equation too.
Well, yeah, but as far as like role players and stuff, the Warriors fans are calling them Hall of Famers because they won. Like, let's keep it real. None of those guys were winning a thing unless Steph. Like, that's who matters when winning. That's you touch winning to Steph and those guys.
Mo Spates getting his jersey retired
next. Yeah,
come on, man. They said, I don't care. You know what they said they're gonna do? Dude, this is what they want to do, and this is another thing that it should just be left for the immortals. But hey, who am I? They said they putting a statue for Draymond when it's all said and done.
Who said that?
That's what the Warrior fans.
Who's they? Oh,
any Warrior fan?
Bro,
you think
I don't care what Warriors fans say.
You know Joe Lacob gonna do it too. Joe Lacob gonna put a Draymond statue out there. Bro.
So that's dumb. What you need to do if you're going to do that, just put a statue of the two, Dre, and put a nice little like 3-foot statue of Dre and Klay Thompson, and then a 12-foot statue of Steph Curry. That's what you do. You could. Why y'all really gonna put Draymond Green and Klay Thompson on the same level as Steph Curry?
Yeah, they did.
What if you do a statue of Klay and Steph, and then you put Draymond on both of their backs?
That's pretty.
Put it on a shirt.
That's pretty funny. Now what
did Jordan Poole tell him? He's an expensive
backpack. You could do two. You could do Steph and Klay, and then like a little statue of Draymond Green in the middle, holding their hands, like a little family. You could do that.
Maybe do it when they're swinging them in midair.
Lift them up over the car.
Draymond's feet up in the air. You could do that. That works.
Here, Warrior fans again. We love Drew Down. 209ers. 16-6-4 in the 2015 finals. Scrub, though, right?
Who said he was a scrub?
Not one person here said he was a scrub. Not one person alluded to the fact that he was a scrub.
This is why everyone hates you guys. You don't listen. You just create these narratives of the whole world is against you. I just said I don't care if the Warriors I don't care what they do. Do whatever the hell you want to do. The conversation about Andre being a Hall of Famer is stupid.
That's ridiculous.
It's not. In fact, it's so stupid. It's not a conversation.
It's ridiculous.
Andre Iguodala is not a Hall of Famer. No, he's not even remotely close to it. Drew Down, get out of your feelings. He's not a scrub.
No.
And yes, Drew Down, all you hear is wah, wah, wah. That's because all you Warriors fans do is cry that you don't get respect.
All I said about this thing is I wouldn't retire his number. Now, maybe Drew hadn't listened long enough. Damien,
damn, that's why everybody hates you.
Damien,
guys.
how many times have I said there's a bunch of numbers in sports that shouldn't be retired? I just took a shot at Cornbread Maxwell. I'm not a jersey retirer for role players, but I didn't say you shouldn't honor them. I said, what's wrong with the Ring of Honor? Put the man in the Ring of Honor. My thing isn't Iggy. It's retiring numbers over. The Spurs have Bruce Bowen's number retired.
You and Jerry love
Why?
Well, because he was important to that team. That's why I don't care about.
Again.
That's why is the Ring of Honor so important? Why is the Ring of Honor
number's
so
still alive?
Why is the number so important?
Because we're not just retiring numbers for just anybody now. That's supposed to be at the top of the top.
Says who?
Says me.
You see, we got Raiders news.
No.
Uh-oh.
Don't you see us arguing in here?
Well, yeah, but I got the notification.
After earning a win in relief last week, it'll be Brian Hoyer this week.
Yeah, we all.
Yeah,
What's Josh McDaniels definitely was going to go
Yeah.
there. He was definitely going.
I'm not. I mean, he played well. He played well. I wouldn't have done it, but he played well.
I understand.
It's going to be interesting if they lose. I don't think they will. Boy, it'll be interesting if they lose.
I think so. Say Jimmy can't go the following week. I think he still go back to Brian Hoyer, even if they lost.
No, I agree with you. No, I oh, really?
Yeah, I'm with Kenny. If you're going Hoyer this week, he's your guy then. I guess as long as you're 500 or above, I guess.
That's tough. Hey, did I do this in time? I think I did. I know you had an idea, but I might have a different one.
Can we do two? Can we
Andre
just do two?
Andre Iguadola. Andre Iguadola.
You're a little eager to play this one, bro.
Wait, is that the one you were talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you was talking about LeBron. Because you had LeBron numbers.
Yeah, LeBron.
You had LeBron numbers in the.
Yeah, I was talking Iggy.
Oh, let's do it. It's D'Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, live on YouTube, live everywhere.
You see how they already trying to taint if I win, man. They already trying to taint, man. It's just a thought, man. It's just a thought. I ain't looking nothing. Y'all dirty, man. Always trying to me and Jim Harbaugh always trying to put an asterisk on our success.
Well, someone in the Michigan staff was fired.
Well, hey,
Jim Harbaugh says, I don't know what's going on.
If there's
in the next...
any hint of that, we're getting rid of it from the start. We don't play like that. Good job, Jim.
Jim says there's nothing going on here, but someone got fired today, huh?
Jim Harbaugh's gangster, bro.
Okay. Did he throw Nate Diaz out of a speakeasy? I mean, let's not throw the word gangster around here. Andre Iguodala, former number 9 overall pick out of Arizona in
really good career.
2004. Andre Iguodala's earnings peaked.
You made a lot of money.
At $16 million. Yep, it peaked. Dramatic music. It peaked in 2018-19 at $16 million. Andre Iguodala, 19 seasons in the NBA, the former number 9 pick out of the 2004 NBA draft. Career earnings for Andre Iguodala are what?
How many years again?
19 seasons.
Wow.
Kenny, you want me to go first since you already know the answer?
I don't know the answer. I'm going to go first. I'm going to say 142.
$142 million is the number for Kenny Caraway. $16 million was the peak in the 2018-19 season. The former number 9 overall pick in the 2004 NBA draft. 19 seasons, career earnings for Andre Iguodala, Jesse Tapia.
I'll go 152.
152. And even amongst the alleged cheating scandals, Jesse Tapia with another victory. $185 million in career earnings.
I was originally going to say 210. That would have got
Andre Iguodala.
That HGH you're taking not going to help you, pal.
I don't know that the 210 would have got you the win.
Oh, maybe not. What's that?
You would have been. It
Two-
would have
no,
been really. It
210,
would have
but
been
yeah,
really
they're
close. It
They're
would have
both
been
about
really,
30
really
million
close.
off.
Yeah, it would have been really close. but-
Yeah, man. This is rough, man. I'm 4 under now.
Bad week.
Let me get there.
You see, you got two 9-game losing streaks coming up.
Oh no! If Kenny had only had one 9-game losing streak. Oh man. I mean, wow. Kenny's got these losing streaks. We got Colby Jones puking at game. Boy, this is reminiscent. This is reminiscent. Well, we could, if you wanted to, do one more. I don't think we've ever done it before.
I mean, we can. I'm not against it. Yeah.
Okay, because you had some notes on the year LeBron James has coming up.
Yeah. So LeBron James is scheduled. This is
Kenny said, yeah, like he had no idea I was throwing it to him right there.
This is including endorsements. LeBron James this year is set to make $128 million this year.
That's
a lot of money. You want to know who's second?
His salary, I do. Can I give you LeBron's salary this year? It'll play into career earnings because it's pocket watching because it's his high. 47.6 million. That's a lot of money from endorsements he's got coming in.
Man, oh man. He's making more off the court.
Who's second? A lot more.
Steph Curry.
Really?
$101 million this year.
What do you think is his LeBron's probably Nike is his biggest endorsement?
Nike. I'm trying to think of what other endorsements he has.
Well, I don't know how we categorize it. Like, what's Spring Hill make? What's, the shop and all that stuff?
Yeah.
What's that make? I mean, Uninterrupted is his, right?
Yeah. He's,
I don't know how all of that factors into this.
So officially, he's making 47.6, like you said, this year. He's making $80 million this year from endorsements. Steph is
his has got to be. Is his chief one Under Armour? Do you think that's his biggest endorsement?
Probably so. I mean, Steph's making 101.9, 50 million coming from endorsements. We're talking Under Armour, Chase, Nissan, Sony, JP Morgan, and Rakuten.
Wait. He has JP Morgan?
Mm-hmm.
And he has Chase?
Mm-hmm.
Jordan James. His minority stake in Spring Hill 2 is valued at $725 million.
Wow. Who?
LeBron.
I always thought those were the same thing.
JP Morgan and Chase?
Yeah.
It might be. I don't know, but that's how it's listed here. It's
LeBron out here double dipping.
No, that's Steph.
That's Steph.
Oh, Steph.
That's Steph.
After that, well, they don't have them ranked after this, but some among the highest: Giannis, Kevin Durant,
Nike,
and Klay
Nike.
Thompson.
Yeah, he's
got the Asia stuff.
He's
too.
really
He's got
in
the
good with
Ansa.
them, right?
Yeah, he got the answer stuff. Doesn't he?
Yeah,
Isn't he with answer?
yeah.
Giannis at 90 million, KD at 88, and Klay at 64.
Interesting that Clay's that high there. This just NBA players, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you want to try to get a victory today, or do you just want to?
Let's go. Just like when I bet, if I lose in the morning, I need to win it back in the afternoon. Which is why
we're getting dangerously close to Luke Walton territory here.
Oh no!
Dangerously
Karosh
close.
is gonna come puke.
Oh man!
On the floor.
Oh, Karosh, don't puke.
Just walks in.
Poor Karosh. I had to call him. Hey, Karosh, you're live on a stream, radio, the whole thing. Just come here for a second. All right. You got the high, 47.6 million. 21 NBA seasons for the former number 1 overall pick in the 2003 NBA draft.
It's going to be crazy.
LeBron James, career earnings, 21 NBA seasons. This is probably one of the more difficult ones we've ever done.
Are we going to where like he finishes?
Nope. Well,
or where he's at now?
There's only 1 year left.
Yeah, we'll assume that he's going to play some more, but we'll just do now.
We'll just do now. Okay, we'll just do now. 21 seasons. 47.4 is the high. It was last year. Number 1 overall pick, 2003 draft. The first pocket watcher I think we've done who's played this long and didn't have declining contracts there at the end. Every contract boom that has been felt in the NBA, LeBron James has felt it. He changes teams a lot, so he doesn't get like the Steph Curry stuff, dramatic music. 21 NBA seasons, LeBron James.
How about this? How about I give you my answer when we come back?
That's a good call. We're going to have to do the whole music gimmick and all that stuff over again. It's CeeLo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
While we're here, I'll give you guys cashing out with KC. We give these people so many segments, bro. We just sitting here, too. Just sitting here. Anyway, cashing out with KC. 3 games this week. 3 games that you want to be locked in on. And I had a little bit of a tough time with what I wanted to do, how I wanted to go about this. But at the end of the day, came up with these 3 games, feel confident in them. The first one is Oregon -20 at home against Washington State. Oregon is pissed off over what happened at Washington, and they're going to take it out on Washington State, who had a bad loss over the week. I forgot who they lost to. They lost to, don't tell me, chat. They lost to like an unranked team. Did they lose to Cal? They might have lost to Cal. Cal's actually pretty good. But, they lost to Arizona. Thank you, Roddy. Yeah, Washington State. They got beat up by Arizona. So, Washington State, they're down in the dumps. The clock is striking midnight on them, and Oregon is not playing this weekend. So, give me Oregon -20. The next one, give me – I've been paused. I've been riding these guys hard all year, but they're official. North Carolina going to do it again this week. They got Virginia coming to town. They're a 23.5-point favorite for like the 4th time this year. Give me North Carolina in the points, please. Oh, boy, May is killing. He's probably a top 5 pick in the draft. Mac Brown ain't playing with these boys. Give me North Carolina in the points. And then lastly, I was trying to choose between 2 different games. But at the end of the day, I think I'm going to play it safe. And I'm going to go, give me Oklahoma, 19.5 points over UCF, Central Florida. Oklahoma, they're coming off the bye week. They're coming off the big win against Texas 2 weeks ago. I think they're going to show out. So in conclusion, give me Oregon -20 over Washington State. Give me North Carolina -23.5 over Virginia. And give me Oklahoma -19.5 over Central Florida. That's your picks. Those are the ones that are official be on there. The other ones to look out, I'll help you guys out. Look at Michigan -24.5 over Michigan State. I think they're going to beat the brakes off of them. Michigan is covered all year long. All right. Then it's not going to stop today or this weekend. Also, the other one I had a little tough time with, Missouri -7 at home against South Carolina. Look out for those 2. Oh, one more too. Look out for UNLV -8 over Colorado State. No, Ramsey, I'm staying away from this game. I'm staying away. Yo, Sal, chill, bro. Chill. I'm just talking sports. Chill. We're back at it. And the 13th round today, I could have talked about Aaron versus Nate Diaz. That could have been the 13th round today. You know what I mean? But I kept it simple. Kept it simple today. And yeah, I'm still disappointed in Aaron. Still disappointed. I need a better explanation from that one.
We ready?
Oh, yeah.
21 NBA seasons. Former number 1 overall pick. LeBron James career earnings. Making 128 million?
Yeah, this year he's making $128 million, all total for his endorsements in.
Keep that number in mind, by the way.
Okay.
Just keep that in the back of your head for when this is done.
Okay.
Are you going first?
No, yeah, I'm trying to think of my final answer.
47.6, by the way. The high.
I'm gonna go with $450 million.
That's a good guess right there. I'm not gonna lie.
$450 million. LeBron James. 21 NBA seasons.
I gotta go 455. My original guess was 475, but we played the game to win. 455.
Jesse Tapia, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. $479 million.
I should have said 475.
Somebody check this man's browsing history, bro.
$479 million.
Where's Charlie?
Next year, LeBron James will earn $51.4 million, putting his basketball career earnings at $530 million.
Where's Charlie? Where's Charlie? Check this man's browsing.
Pretty amazing when you consider he's earning 128 this year. That's amazing.
The funny thing about that is, so he what's the official number again? I want to look, make sure I got it right. He's making $80 million in endorsements. That doesn't seem to be going away once he stops playing basketball.
No, he's gonna own the Las Vegas LeBrons.
Oh my gosh, yeah. There's that too.
I feel like Kenny eating just right in the middle of the show.
That happens.
What of the 47 venues in Las Vegas does that team play at?
It's a good question. I think they'll play at the T-Mobile. Or they might build a new one.
Well, I was surprised that, did you say MGM holds 18,000?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Yeah, MGM.
You got 2 18,000 seat venues there?
Yeah, I've been in MGM arena. Saw Floyd fight there.
LeBron, he's got to be near career earnings $1 billion as far as endorsements.
Oh, he is a billionaire.
Oh, he is
yeah,
a billion?
LeBron's a billionaire.
Okay, so when he's done retired and all that, do you think he doubles back and hits another $1 billion? Like owning NBA
Mike,
teams?
Yeah, I think
What's Mike? Mike's at 3, huh?
Well,
he made 3 just off the.
I was going to say he is
Hornets.
now.
Yeah. Now,
Yeah,
not
now.
during.
Yeah.
He hit 3 like a month ago.
He hit 3 because he sold the Hornets. Yeah. Which, if I'm just doing the math, you split with the rest, like, because he was.
Didn't he? I thought he sold his shares.
Right. But
So,
he had the he was. I don't know that he was the 100% owner, but he was like the majority owner. So it could have been 80, it could have been 90. So what I mean is, I'm trying to figure out if he was a billionaire before the sale.
I think he was,
because if the team sold for what, like $3 billion?
Yeah, I think he was a billionaire.
So if he kept, if he got 2.2 out of that,
yeah,
he wasn't.
So here's what I'm trying to figure out, and it probably sounds simple. If he sold his shares, who's he splitting that with? Because he sold his shares. The people who are still there, they still have their share. They didn't sell nothing.
They may have or they may not have. I don't know how much. I don't know how much he had.
I'm assuming he just sold.
He didn't split
what he owed. So with that, he wouldn't have to split with nobody.
Yeah, I guess in that case he wouldn't. If they didn't sell, yeah, I guess in that case he wouldn't.
That'd be crazy if he got the whole $3 billion.
So when
that's what these guys do.
Just
yeah.
money wise, that's just crazy to be like, yeah.
But if he got the whole 3, but that math doesn't work out. If he's worth $3 billion and he got $3 billion from the sale,
let me see.
Was Mike broke?
Was
Michael Jordan broke?
I'm reading it right now. Bleach Report says he became a billionaire when he increased his ownership from 80% to 90%, basically. So that's when he became a billionaire.
That was
when he got the shares from Bob Johnson.
I believe so.
Yeah.
No, because he had to have gotten them because he was a minority owner with the Bobcats, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And then I think he got shares from Bob Johnson. He must have bought somebody else out, and that's what took him to a billionaire. What year was that, Jesse? Do you know that he became a billionaire?
Like 16, 17.
Yeah, but let me look at it more. Bleach Report doesn't have it up here.
All right, no, it's fine. It's not that important.
Pocket watching with Michael Jordan.
Yeah, well, I would be fascinated by knowing Michael Jordan's
2014.
career earnings.
2014.
14.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, that's when that article came out.
How much did he lose to gambling between
Oh,
2014
see, wait
and
a
13?
minute. Wait a
I'm
minute.
just asking. Act like y'all weren't thinking it.
Dang, so LeBron's gonna have him beat on the court and in career earnings and all that off the court.
Oh yeah. No, I think LeBron's gonna wind up smoking Jordan career earnings.
That's why he's the GOAT.
Career earnings and where?
Like at the end of the day.
Like for the NBA or just in general?
Well, no, in the NBA, he blew past them like in a single season. I'm talking about like in general, when all said and done, I think LeBron will have made a lot more than Mike.
Probably so, because he owns his team. But we also
I love that we just state that as fact that LeBron owns an NBA team.
It's gonna happen. He's gonna own it with that
Of course it
sports
is.
group or whatever.
he's gonna own a team. How much he has in now? See, does his stake, is it bigger than Mike's though? Is his stake gonna bring him $3 billion? That's like Shaq owning the Kings.
In my opinion, no.
No, I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna say that's what LeBron's doing. I'm just saying Shaq was owner of the King. His stake didn't bring him $3 billion.
No,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, no. I think LeBron will be a majority stake owner in an NBA team.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe not year one, but by year 10, he will be. And then what will an NBA team be worth then?
Quadrillion.
And then when we can finally acknowledge that he gets all of the money from Clutch Sports, that'd change everything. Not all of it. He gets some of it.
Once he can let everybody know he's behind truth, you know.
He's behind the Ghost LLC that runs Clutch. Like, yeah, we'll be able to acknowledge the $1 billion he brought in for clients.
I only say this because we say it pretty fast, and I agree. I think just by virtue of life and the way life goes, he'll make more. But we act like Jordan brand.
Yeah, the monster.
That ain't never going nowhere.
But
LeBron brand ain't happening right now.
No doubt. But the one thing that I've never understood with the Jordan brand is they don't really acknowledge. I watched this. This was a minute ago. It's probably over a decade ago, maybe about a decade ago. I watched something on shoes. Yeah, I don't remember if it was shoes. I think it was Nike, something on Nike, and it wasn't Air. It was like a documentary,
right?
And they were talking about Tiger and how Tiger made like, I think it was like 500 million or something from it was like just this absurd number. Like Nike Golf was born and died basically at the feet of Tiger Woods. And they acknowledged that, and they acknowledged the money and everything. They didn't tell us how much Mike made. That to me led me to believe it was an absurd number. And what I can't figure out, because people say, oh, the Jordan brand brings in $1.2 billion. Yeah, the Jordan brand does. But as much as we like to pretend that the Jordan brand is Michael Jordan's, it's not. It's Nike's. So what percentage of that is Jordan's? That's the even if it's half, which would be a stunning number.
I feel like it's like 60. That's my
60%.
60 to Jordan.
I'd be stunned if it was 60%. I'd be stunned if it was 50%.
The only reason I feel that way, and you know this, is because how they fight.
They do fight. Yeah, they do fight.
And the fight,
yeah, they
and
do
the
fight.
like being a constant fight and not lose, you've got to have some type of juice, right?
Yeah, Mike does not lose.
So yeah, I think it's more than half. That's just a wild guess by me.
I'd be surprised. Yeah, I'd love, but they don't tell you. Like, it's the one part of the Nike business that they just don't really tell you.
Maybe that's another reason maybe it is 60.
Yeah, very well. Yeah,
they ain't gonna tell people we taking a perceived L.
But even if that's the case, right, and it's $1 billion, he's not bringing in $1 billion from those sales,
right?
And then it becomes, let's go 60-40. Nike, is it Nike to Michael Jordan or Nike to the Jordan brand? Like, wondering how all of that stuff is funded is fascinated with me, by me, or fascinating to me, I should say. Like money coming in for the Travis Scott brand, it doesn't all go to Travis Scott.
Right.
It goes to the funding of that brand, the design. Tinker Hatfield, you know, the different people who contribute to the brand, all of that stuff. I don't know. This is a deep edition of Pocket Watching.
Almost. Yeah, I'm trying to find. I thought I had the answer, but
Is there anyone you guys
What
see
was the
after
question?
LeBron that could be as marketable as him and just be as successful? Like
De'Aaron
him,
Fox.
Kobe, Jordan.
De'Aaron Fox, yeah, for sure. I mean, he's not after LeBron. He's like now. It's Steph. Steph's probably the closest. I don't believe Victor Wembanyama will be. Right now, no.
Yeah, there probably isn't anyone, huh?
But it's hard to like. It's not like this. You know, a lot is made of LeBron's first Nike deal. Like everybody gets that now. So that was LeBron's main thing, like out the gate. It was a few years before he started, you know, getting his footing. It was probably his first contract where he went to Rich, and that's where Clutch launched, and that's where you started to see different things pop up after that. I know he had. Was he all sport?
Yeah, I think, or Powerade was it?
Maybe it was Powerade
Yeah.
because I always remember that because, you know, I think his biggest mishap in his entire business career was he passed on vitamin water. That's how 50 got it. LeBron passed, and they went to LeBron and said, or they went to maybe not specific, someone, maybe it was Rich, maybe it was whoever. They went to LeBron and said, we can't pay you what your market value is, but we want to give you ownership stock in this. And at the time, they were like, nah, that's not what we're looking for. So they took, you know, Powerade and you know, got the money up front from there. Vitamin water turns into something. They bring 50 on. 50 does the ownership stake. They start, I think it was called Formula 50, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Vitamin water explodes, gets bought by Coke, and all of a sudden, everyone who, you know, was in on that original deal got paid off pretty nicely.
Wow, that's a crazy story. The second, you know, mishap and missed opportunity for LeBron was when he told DJ Envy he wasn't going to.
Whoa!
So is that guy going on a world tour just telling on himself? Or was it just
Bro.
one video he did?
I
'Cause
think
I've
that's
seen a
an
couple.
old video.
Was it
That's
an
an
old
old
one?
video.
old
Yeah, that's
video.
an old video.
Yeah.
I used it on Corners of the Culture today for 1025. Yeah, that's an old video where DJ Envy's talking about, yeah, I called Joe Budden and he told me it was a Ponzi scheme and I was going to go to jail.
I said, I called Joe.
Well-
Joe said, no, it's a Ponzi scheme and you're going to jail.
Yeah, well, damn.
Maybe don't go into business with the guy who
Damn.
learned real estate in jail.
Well, when he described it, he's like, yo, I met this dude and he learned real estate jump. And he told me, we were talking about real estate. And he was like, yo, why are you using your own money? Use other people's money to get into real estate. He's like, yeah, you know, wait, what? No, I would have the same thought as Joe. Like, yo, what are you talking about?
No, bro. No, bro.
That doesn't sound legal at all.
Insane. Absolutely insane. Leezy, I want to like point this out. Magic Johnson says that Nike approached him. Magic didn't start telling this story till recent years. I have a really hard time believing this just never, ever, ever was written about, talked about, brought up, mentioned until like 2 years ago. Maybe it happened. Maybe it didn't.
I believe Magic on that one. It makes sense because Nike was they were trying to find somebody.
That was 79.
Yeah. I think the you know, the Cortez and a running shoe, that's like 72, right? Or 77.
The running shoe, I think we're mid 70s.
Yeah.
The waffle, like the actual, yeah, I think that was mid 70s.
So, you know, they're trying to find their footing, you know.
But had they found a basketball shoe yet? It's like it's 79.
No, maybe they were trying to. Well,
maybe he did. It's just I just find it so weird that never heard this before until all of a sudden now it's just said.
Because I'm trying to think, was Moses Malone with Nike before Jordan or was it after Jordan? I can't remember.
I don't know.
They had that whole, because remember they recreated. I remember this because in Vegas I bought the Air Force Ones because they recreated the Nike team of basketball players, and they recreated it with like Kobe, Nash, and they played at Joel's. It's that one of the great commercials of all time where those guys playing the airplane hangar, and that was a not the actual commercial, but the group was recreated. I don't know if they were after Jordan or not. Jordan's not involved, so I'm thinking it's before Jordan.
Moses Malone was before Jordan.
Okay.
So they, maybe they were fishing around for Magic.
Maybe they were. Do we have the year that Moses Malone signed with signed with Nike? I just searched Moses Malone signs with Nick. Nick who?
I don't know why that's funny to me.
Moses Malone signed the year before?
Looks like 83.
Yeah, he signed the year before.
$120,000 they gave him.
Broke the bank.
Yeah. Let's try one more thing before we move on.
Also, it's always funny to me. Shout out Drew Down when people put "le" in front of something.
It's very funny.
Le agent. What they call him when he was Le Parlay.
Le Parlay.
You do
Le Parlay. So I think I remember this story, but it was told like in a different way. So Spencer Haywood was the first. He was the first Nike athlete, and it was 73.
Wow.
And he did it for free. That's tough. That's tough. Who was the first NBA player to sign with Nike? Yeah, Spencer Haywood. Huh. All right. Maybe they did.
Well, we just got to thank Spencer.
I guess. Maybe they did go Magic, and Magic just never told the story until 2 years ago, and now I think it's in movies.
Phil Knight came to me and asked me to be a Nike guy, but at the time I didn't know nothing about it, so I said I'm going to Converse.
That's kind of funny. I kind of like that one. That was kind of funny. All right, let's get. I hate when I'm amused by your impressions. It really bothers me.
You could tell you want to hate them, but sometimes they just
some
get
of
you.
them are very good. That one made me laugh. That one made me laugh.
Shout out Magic, man. Shout out Magic.
Jesse brought up a question. Jesse brought up a question about our comfort level with the Sacramento Kings. And I'll ask you, do you feel like there are a ton of questions heading into the regular season tip-off on Wednesday?
For me personally, this may not be the same thing for Mike Brown, but for me personally, there are some questions, but they're back of the rotation questions.
Okay. I
think the first 7 for right now, maybe 30 games in, you may have some questions, but right now it's solidified. As much as, I look for different stuff from HB and we talk about Kevin Huerter, those guys, they're starters right now.
Yeah.
For sure. Without a question for me.
Wholeheartedly agree. I do wonder, and this kind of fits into what you just said, a back of the rotation type thing. I do wonder, like JaVale versus Alex Len, because I feel like they both played well. I think, who was it? Alex Len that had 5 blocks the other night?
Yeah,
he had 5 blocks last night.
Yeah. He did a really good job. And
he's a lot different. He's a lot different than JaVale at that position.
Right. But like you mentioned, they both play. I thought they both played well in their time. Last night, JaVale and Monk were looking like Magic and Kareem out there, like the way the symmetry that they had going on. So there was a lot of oohs.
JaVale definitely got he's got a Kareem winning time demeanor. He hasn't smiled a lot on the floor. Yeah, that's a lot like Cap in winning time.
The one thing JaVale did last night. First of all, I'll say this. Even though I wanted to be on TV, shout out to kings.com/live. Crystal clear feed last night. Crystal clear, no issues. Everything was perfect last night. Shout out to them. Okay. Put it on TV next year. But it was a very good feed last night. But
we had Kyle had some sort of hack.
Wow. Need to talk to him.
Yeah, we were watching it on. I went to League Pass and it didn't work. And Kyle was like, "Oh, I got it." And that Utah broadcast came up.
See,
Wow, God,
high rollers.
That was the driest broadcast I have ever heard. That was really bad. Like they weren't excited about anything.
Utah was the most boring team in the league, to be honest. Like, you look at their uniforms, everything they're coming out, just everything about the Utah Jazz is just boring.
Hey, man.
The uniforms are bad.
Look,
Yeah.
man, I don't like doing this, especially after what we almost went through here in Sacramento. But if they ever wanted to relocate a team, they need to start with Salt Lake City.
Why is that? They be there.
If they wanted to relocate a team.
What happened in New Orleans?
From Salt Lake City.
What happened in New Orleans?
I'd stay in New
They
Orleans.
still worried about LSU football.
Well, you know.
Like Utah was the number 1 seed out west a couple of seasons ago for a little bit, and just nobody cared either.
Yeah.
It's just like we talk about like Denver and stuff. Utah is the most boring team in the league.
The Damien's point though. Okay. We don't really care about them Pelicans down here.
Yeah, so you got to pick.
You know, LSU.
That was your cue to stop.
They having a tough time right now, baby. But you know they be right back at it. And the Saints, oh, Derek Carr. I don't know if we need to have him out there no more, baby. Where's Jameis? Jameis said, "What happened when I do? When I do it, it's a problem." And I don't blame Jameis, not one bit. To your original point, we don't care about them Pelicans.
I recognize it's my fault, so there's nothing I can do.
I'm all in on the impersonations, to be honest.
But yes, Jazz could go. Utah could go.
Clip that. That Jazz can go, boy. Yeah. Man,
that's wild. You just got married a month ago. You already feeling this way?
Clip that.
The Utah Jazz can go.
So
move
Jazz
them somewhere else.
Jazz over the Pelicans.
Actually, to be honest with you, it'd be Jazz over Pelicans. It might be the Thunder could go first.
No.
Move the Clippers to Seattle already.
No, leave the Clippers alone.
I don't think any NBA team is moving. You're gonna have the Las Vegas LeBrons and you're gonna have the Seattle Supersonics. It'll be fine.
The Las Vegas basketball team.
The basketball team. I love that.
But
the basketball team. That's a win.
I was gonna say something about the game, the Kings game last night. Because I was talking about the feed. I was watching on the feed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is what I don't want to see. Yeah,
okay.
It was JaVale. Yeah. This is what I don't want to see from JaVale or any of my big men. JaVale, they leave him wide open and he shoots a jump shot pure. Then he's like, like, no, don't shrug your shoulders after you made a jump. That tells me, I didn't know if this was going in. I just threw it up there. I don't know. No, don't shrug your shoulders. Shoot it with confidence or don't shoot it at all.
It's going to come full circle when Chimezie Metu's throwing up his towel and JaVale McGee hits a turnaround jumper.
Oh, man. Oh, that's tough.
It'll be a full circle moment.
Chimezie Metu leaves the Phoenix Suns bench. JaVale McGee hit a jumper.
Shoot the ball with confidence. Don't be shrugging your shoulders. Now, the funny thing is, I don't know how he plays now, but I was working out with JaVale 12 years ago for 1 or 2 sessions or something like that. Guy, he can score. Mm-hmm. Like he can. If I wouldn't have seen him shrug his shoulders, I would have been like, yeah, JaVale could do that. He hit a jump shot. I don't know if that's the way it still is. He was like 23 at the time. I don't know. So maybe he's just an older guy in the league. But don't be shrugging your shoulders, JaVale. Man, you better. Yeah, that's what I do. Fake it, and at the very least. I don't know. Just a random thing that I saw yesterday.
Yeah, that was random. But I get it.
Well, yeah, because if you're the defense, it's like, leave that guy open the whole time. We're not guarding him at all.
Yeah, he ain't going to do it again.
He don't even believe in himself.
Had no chance we're guarding him. Come double De'Aaron right now.
Exactly. JaVale was really like, F it, it's preseason. Let's see what happens.
And it wasn't even a 3. It was like a 17-footer.
Layup.
Well, in JaVale's case, in JaVale's defense, if I hit a 17-footer, I'd probably do it too. Hey, got it. Kenny Caraway, my 3-point shooter wasn't open, so hey, went in. You won't.
Yeah, I'm excited. But your original point with all this is, I think the first 7, 8 are solidified. JaVale and Alex Len is a question.
Yeah.
I think he goes with JaVale though. I think he goes JaVale first.
So So what's funny about that? If you're going JaVale, aren't you doing it for offense?
I feel like you're doing it for defense.
With JaVale over Alex Lynn?
He's a 5 blocks aside. I think he's a bit more of a rim protector. One thing he did yesterday that I think we're going to see a lot is he does that tap out on the offensive thing. Like that's his bag right there. Like we'll see that often. Offense wise, like you talk about a lob threat.
Yeah.
So I get your point because especially with the way Lynn played defense last night, he seems like he's just as much of a rim protector.
It felt like that last night, but
I feel like JaVale's a little more versatile, athletic back there.
It was the Utah Jazz with onesie last night that they were playing, so it was a little bit different. We'll come back. We'll talk a lot more Kings basketball because James Ham's going to join us at the top of the hour, and we'll try to throw out some keys for a Raiders victory over the Chicago Bears coming up this weekend as D'Lo and Casey continue. Brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Are we sure Huerter's spot's still solidified?
I think so.
Yeah.
Even because it was Mike who said they were going to start Huerter one game against the Warriors and then go with Duarte next, right?
So I didn't hear that. James did. I didn't. I didn't hear that in the clip. So James must have, James was obviously there. So okay. Ramsey. Felt like there were a lot of people here earlier. Now it feels like they're all gone.
I was surprised anyone showed up to Madson.
I was hella surprised. Almost everybody was here. The whole account executive team was here. Yeah, I was here as people were walking out because I knew I wasn't going to the UFC fight, the Speakeasy. I got that Sky River thing buried in there. I'll hit that when we get back.
This is the most Friday vibes the show has been in a long time.
Strong Friday
Not saying
vibes.
like the other shows aren't Friday vibes, but it's like you said, it's strong today.
Strong Friday vibes. Yeah. Could y'all hit the thumbs up while you're here? Please. Please, 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 please hit the thumbs up, subscribe. Goes a long way for us. Very, 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 very helpful. There are 324 in here on YouTube. Yep. Shout out to all the Twitches. We appreciate you. Hey, you know what, Michigan? I think I'm gonna be there. I think I'm gonna pop my head in there. I got plans with Kyle and his wife, but I think I might make my way over there after dinner. So hopefully I get a chance to run into you. But I thought it started at 8. It starts at 7. So I may miss Robin Thicke, but I'm gonna try to get there in time for Neo, maybe catch a little Mario. I assume that's the order, but yeah, it's gonna be a good show. Neo's been a bit of a jackass lately, but he can sing. If y'all could keep hitting the thumbs up, can we get past 2? Oh, come on, man. Can we get past 2? We only had 182. Yeah, Michigan is 7 o'clock. Can y'all get us past 200 likes, please? 200 likes. Shout out Facebook. Love Facebook. Love y'all. Appreciate you. Keep those likes coming, man. Yeah, that's why I held your predictions off for next week. Yeah, I thought that was. Yeah, for sure. Yep. And that should carry us through pretty nicely till Friday. Seriously, just need like 11 more people. There's 300 and something in here. Just need 11 more people to hit the thumbs up. Would love for 60 more people to hit the thumbs up, but just get us to 200. 200 and beyond.
It's gonna be a fun game, Lazy. I'm getting in the zone for it since this morning.
Huh?
Are we on?
The radio?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, yeah. We might have another eyewitness stopping by.
Oh my. Oh my.
Who says, "Look, you might not want to believe anything that was texted to you."
Oh, so he was underselling it.
Well, he said he just might.
Was that
not remember.
complex?
Yeah.
I'm gonna text our boy back. I heard you kind of fibbing right now. We want to know the real story.
The streets are saying he just might not remember.
Oh,
Yeah. Got
okay,
that
yeah.
vibe.
Now we need eyewitness accounts.
I told Complex to come in here.
Yeah, that makes it so much more interesting. Because there's a chance he went up to Nate Diaz. I will put you in an armbar right now unless you leave.
This is amazing. Absolutely incredible.
Oh man.
Hey. You don't have the balls to text him that. No, he won't. Oh, it's one of my favorite days.
This was a great day. This is a great day. Shout out real quick because we will never talk about it again. Shout out to the Major League Baseball playoffs. Astros came back, even the series up at 2. They're actually playing right now. Damien's favorite time of the day playoff.
Well,
baseball.
you see where the TV is because I can't remember to put it on the game. I got Mike and Tony up here. Mike ain't been to work in 4 years. Mike was just like, the hell with you guys. It's still COVID times at my house.
So the Astros, man, they got opportunities. Game 5. It's a 2-2 series. Game 5 today. Astros up 1-0 as we speak. And then the Phillies and Diamondbacks. Diamondbacks got one yesterday, and they are now down 2-1. Game 4 is today
At 4:30 on ESPN 1320.
at 4:30 on ESPN 1320.
What are we watching? It's on Fox Sports. That's live?
Yeah, FS1. Is it on
Do we got
regular Fox?
the 4K package?
Pause.
Bro, I know you ain't pausing somebody talking about.
Just saying.
I know you ain't pausing somebody. I know you don't make me go to.
You got like a
Bro, don't make me go to the board. If I could find it quick enough, I'd press the button, but I can't.
I feel like Macho Man was a small package type of guy.
Remember that clip, that piece of audio we used to have on the board? I think it was Darnell Rawlings and Charlemagne laughing and stuff like that from the Breakfast Club.
Yeah.
They were laughing at Envy talking about real estate. You know that?
Yeah.
I didn't.
I didn't know that.
Oh, you haven't seen the clip?
I didn't know they were.
Oh,
laughing.
you got to see the clip. Donnell Rawlings is clowning him for investing in real estate with a dude who looks like Big Pun.
I had no clue that's where
Yeah.
that clip was, what it was about. That's the context.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
R.I.P. to the Breakfast Club. It appears that thing might be over.
Oof. Damn.
Hey, what is Complex doing?
I don't know.
Hey,
Is he right here?
Yeah, he over there. He's okay. So we got a first person account. We got a first person account. You that's already pulled up. You're good right there. I need a first person account. This is our man DJ Complex. If y'all ever come over and listen on 102.5, this is the man that does all the work in the 5 o'clock hour. What the hell happened last night?
Hey, why does everybody look like that when it comes up? Roach did it too.
Did Aaron step chest to chest with Nate Diaz at a speakeasy in Folsom?
Yes, I give you that one.
What happened?
I can't tell you too much what happened. I want to say, as I was telling Kenny here, when people are a certain level of drunk, I stay away from them. Yeah, like your ship's already going down. I'm not going down with you. No, like you're that when you're that level of intoxication, I'm on the other side of the room. And
We'll remind everybody, we all had Ubers. If you were going, everyone had an Uber.
Everybody had an
everyone was
Uber.
good.
We were
it
having
was
a
a
good time.
celebration.
That's all it was, man.
That's all it was.
Yeah.
Yep, that's all it was.
And apparently that liquid courage was flowing.
So here's the other thing about this.
Mm-hmm.
Is he the only one that didn't know that was Nate Diaz?
I didn't know it was Nate Diaz.
Do you know who Nate Diaz is now?
Now I do. Yeah.
Okay. I wonder how Aaron felt the first time he Googled Nate Diaz and saw who he just stepped to.
I don't even know if to this day he's still like right now. Does he know?
Well, he won't respond to text. He's being a curmudgeon. Like he won't take part in this.
Aaron is the man.
He has no
He
idea.
is
Like
the
we're in the
man.
entertainment business, and he won't jump on with us.
We were in a private room. He probably just seen him walk in. He's like, I don't know who you are. It's time for you to leave. And you know, like, exit the room. Go.
Oh my God.
Bro, Nate Diaz is coming to this building.
And by the way, the last time I seen Aaron, he was drinking a $55 dark alcohol. I think it was whiskey.
Aaron's the man, bro.
And
Aaron
then-
stepped to that boy. Oh, Aaron.
So there was another rumor that by the time it was all said and done, Aaron and Nate were drinking together.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
That's his boy
And
now.
That's
That's his boy.
And then
Aaron made a friend last night.
yeah. And he was this intoxicated. By the time I was leaving, we all said bye to him, and he's walking into another bar, and he calls us 30 minutes later. He's like, "Where are you guys at?" Home,
Very
where you
good.
should be.
That is
Aaron,
tremendous.
Aaron out there making friends with the MMA legend, Hall of Famer.
209.
To be fair to Aaron and the complex,
Mhm.
if Nate Diaz was from, I probably still know who he is, but like I watch a lot of sports. If Nate Diaz was from Albuquerque,
Yeah.
I might not know who Nate Diaz is. It's
Well,
it's
yeah,
the
part
fact
of
that
part of part
he's
of the
from
part
here.
of it, yeah,
We know him because of that. So.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, back in high school,
I always took a bigger interest in him because he was from
Exactly.
Stockton.
Exactly.
back in high school, I used to DJ this club in Huntington Beach, and one of my friends came, and clearly,
It's got to be Tito.
well, one of my friends, and I'm gonna admit that he was underage drinking, but it's like 20 years later, so statute of limitations
he's
is way
good now.
past that. He stepped up to take Abbott, thinking that he could
Oh.
take him, and we're in Huntington Beach, and Tank like he owns Huntington Beach, and he walks up to him, he's like, "I could take this guy." I was like, "Go sit down before he destroys you." And you're dead.
The other thing that's hilarious about this is, did you know, like, I'd say like 4 months ago, Nate Diaz just choked out somebody on Bourbon Street.
No.
So he's not above doing this anywhere. It could have happened.
I don't think any of them are above doing this anywhere.
It could have
But
happened.
they're all smart enough not to. That's except
Yeah.
Connor. Connor just throws
Oh, that
stuff through glass
jackass.
windows. I'm going to put together a compilation video and send it to the group text with Aaron in it. Like, hey, here's your new buddy. Here's your new buddy you were drinking with last night.
And aren't you sad that you did not join us, Dave?
Very much. So.
Oh yeah, like
Yeah.
yeah. Lesson learned.
That could have been the icing on the cake.
I honestly feel like this was a plot by Kimberly just to make sure we don't miss after parties moving forward.
I'm so upset I missed that.
Me too.
So upset.
I agree with you. I think
All
she
right.
did do this on purpose.
Well, D-Lo and KC, 3-7 on
Mhm.
102.5.
Yes,
Tap in with
in
us.
4 minutes.
Yeah.
That is absolutely correct. In 4 minutes.
Tap in with us. We got some stuff. Y'all gotta
Yeah.
be ready. Y'all
We
gotta
got
tap
Travis Scott tickets, and we got if you haven't listened to DJ Complex yet, at 5 o'clock, tap in. He's the best in the game. If you haven't listened to KSFM in a long time, tap in. Complex has done wonders with that radio station.
Absolutely.
Making me proud of that station again, man. Thank you.
We're always proud of it. I will see you guys in a
Yes,
few.
sir. We appreciate it. Our man Complex. He will see us in 4 minutes when we're live simultaneously on 2 radio stations.
Bro, our boss stepped to Nate Diaz and lived to tell the story.
Bro, he the GOAT, man.
He had
He
a
the
drink with
GOAT,
that
Aaron
man.
the
after.
GOAT, bro.
Yo, hey, can we retire Aaron's jersey?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yo,
That's
He
first
is
ballot
above
right
Ring of
there.
Honor.
we got to figure out what we're going to do before he walks in the building on Monday. I think the idea of the championship belt on his desk is a good one.
Hey, Aaron's the tribal chief.
So do we
He's
put the
tribal-
lay? Do we put the lay
Tribal-
on the chair?
Aaron's the tribal chief.
I could get him the We the Ones hoodie and put it over his.
We'll get him to sign some MMA gloves and hang those around the building somewhere.
What they do. Didn't Habib do it? He laid his gloves in
Oh,
the
lay him
middle,
in the middle
when
of
he
the ring.
retired. Just lay him in the middle of his office. You're retired now.
His gloves and his boots, like Hunter did. Just put my gloves and boots right there in the middle.
Getting the context from Complex coming in right now is just makes the text from Aaron when I text him like, "Hey, we heard you got into it with Nate Diaz or whatever. You want to talk about it?" Just text me back what after that, like no clue what happened. It makes
Huh?
it makes
I
it so
did?
much better. Like now that text makes sense.
Oh, Aaron's the GOAT,
It
man.
explains why he didn't respond to my text. He's probably like, who the hell is Nate Diaz?
So confused.
What company is he with that was at the party last night?
He thought he was with Bonneville or something.
This dude Aaron said, it's a private party. You've got to get out.
No, really, go.
And the great thing about Aaron is a total radio guy. So Aaron has a booming voice.
Yeah.
And so when he says something, it has an extra emphasis behind it because he's a radio. Like when Aaron talks, there's a handful of people. Our guy Doug Thomas, and Aaron is another guy.
Yeah,
Justin Case is another one. When you talk, it's like, oh, that's a radio. That person's in radio. You know that individual's in radio.
Yeah.
And I can only imagine.
Yeah, he's the tribal chief.
At some point this weekend, I'll bring the belt over and I'll set it in his office so it's here on Monday morning.
Maybe we do like a slow clap when he shows up on Monday. All of us, the building, all the body, people just here.
Yeah.
Acknowledge our tribal chief.
Every time he walks by, we hit theme music. We hit the.
I tell you what, though, next time Nate Diaz is talking crazy to some fighter on Twitter, I'm gonna quote tweet it. You never had energy for him, Roberts, though.
Where was that energy at the speakeasy, bruh?
But no, it's even crazier because now they boys.
Yeah, now they're just hanging out, drinking dark alcohol together.
It was a situation, and then, like I said, I told you before, Nate respected it.
Oh my God!
Hey, everyone, you got a heart, little homie. Let's have a drink together.
Nate, they call themselves Nick Diaz Army. Next time he throws that around, you make sure you know that includes Aaron too.
I wish I had that one of those BMF belts. I wish there was a way you could walk into a store and buy one of those replica belts and just throw it on his desk.
Wow, what a day! What a leader!
We'll put the belt and some MMA gloves on his.
What a leader!
I believe in Odyssey.
Wait till he gets his hands on Nick. Wait till Aaron finds out that Nate has a brother as deadly as the one he stepped to.
And that one might not be as nice as Nate.
that night might have ended very different if it was Nick Diaz and not Nate Diaz.
And Nick is the better one too, like the better fighter too. Let's not forget.
You guys text my man. What are you guys talking about?
And this all started because James Ham of the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube, says to me, did you hear Aaron got into it with Nate Diaz at 11:59? And that's how this has taken over the entire show here today. The battle between our guy Aaron and Nate Diaz.
Our tribal chief, Aaron.
Every time Aaron walks by.
Put the ones up. Tribal chief.
Every time Aaron walks by, I'm just putting up the one. Yes, my tribal chief. That's how we respond to him from now on. Yes, my tribal chief.
Oh, man.
James Ham joining us here. It's D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app and live with our man James Ham, who had to leave the party last night because he's a hard worker. He had to go to work. He had to watch some Jalen Slauson minutes. There's actually a few questions I have about last night's game. We could get into some overview stuff, but
okay, exciting game though. Nice finish.
Yeah, it was. I mean,
the crowd seemed to be into it. They wanted that win bad.
It had strong summer league vibes.
Yeah.
League.
Okay.
Malik was playing.
Yeah, that's true. Malik was playing, and
Malik was closing it out. Him and Davion were closing it out.
And as Hammer said in his Six Things tweet, like it was a night for Malik. Yeah,
checked in.
Yeah, it was a night for Malik.
Yeah.
We can get to all that stuff, James. I do want to start with like a couple of questions. JaVale versus Alex Lynn. Is it like, how do you, because I thought Alex Lynn played really well yesterday. I thought JaVale played well yesterday. I think they both had like solid preseasons. Like, what's the determining factor in the depth chart in the rotation with these guys? Because I think they both had really good preseasons.
Yeah, I think as of right now, JaVale is the backup center. And going forward, we'll have to see how that works out, if that's going to be something that sticks or if we see changes. I don't have any problems with JaVale McGee when he's in the pick and roll game and down on the blocks. but the passing thing has been really strange with him. I don't like when they try to run their standard offense through him. He's got so many turnovers. I mean, he came into last night's game with more turnovers and rebounds on the preseason, and that's not a good sign. And I think that anytime you see him in space on the perimeter with the ball in his hands, he's trying to make a play. And number one, that shouldn't be Kings basketball. Like, where's the DHO? Where's the dribble handoff coming? And if that, the problem that you have with him versus Domas is that other teams aren't going to respect him way out on the perimeter. They're not, because he doesn't shoot from long range. And on top of that, he can't really take you off the dribble. So Domas, when he's out there, you'd like him to shoot the ball a little bit more to open up the spacing on the floor. But he can still beat you off the dribble. He can do a bull rush to the basket. He can still shoot from 18 feet or shoot from the 3-point line. So you do have to actually, go out and defend him, even if you want to see more of that shooting from the perimeter. But with JaVale, that's not the case. So I'm fine with JaVale in the pick and roll. I'm fine with JaVale as a rim protector, but the rest of it looks really odd. I mean, he threw a ball into the first row last night where he just read something wrong, thinking someone was going somewhere and wasn't. He tried to make a pass to a guy on a cut and threw it to the other team. Like, those turnovers have to stop. And even Mike Brown talked about it in post game. He said, look, the plan is for JaVale to play 12 minutes, but we can't have 2 or 3 turnovers in 12 minutes. That's not going to happen.
Oh, I didn't realize he said that.
Yeah. And so for me,
for him already.
Yeah, they did. He said it in post game. And so for me, like, I get what Mike's saying there, but like, I don't know if it's JaVale stepping out and trying to make those passes himself. And if it is, then you have to pull him aside and actually say enough of that. If it's not, if it's part of the offense and it's part of the plan, then like, there needs to be some reassessment, because this is a 35-year-old guy. I mean, we're not teaching an old dog new tricks here. It's not time for JaVale McGee to learn how to be Magic Johnson at the 3-point line. At least in my opinion, I'm watching it and thinking, why do they keep doing this? And then Alex Len, look, I think Alex has played really, really good. He plays hard. There are things that he does that frustrate you, like, he needs to grab rebounds as opposed to slapping him, trying to knock them out to teammates and stuff. It rarely works for him. And then, you see the difference between him and JaVale right away. Malik Monk tried to throw an alley-oop to Alex Len, and that was a hot mess. It was just a disaster. Like, and you can't do that, which is probably that's the reason why you have JaVale McGee, because JaVale can be the true, like, rim runner and pick and roll specialist with Malik Monk that you kind of need.
And in that second quarter, I mean, it was on display at its fullest with the chemistry between Malik and JaVale. They had 3 or 4 times right down the court where it looked beautiful what they were doing. I felt JaVale played a little bit more within himself last night. Just looking at it, you look at the numbers, he still had 3 turnovers. You don't want that. But it felt like, for the most part, he did. But, yeah, I agree with you. I agree with Mike Brown. Like, the passing stuff, I know that's kind of part of the offense, but I don't know. Did it seem like they changed up the offense a little bit during that run where Malik and JaVale were going well? So it wasn't as much JaVale handling the ball on the perimeter, and it was more Malik initiating the offense as opposed to their traditional offense of having the big with the dribble handoffs. Because that was the best. That was the best time that McGee had out there, it seemed like, last night.
Yeah, they definitely changed things. They went to a true pick and roll. And the Kings had to do this quite often last year. And actually, there are plenty of times where I said, hey, like, why aren't we running more pick and rolls? Like, that makes sense with a guy like Chimezie Metu, like, that was on the roster last year. Chimezie is again, he's a great finisher in the air. He's a guy that you want as a lob threat. And JaVale is just a much taller, longer, more athletic. Well, I don't know if he's more athletic than Chimezie, but more experienced version of. Plus, he has the true shot blocking ability. I think they made adjustments there, and they're going to have to keep making adjustments because the other thing was, there's a big difference between a shot blocker and a defensive player. Just because you block shots doesn't mean you're a good defensive player. And as of right now, I'm concerned in that area as well, because JaVale McGee, like we saw it against Golden State. I mean, Dario Saric ran right by him. And we saw more than one occasion last night where he wasn't impactful as a defender. And if you get him on, it's the same thing as the offensive end. If you get him on the perimeter, like you're in a whole world of hurt. So it's not going to end well.
I feel like James hates everybody.
No, I'm just honest. This is preseason. You're watching things. You're seeing new things that are popping up. I don't hate I don't hate Colby Jones.
Well,
Colby
yeah,
Jones.
I'm in at the center position.
Yeah.
Colby Jones is awesome. We can shift our attention to that. Obviously, I was kidding on your assessment about JaVale. Let's talk about Colby. Like I think you asked him the question. The question was asked last night, and Mike responded like he's making Mike's job really difficult.
Yeah, he's making everything difficult, and that's a good thing. It is. I mean, you have a young player who I'm going to keep making this comparison, not in play style, but in look and feel on the court. And it's Tyrese Halliburton. Like every once in a while, a rookie comes along, he steps on the court, and he just gets it. And you're like, there is no lag. There is no game needs to slow down moment for him. He just walks out on the court and he belongs and he fits. And you're like, oh, okay. We got another guy that we could stick in the rotation if we need to. Now, that's if we need to is going to be the, sort of like the asterisk here, because like if you were like in a perfect world, I think you might stick Colby Jones right out there and say, all right, rotation, let's see how you do for the first 2 weeks of the season. We're building something, and all of a sudden you look like you could be part of that build. But then you're going to have hurt feelings because you have all these other players that have been around for longer who, need to get on the court and who make a whole lot more money than Colby Jones's second round, 4-year contract. But like we're already seeing that like he can play the 1, the 2, the 3. He can defend all 3 positions. He doesn't hesitate at all on a 3-point shot. He moves without the ball as well as almost anyone on this team. He gives the ball up. He goes and finds a new spot. He relocates, and he's ready to shoot as soon as you kick the ball to him. He's super athletic. He's got a floater that hasn't fallen yet, consistently, but that's part of his game that he brings to the team. Like there's nothing that you can pull out right now and say, hey, like he's struggling at this or that. He just looks like a really solid player that can do just about everything on the court. Jack of all trades type player. And I'll keep making this comparison. He reminds me a little bit of Bruce Brown and sort of that type of player where he can play multiple positions and he comes in and he's probably a better ball handler, better creator than Bruce Brown, but that, he's a player that you can probably rely on if you had to. And that's not something I thought we would come out of training camp believing that you have a rookie second round pick on a potential 50+ win team, and you think this guy can fit right in and actually play minutes.
So you said something there where you talked about like if he did go into the rotation, some people that have been in the league a little longer, make a little more money would look at that some type of way. I'm trying to figure out who that, like, you don't have to say names specifically, but I think that he's in that discussion. The only one that he's really battling is Chris Duarte, who's injured, who we don't, hopefully he comes back soon, but we don't know. He could start the season in the rotation. I'm thinking they're going 9, maybe 10 men in that rotation. I could see Colby Jones opening night playing some minutes.
Yeah, it's always possible. Like, you just don't know where those minutes are going to come from. And, I think we've seen him get an opportunity earlier in games over the last 2 games because Chris Duarte has been out. And that actually has to play a part in what's happening here. But I also like just the writing on the wall and the way Mike Brown has talked. like there's a true competition for the starting shooting guard spot, and I don't think it's determined who's the opening night starter yet. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's not someone other than Kevin Huerter. And it's possible that Kevin looks great in practice over the next 5 days and gets finds his defensive identity and is the long-term starter. And it's also possible that he still struggles on defense a little bit, but he comes out and has to start early in the season because Duarte's out of action and starts launching and hitting everything, and you can't take him out of the lineup and you keep winning. So I think Mike Brown's job here is very difficult to try to figure out all the pieces that he has. But I also think it now puts I think by drafting Colby, you may have given Monty McNair sort of the extra piece that he needed in case he needs to trade someone else. You can now see a way in which the Kings could get by for part of the season with Colby Jones as either a third shooting guard or as even in a worst case scenario, a second shooting guard, but that'd be a little crazy. I would say he can be your backup to the Malik Monk and whoever else is still there rotation.
I feel like this escalated really quickly. I don't feel like we were talking about Kevin Huerter at all a week and a half ago. Now we're trading him. Now we always knew Kevin Huerter, not because of his age, because of his contract. We always knew he was a tradable piece. That's not new. We talked about this offseason, James. I know we created scenarios where he could be traded, but man, it just feels like this escalated really, really quickly.
Yeah, and I don't know that it has. I think it's that the conversation is shifting on the outside. Like on the inside, I don't think that it's like that they're making moves right now, that they're already calling people and saying, "Hey, we have a surplus at this position and we might be looking to make a move." I don't think that's where we're at, but I do think that a door has opened here where there is a world where Kevin Huerter isn't a starting shooting guard, whether it's like game 1 or it's game 10, and like it's sitting there in front of you. Now, there's also a world in which, like he's fighting for 30 minutes a night, or he is starting, but his minutes are diminished because you have more competition at the position. But
see that I can see.
Yeah. No, I mean it's a good problem to have. What you don't want to do is get in a situation where you're devaluing someone greatly. And that's a big deal. You don't want one of your players that makes good money to all of a sudden be worth way less than he is today because you have other pieces and he's riding the pine. And that's, you have to be cognizant of all these things as you're building your roster. And like I have people like asking if he's tradable. Like, yeah, Kevin Huerter is tradable. Like, what do you think? I mean, he averaged over 15. He was the third leading scorer on the Sacramento Kings last year. He shot almost 41% from three. Like, shooting is like at a premium in the NBA. It's something that every team is looking for. And he's under contract for 3 more years at a reasonable rate. Like, we're talking about a contract that's, 10 to 11% of the salary cap. Those are really nice pieces to have at this point.
I'll push back a little bit. I don't think this is a good problem to have at all. I know what you meant was the surplus at the position, but I feel like it should be better stated as a potential surplus at the position. I talked about how we've seen some really good outings from Sasha in game 1 and game 5, but that's when he was against like lesser competition, so to speak. And even, guys like De'Aaron and Domas not on the floor when he started, he didn't play like that. We didn't see what we saw last night or what we saw in the game in Vancouver. I don't like the uncertainty. Like and the fact that you think that maybe, based on what you've heard and what Mike has said publicly, like maybe there is a chance there's a different starting 2 guard on Wednesday. I don't like that at all because it's Friday. I want Mike to know what it looks like. I want him to know that right now. I don't want him to be evaluating that over the course of the next 4 or 5 days.
Oh no, I think Mike knows. I don't think he is evaluating. I just don't think he's going to tell us.
Oh,
yeah. I mean, there's a big difference between. us having a discussion about it. But Mike Brown knows what
But
he's
you're not
doing.
sure it's Kevin Huerter.
Well, I'm not sure it's Kevin Huerter. I don't think Kevin's sure it's Kevin Huerter. But the other thing is, we haven't really got an update. All we heard was that Chris Duarte's knee, it's a bone bruise, and that it was a small bone bruise, and it doesn't look like it's serious, and the rest of the MRI was clean. We don't have he's out 1 to 2 weeks, or he's out 4 to 6 weeks, or he's day to day. Like, I mean, I think maybe we have he's day to day. But as me and Kyle like to say, we're all day to day. So we have no idea what that means. But I think Mike has a very good handle on what's happening here. And I'll also point out, like, he's been very clear the entire time, Mike has, about all of these situations, that everything he's doing is intentional. Like, he has an idea. There's a reason why he's given Sasha Vezenkov a couple of starts. Like, and it's not because he thinks Sasha is going to be a starter. It's because he needs him to get up to speed, and that can't just be against third team guys. He needs him to get, like, it's one thing to understand what the speed is of the game when you're playing against third and fourth team guys in preseason. Now I need you to see what it's like. Game 1, you're up against John Collins. Game 2, you're up against what should be Draymond Green, but it's probably going to be someone more like Andrew Wiggins, or Jonathan Kuminga. Game 3, you're up against LeBron James. Like, these are the things that, like, if you're going to be a starter in this league, if you're going to be someone who's playing major minutes, that's what's ahead for you. And I think it's like Sasha has to learn, just like the rest of these guys. They have to adapt to what they're doing defensively. And, again, I talked to Kevin Huerter because we're on the subject. I talked to him in the locker room last night, and his demeanor was totally different than it was a couple of days earlier. You could tell that Kevin has had the opportunity to digest whatever it was that was happening, and he's in a much better place. And he's not like conceding anything, but he definitely is back to, the Kevin Huerter of old, where, like, look, it's a game, it's a make or miss league, and I missed some shots. But I also don't think he thinks he's way far off. We had that moment early in the game where Huerter got a rebound, pulled up from like right around the free throw line and bricked it, and then it flew right back to him. And instead of giving the ball to Sasha, who was wide open to his left, he tried to shoot it again, and he missed again. And I think it's those moments where, when you're already up against it, that you start hearing like the collective groan from the crowd, like, oh, and you hear it. But that's because everything is magnified right now with him. I think if he settles in and he just gets back to the player he was last season, he'll be just fine. And there's a good chance that he'll be like right in the rotation, either as a starter or one of the first guys off the bench. So
I'm with Damian. I don't like all this. I think the starting 5 should be solidified with what it is and what it was coming into the season at the end of last year.
Well, I mean, James's point is fair. It might be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it should be.
Maybe that's why Kevin Huerter was so loose last night.
Well,
in the post game, not the game.
Luke Walton here, and he's coming back.
Oh my God, that was the funniest clip of all time. The day Luke Walton was told he was safe, and he came in jovial. Hey, James, hey, it's me, Luke. How are you? Let's talk. That was incredible.
Yeah,
it might have been Kevin Huerter's your fine moment.
I think it should be.
Okay, so there's a couple of things, Casey. Number one, I think we're uncomfortable, right? This entire situation is uncomfortable. And Mike Brown said the entire preseason, I want to make these guys uncomfortable. I want to put them in situations where they're uncomfortable on the court. But I think he also wants to, like, look, this is not kumbaya. We are not walking out on the court and winning 55 games because we won 48 last year and we're cool. That's not the way basketball goes. Like, and then the other thing is, like, I know we might want something and we might think that this will work or that will work. At the end of the day, Mike Brown is just a better coach than any of us. And he knows his team better than any of us. And whatever his grand scheme, you have to put some faith into a guy who won 48 games where no one else has won 48 except for Rick Adelman in the 37, 38 years of Kings basketball. But also a guy who came in with a 616 win percentage or whatever it was before last season. Like, this is a really good coach, and he showed us all last year that he has a plan, and his plan worked really, really well. And he's got to have a new plan for this year. And I think that's what we're seeing. We're seeing that there's a different plan. The plan hasn't deviated from being really, really good and perhaps even great. But for right now, he needs to build this team the right way. And I will owe it. Like, people should remember that Jason Williams got traded for Mike Bibby, and that, Corliss Williamson was a really solid player for the Sacramento Kings. They traded him for Doug Christie, and that eventually, you traded Chris Webber. Like, this is about building something that's lasting, and there's going to be tweaks along the way that sometimes don't feel good, but you got to look at the overall picture and why they're doing something. And if Mike Brown thinks that Chris Duarte isn't as much a drop off on the offensive end, isn't a huge drop off, and that he can provide way more on the defensive end than Kevin Huerter can, then I understand it. Like, the guy's got to show it, and he's got to stay healthy. But I think we all know that whatever you would lose in the transition from Kevin Huerter to Chris Duarte on the offensive end, Keegan Murray can make that up. He can. He averaged 12 points a game last year, and we want him to have more shots. There's your more shots in the starting lineup. And so I don't think that the offense will take a substantial dip. It's just whether it's the right move, and if, he's a better player, if you've watched him play, or a better fit. That those are sometimes what it comes down to. Is he a better fit? And that's what Mike Brown's job is to do here.
Well, and I'll say I agree with everything you say. Mike Brown has earned the trust of all of us with what he did last year, and he knows that team way better than anybody. Also, saying the same breath, if there is a change, it better work.
Yeah,
because this team did win 48 games last year, and they were a good team last year with the way they were going about things. So we can all look at it and say, yeah, it was good, but they know if they want to reach another level, they need this, and we can agree on that. But whatever change you make, once again, it better work.
Yeah.
Yes. So he can do whatever. He can put Slamson out there as long as they win in 48 to 50 games again. I don't really care.
He's got hops.
He does have
gets
hops.
him on the
He's athletic. Slamson always doing something. He's athletic.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. It better work. But again, like, we joke around about like my win-loss record coming into the last season. I don't really have a win-loss record. There's not like a basketball reference page with my name on it that shows my win-loss record. It's on Mike. And I think the one thing that he knows, and that I know, and that you guys know, and that everyone out there knows, they were the 24th rated defense in the NBA. They cannot take the leap. They can take another leap to really, really, really good team without taking a leap to contender. And that's what I think he's trying to skip that step. Like, how do we go from being like last season, we were very good. We have an opportunity to be like very, very good, maybe even great, but do we have an opportunity to be contender? And that's what they keep pushing, this idea that they, the why not us thing, like we could go win this thing. But in order to do that, you got to find a way to go from 24 to like 12 or 24 to like 14 in defensive rating. And if you can do that while maintaining a top 3 or 4 offense, then we start talking about this team in a different light. We start, understanding his push for a championship as opposed to a push to like prove last year wasn't a fluke. So it's complicated.
It is. And I'm going to ask you a question that may or may not simplify it, but I'm going to do it when we return. D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky's the limit at Sky River Casino. It's the perfect place to catch all the NFL action. You can head into 32 Brew Street And with the basketball season here, they've got 70 TV screens. You won't miss a single second of anything at 32 Brew Street inside Sky River Casino. Sign up to be a member today. They'll give you $20 in free play as well. That's all courtesy of Sky River Casino. We're back with more James Ham here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Main man, Hammer. 1-1.
Hammer.
What's going on?
You got baseball on in front of you?
No.
James. I meant James.
No.
Is there another game on? There are 2 games on?
No.
Oh.
I'm watching.
No, I don't have it on right now. I don't try to tax the streaming service here.
Oh, there you go.
The interweb.
My computer is being funny as hell, man.
So wait, were you actually like, was the reason why the Aaron topic came up because I said it to you?
Yeah.
The Chatty House heard?
Yeah. No, not
Oh.
because of the Chatty House heard, just because I was like, wait, did Aaron get in a fight with Nate Diaz? And yeah, that was the whole first 30 minutes of the show. We didn't even
You
go to
should've brought-
commercial.
You should have brought Aaron in.
I was trying to get him on. But his ass acted like he ain't worked in radio his entire life and he wouldn't join us.
He definitely has a radio voice.
I think we
Yeah.
Well, it still would have been funny. And
No,
he's not here, so we couldn't like flag him down and bring him in the studio.
Yeah. They had like an area roped off for the group.
Mm-hmm.
And then from what I heard, there was an area roped off for our after party with clients and everyone else, right? And some of our employees. And then Nate and his crew showed up and was like going into that area, and Aaron was like, no, this is our area.
That's not
And
what I heard. I already
like-
said, hey, bitch. Where do you think you're going? You know who I am?
You know who I am.
That's
Nate
what I
Diaz,
heard.
like, do you know who I am? Figure 4 leg lock coming.
We've had 2 eyewitness accounts that Aaron, in fact, didn't know who he was. So
Who Aaron was or who Nate
no,
Diaz was?
Aaron didn't know who Nate Diaz was.
Well, it's very possible at that hour that Aaron didn't know who he was. I
That's
don't know.
possible,
I
too.
don't
That's
know.
possible too.
I got this Lakers Suns game on in front of me right now.
Mm-hmm.
There is so much flopping going on between both of them. This is atrocious. Josh Okogie is lost his damn mind. Austin Reeves
that's
has
your boy.
lost his damn
Well.
mind. This is ridiculous. Every time I turn around, somebody's flailing all over the place.
Well, I
Is
forgot
there
to
a
turn on
time
the
for flopping?
TV. The TV behind Kenny today. That's my bad.
I didn't even realize that wasn't on.
Been
See,
in a
that's
dark
how, that's
space all
that's
day.
that's how distracted I was by the Nate Diaz stuff.
It'll come around. Oh, there you go. That's amazing.
So that's so weird.
I hope Aaron's not upset about the bit.
Oh, he's not upset. He knows we've been doing it. He's gotten calls and texts all day. He knows we've
Aaron's-
been doing it.
We labeled this man the tribal chief after what he did. He's a hero.
Every time you see him now, you got to put one finger in the air like this, James. You walk by. Yep, you walk by him,
The
and
man's a hero.
my tribal chief. Yes, my tribal chief.
Morale in the company has gone up 140% after
that's-
seeing him as our leader.
That's accurate.
Oh my gosh.
That's accurate.
Uh,
Yes, my tribal chief.
well, I think it's better that it was Nate Diaz and Kimberly, because I think Kimberly, if he tried to shoo Kimberly away, there would have been some.
Oh, there
fisticuffs.
was.
He knows better than that.
Oh, there would have been.
There was some tension.
There
There
would
was
have been
some
some
tension in the
problems.
room.
Yeah, there would have been some problems if it was him.
I think given the option, if Nate and Kimberly were in the wrong space, he would have gone to Nate.
Yeah.
You might have.
You're going to have to leave, sir.
Nate's got the belt above his head. He still goes, bro, you got to move.
Yeah.
Like,
She's in the
Kimberly, I am
same
messing
spot.
with her.
Don't worry about that.
Mm-hmm.
Don't
You-
worry about that. You out of here.
Oh, we're back, James.
Hey, can I say 2 things non-Kings related? Before we
You
get
may
out
not.
of here? Okay. Maybe next time. No. I want to give a shout out real quick to Sac State Hornets, big time game this Saturday night at Hornet Stadium against number 2 Montana State. Sac State is number 3.
Yep.
It's going to be on ESPN2. Get out to Hornet
Yes,
Stadiums,
indeed.
but if you cannot, we have it here on ESPN 1320. You can listen to it. Listen to ESPN 1320's Jason Ross.
That's right.
Call the game.
Yeah.
But it's a big time game. Get hyped up for that. And then
Tried to book him today, but he was busy talking to Nate Diaz, so we couldn't,
you know how
couldn't
that
get
goes.
him on.
And then I also want to give a shout out to Connor, my man Roro, and all my people over the Republic. Playoff game this Saturday at Hard Health Park, going up against New Mexico United. Smash them boys.
Don't do that. Don't do that. We've been over this.
Let's go. It's playoff time.
There's
It's
no.
a big weekend in Sacramento.
All right. I mean, everything you said is accurate. You just don't have to throw that tagline.
Well, they
in
know
there.
they know what time it is.
What time is it?
That time.
You know what? I don't know what time it is. I think I know, but I'm not sure.
We're back here with James Ham of the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. Hammer, we're talking Kevin Huerter, and we can leave this subject, but I feel like I don't know if you alluded to it or just flat out said it earlier. We were talking about the defensive struggles, and you just laid out how this team's got to be better defensively to be contenders. True NBA championship contenders. They've got to be better defensively. With the Huerter situation, is it as simple as you're willing to look past the defensive issues that are, for whatever reason, being extremely highlighted here during this preseason run? If he's hitting 40% of his threes, is the greater issue of Kevin Huerter the defensive struggles are being highlighted because he's also missing his shot at the same time?
I think that's a good question, but I think the answer is no, not in Mike Brown's eyes. Mike Brown knows that, like, you didn't go out and get bona fide starting level defensive minded game changers during the offseason. So in order to improve his defense, he has to coach and coach and coach and coach until he either forces his team to learn defensive principles, get better with physicality, get better with playing defense without fouling, or he's gotta go ask for help. Like that's where he's at. Like, look, he wants to take a leap with this team. Everyone around this team wants his team to take a leap, but he's also looking at them and saying, if I'm going to take a leap, like, I have to have the pieces to do it. And that's not to say that Kevin can't be one of the pieces, but like, if there's no way, like, you look at 8 or 9 guys in the rotation, like, where did you get better defensively? The only way to get better defensively right now is for this group to get better, like, is to do something different than they did last year, because it's almost the same 8 guys looking at each other. And that's Mike Brown's looking at them like, okay, again, we know who the starting 5 should be or was before. We know that Malik Monk and Trey Lyles and Davion Mitchell are the next 3. Like, where else are you going to, A, like, steal minutes, and B, have somebody steal minutes that can be so impactful defensively that he changes everything? And that's why I think we're seeing something like the Chris Duarte situation. And like, I compared him, like I said, what if he's Doug Christie? And I think people are like, oh, you're crazy. Well, before Doug Christie got to Sacramento, he was a really good defensive player, but he wasn't like an all-world Kobe stopper. Like, that's not, everyone in the league wasn't looking at, I mean, there's a guy named Bruce Bowen that played at that time that everyone thinks of when you think of who was the guy on the perimeter. And it wasn't, Doug with the Kings became that guy. And I just think that, like, when you're looking at players like this, if you can get Duarte to stay healthy and he can keep growing into who he can be as a player, that's the model of player. 6'6", long wingspan, multifaceted game, defensive minded, all of these things. And so, like, maybe it does work, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. But Mike Brown is looking at this and going, how do I change this defense with the same 8 guys that are basically going to be in my rotation? And then maybe Sasha Vezenkov, which is like so far behind the 8 ball when it comes to the defensive side of the ball, whether it's the speed of the game or just overall athleticism. At this point, he still needs to grow into it. And if you're Mike, you're like, okay, now I've got to fit Sasha Vezenkov into my rotation as well, who again is not a defensive upgrade. So how do I improve defensively with the same pieces?
Can I add one thing? Obviously, I want to get to Sasha. It's just funny to me. You mentioned Doug. I don't know why it made me think of this person. Played really well last night. So we're just done talking about Kessler Edwards.
Oh,
Like,
I thought Kessler. Yeah,
he was great last night, but I don't think I've mentioned Kessler Edwards' name today.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was one of the stars of the night, and like understated star. What's he end up with? 16 points and 8 rebounds. And the 8 rebounds were huge. Like, he went out and chased down rebounds. I asked him in post game if he bulked up so he could play like be more of a 3-4 than just a 3. And he's like, yeah, I did. I bulked up, and without trying to lose my speed and my quickness and my ability to defend. But yeah, he bulked up. He worked on his 3-point shot. He had his check-in moment, right? He's ready. But
Yeah,
the problem
what's
is,
he checking in for?
yeah.
Like that.
Well,
That's the thing. I don't feel like we've barely talked about Kessler Edwards all
Yeah.
preseason, and we had discussions all off season that perhaps the Doug Christie type that you're talking about that could be Kessler, and then it was like Duarte jumped him, and then we saw Duarte jumped him. Excuse me, and then we saw Huerter. We saw Colby play, and I guess Colby jumped him too.
Well, and then let me ask this before James gives his answer, because I want to hear what he has to say about this. And mind you, I don't think anything should happen to the starting lineup right now by any means. Play the 5 that were the starters last year, and we just and we see what we got there. That's how I feel right now. But I will say this: spending all this time on Kevin Huerter, we just never going to talk about HB. HB is given. There are times he gives you nothing. And we talk about Huerter. HB don't even give you defense. Like, Huerter at least spreads the floor in theory, because you got to respect him and all this other stuff. They leave HB open, and he don't give you defense, and he don't rebound from time to time. But Huerter's the one that's in danger of losing his spot.
Yeah, I think that, like, realistically, that was the first video that we had of Kevin Huerter. That was more of my feeling. Like, hey, we can sit here. Yeah.
This guy.
Look at you.
I don't know why you hate Harrison Barnes the way you do.
That was spectacular.
I love Harrison Barnes.
Casey hates Harrison. Yeah. No, I mean, so I think, again, when we had Kevin Huerter standing in front of us, he's confused by the situation, because he's like, well, I'm not the only one who has issues. Why am I the only one who's out of the starting 5? And that is a legitimate question, because he's not the only one. But that doesn't mean that Mike Brown hasn't asked the group to do something and that the other players haven't been able to show that. And so I'm not always, again, I'm watching basketball and I'm writing at the same time. I'm not looking every single play for what Mike Brown is looking for from his offensive players and his defensive players. Like, I know what his idea is, where he wants people getting, basically blowing up the pick and roll, blowing up the DHO, blowing up that whole entire situation on the defensive end, and being physical and making sure that you hit both players so one of them doesn't slip through. I get, like, the idea, but I'm not sitting there watching a basketball game searching out that moment everywhere. So it is hard for me to say, hey, well, Harrison Barnes isn't doing it. He did better, like, rebounding wise last night than he had in previous games, for sure. I think he had 5 boards, 6 boards. So that's a positive sign. He was quiet and kind of faded out. But again, in a game where you're looking for just to get through it, number one, why was Harrison playing? He's a 31-year-old dude, and the other starters basically got the night off. Well, Keegan, Domantas, and De'Aaron. So why is he
play?
Yeah, maybe he did say, hey, no, I'd prefer to play.
I got to play.
Yeah, but at the same time, Harrison's the type of guy who's going to go out there and go, I'm playing, but I'm here to facilitate, and I'm not here to be the guy tonight. which is what like Taylor Horton Tucker is doing, or it's what we've seen from Jonathan Kuminga, where it's like, hey, you're the guy, right? So I feel like Harrison
Horton Tucker turned 50, by the way.
Man, I feel bad for the guy. Like, we had this discussion today with Kyle. Kyle's like, he said, you got to come home, bro.
Yeah,
like
you got to do it.
You got to do it. Like,
I mean,
no, you got to do
I'm
it.
just saying, because he ain't going bald with the receding hairline and the bald spot. Like, come on, man.
That's what Kyle.
It's like a map. Like, it's just kind of like, hey, TH, come on, bro.
It does. It makes him look so much older. It does. I don't know. Like, everyone on the media row was like, man, it's just mirrored. Taylor Horton Tucker, like, aged 15 years since last time we saw him.
Have a rough off season. What the hell happened?
Yeah. So, like, I feel for the guy, but like Kyle had a good explanation. And as a guy who has a full head of hair, I let Kyle handle that discussion because it is what it is. Like, you let he's one of Kyle's people.
Maybe the hairline you could get away with, but once the ball spots start happening, like, it's over.
Drew says his name looked like his Cletus.
This is horrible. You guys are mean-spirited.
Oh, THT, we trying to help. It's
I just want to know why. That's the question I had. Why does he deem this okay? If he's like, why? Because this is what I want to do. All right, enough said. I just know I wouldn't.
Maybe an NBA player with an NBA bank account don't care.
Yeah, happens.
See, this is why we need him in the locker room in Sacramento, so we can walk up and ask this question and make him extremely uncomfortable, like we did Kevin Huerter.
Yeah, we'll make
something
you go
completely
ask
different.
Yeah, you go ask him.
I'm not asking him. That's like, I'm not asking him. If someone else with the receding hairline that's part of the media, if Jason Anderson, who has gone Mr. Clean, if he wants to go ask him about this, then that's on him. That's fine. But
Jesse said Derek White needs to talk to him. Jason Anderson is low-key the perfect guy because he asked
he asked us.
He don't care.
He asked us. Remember in summer?
What did Jake ask us?
He asked us, should I ask Keon about his hair?
Oh, no. Yeah, and we told Jake, no, you cannot ask Keon Ellis about his hair.
Bro,
Just do not ask him about his hair. No, but Jason will ask a tough question. Like, he asked something about Kevin Huerter, and he was like, yeah, he had one blow by and another blown assignment.
Damn.
Like, Jay, like, he'll get to the root. Like, hey, he ain't going to pull no punches, so he could go up to THT. Hey, the bald spot, the hairline, like, what are we working with up here?
What's the deal? I'm not judging. I'm just asking.
James could just go up to him and go, hey, bro, you want the number to D'Lo's barber? James got a great barber. He could fix that right up.
We could fix it up. We got your back. I don't know how we got here or how we get out of it. I don't know.
But we could head over to Sasha if you want to.
Okay,
I think we were talking Harrison. KC hates Harrison.
No, that is not.
Hairline.
That is not the case.
KC hates
I hate
bad
the media
hairlines.
putting that narrative out there. I don't hate Harrison. I need Harrison to play like he played in the first quarter of Game 1 of the playoffs last year. That was perfect.
Well, you don't get playoff Harrison until the playoffs. Like Malik.
That's right. Well, let's hope we don't get playoff Harrison because like the final couple of games.
Yeah.
So I would say with Harrison, he had his check-in moment in Game 1 and Game 2. He was excellent, except for the rebounding. But I mean, he put up 15 in both games and was like, okay, I'm ready. And everything we see after that, it's like, okay, I don't want to get hurt, and that's okay. And not only that, not only do I not want to get hurt, but like it's okay if Kessler Edwards has moments. It's okay if Sasha Vezenkov wants to hoist up like 6 threes. That's fine. Let's let them figure it out. That's part of his veteran leadership is to not walk into a preseason game saying, I got to get my 15 points so I can get out of here.
So we're getting more than one rebound.
No, that's true.
You know what I mean? That ain't got nothing to do with that. But
Coke machine action.
What you're saying.
Yeah.
Coke machine. Well, let's go to Sasha then. You brought Sasha up earlier. Is Sasha playing Wednesday? You think we see him playing in Utah?
I maybe, but like, is he ready? I don't know. But the problem is, there's no way to get ready once you start the season. So I think it might be matchup based. And for the life of me, I don't know who the backup power forward is on the Utah Jazz at this point. So, but I certainly don't want him defending Lauri Markkanen or John Collins. Like maybe John Collins. You know, that might work if you can keep John Collins on the perimeter and keep a body on him. I'll say this though. You're seeing that Sasha can impact the game without being like uber athletic. Number one, he's been probably the second best rebounder for the Kings throughout the preseason. And that's not a great statement because there's been that's a problem, but he reads the angles, he knows where to go. He does like tip the ball out to his teammates for like another 3 or 4 rebounds during preseason that I've seen. I haven't seen like he isn't a defensive stopper, but I also haven't seen him just get torched again and again and again. They have not been able to like isolate him and pick on him. And maybe that's just because teams are waiting until the regular season to do it. I don't think he's been great, but like, a couple of the guys he's gone up against are for some reason, like they're the team's guy that night, to go try to score a bunch of points. And it doesn't matter what the Kings throw at him, they're still scoring. So yeah, I'm okay with where he's at right now. He needs to clearly get quicker and understand the speed and the pace, but that give and go to the basket that he had where he went up for the two-handed dunk, I mean, that was magical. That was like spectacular. And it showed a new wrinkle to the offense that none of us had seen. Like, what was that? And having a player who's smart like he is, that's what you're getting. I think, again, he's using his brain to be in the right position on defense as best he can. I know Mike Brown did have a moment with him where he, got into him about what he did defensively. I know he has still had a little bit of problem funneling guys to the middle as opposed to funneling to the outside. Also say he's blown up like 4 or 5 offensive plays that I've seen where he just literally does the wrong thing at the wrong time and he's still learning. Like there was a moment where Kevin Huerter went to like drive in and do like a follow away 16-footer or something. And Sasha just ran his man right into Kevin Huerter right in the middle of the play. And it's like, hey, look, man, he wasn't going to make the cut right there. And it was way too early to rebound. So, like, what were you doing? And he's just
sabotaging Kevin Huerter. That's what it was.
Right.
No wonder Kevin Huerter's struggling. He's playing against 6 defenders out there.
He sees the path to minutes. Take out Kevin Huerter. So I see Sasha, like he started hitting the 3 ball and you finally saw him calm down a little bit. Like, oh, there it is. Look at you. And once he starts hitting the long distance shot, I think you asked this question about Kevin, like, would that change everything? I think it would with Sasha because he needs to feel like he belongs. And the one way he knows he can belong right now until he gets up to speed is to hit his 3-point shots.
Is this our fault?
No.
Like collectively?
I think it is. The Sasha stuff. It's our fault. We talked about this dude for 3 months. We're watching EuroLeague film. Well, look at this guy. Oh, what if he does this? Kenny gets excited when his voice gets. What if he does this? This is our fault.
In our defense, we like basketball. We watch hoop.
Well, we're not Warriors fans, so that's what we do.
Does Kenny go quietly? I hate Harrison Barnes.
Never.
No.
Never.
He doesn't do that. What he does? I love Harrison Barnes. What you mean?
I do love HB.
Love HB.
I just got to know he's out there. That's all.
Like,
that's all I'm asking. I got to know you're out there. That's it.
I know.
Like, look, I'm going to say yes. Like, all of us did this, but at the same time, it was like the Kings did this as well. Like, they allowed this hype to happen with their belief. And then you went out and got another offensive player for a defensive-minded coach, and you didn't get him any true defenders, except for maybe Chris Duarte. And so, yeah, it's a bit of an issue. but you also paid him, $20 million over 3 years, or $19 million, whatever it is. That's typically guys who get paid that much money, they play basketball. And, again, he's got an opportunity to shine the last 2 games, whether that's happened or not, the jury's out on that. But that's because Trey Lyle sat out 2 games. And your
Do we know
question,
the extent of that? That feels like a bigger deal that we just haven't talked about.
no, we don't have anything on it. It's just like Trey Lyles is going to, no, I think it was just, a matter of getting a guy out there, and Trey Lyles had his check-in game, and it's like, okay, we're good. Let's move forward and get these guys. They know that they need to get him reps, that they need to get Sasha reps, just like they know that they've got to get, Colby reps and Kessler Edwards reps. If they're going to get any better, that's what you have to do. You got to get them reps. And I think that's the biggest thing Mike's talked about with Chris Duarte too. Like, the dude hadn't played in well over 200 days. Like, he needed reps. He needs to be at practice. He needs to be in, he needs to be part of everything. And so when we get to opening night, that's where you're like, okay, did Chris Duarte cost himself a job by not being able to stay healthy? And maybe that's the case, and maybe it's not. Maybe he still wins a job. Maybe it wasn't going to happen anyways, and this has just been a cat and mouse game by Mike Brown. Like, we'll see some of this stuff play out, but I think it's also it's still confusing.
I think it's pretty easy. We blame John Hollinger.
Yeah, always.
John Hollinger writes about King's injuries. All of a sudden, Trey Lyles gets hurt in warm-ups.
This is what he wanted.
And Chris Duarte can't play. So John Hollinger was right. It's all falling apart because the Kings can't stay healthy.
Thanks a lot.
James Ham, courtesy of Jiffy Lube. Make sure you check out The Insiders, which is available on the D'Lo and KC podcast feed. You wouldn't think it would be that hard to put up a podcast feed for The Insiders. Apparently, it's rocket science. But you can check out their show on our show. Of course, if you're watching, hit the thumbs up. We're going to run it back for a little bit, and then we're headed out to the baseball playoffs. Have a great weekend. Have a safe weekend. And we will see you back here Monday. The final countdown to the start of the regular season begins here with The Insiders and D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Harrison Barnes.
That was fun.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting 5 days here. It is.
When are you back at practice? Tomorrow?
No, because tomorrow's Fan Fest, and they don't give us access. And then my prediction is that they take Sunday off because they're doing Fan Fest, and that would be Fan Fest in 2 games and in 4 nights.
Yeah.
So you might as well give them. I mean, they gave them Friday off, but I also would assume that they would consider Sunday just one last day to do film and get your head clear.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll probably have practice on Monday and Tuesday, and then away we go.
Keep walking. That's what I'm talking about. The ball been in the stands for 10 seconds, and he still hadn't got to first base.
That's the kind of baseball I like. That's the kind of baseball I like.
3-run home run. Angels take a 4-2 lead over the Astros.
Bottom of the 6th.
Oh, the Rangers. You said Angels, I think.
Oh, Angels. Hell no, not them.
No.
Yeah, Garcia hit a home run. It landed in the left field bleachers. They bring the camera back. He's still at home.
He's halfway to first.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody's getting
a good
one.
It was a good one. It was a good one.
Spiked in the.
I'm tempted to rewind it, but the last time I rewound it, everything blew up. So I'm not going to touch anything.
Yeah, that's not great there.
All right. We got to end the stream and go do another radio show. Head over to 102.5. We'll be giving away Travis Scott tickets here. We'll see you guys on Monday.
Holla.